Intentions and the light so pretentious. That's my worry. Why so pleasure? Like eyes of space. Don't look back now, my white abode. Do you remember my white abode? But it's such a brutal trust to find out. Sorry, you're lost. Owen, the air so cold and her mind so bitter. What have you done? To lose but false intentions and the light so pretentious. Why slow pleasure? Don't look back now. Do you remember I swear dying? Sorry, you're lost. Owen, the air so cold and her mind so bitter. What have you got? To lose but false intentions and the light so pretentious. What?
You look like a good choice.
Interlink. What's it like to hold the hand of someone you love? Interlink. Interlink. Did they teach you how to feel finger to finger? Interlink. Interlink. Do you long for having your party?
Everything's a copy.
Stop trying to control everything and just let go.
Cells.
Cells.
Do they keep you in a cell? Cells.
Cells.
Want to know what you think? Fuck what you know. You need to forget about what you know. That's your problem. Forget about what you think you know about life, about friendship.
Interlinked.
If you were to die right now, how would you feel about your life? I don't know. I wouldn't feel anything good about my life. Look at you! You're fucking pathetic!
Nice! You're doing good! Wow. I have something important to announce. Wow. I'm... also doing good! Wow.
All right, we are back. Yeah, we're back. Taking some bells for $2. See the clip of the floating IntelliJar? It's funny as fuck. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. I have no idea what you're talking about, but I'm pretty sure it was good. Saw Super Mario Galaxy movie Saturday. It was aggressively okay, and Brie Larson as Rosalina. Boy, could have used better takes in some scenes. Let's Say Dark is now prequel guy for 21 months. 21 months. Yeah. Let's see, test screen reactions for a Resident Evil movie reboot are apparently really positive. It's described as Fury Road for horror. I had a lot of faith that Zach Cregger could do it right, because he outright said he was a fan of the games, and a lot of the shit people are trying to use for red flags, I actually thought were good signs. Where he's like, yeah, I'm not going to use any character, and this is just going to take place in the universe, because there's no point trying to bring in other characters. It's like, you know what? Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Yuki step on me. Yeah, we got a new page. You got a new page, and yeah, I like the violence. I like the violence. Manio does very good with violence. The man understands what I like to see. But yeah, Law & Order did a VTuber episode. I haven't seen it yet, but I hope it's as cringe as the Gamergate episode. That's the thing. So I saw that. So yeah. Law & Order SVU somehow still going. I know a lot of other people are probably like, what the fuck? That show's still going? Yes. And if I remember, I think Benson is still on the show. I think she's still fucking doing it. But they just did an episode about a VTuber who, God, if I remember right, her whole thing is she took psychedelics and remembered that she was raped because it was a memory she was repressing. And like her therapists were trying to manipulate her about like how it happened, but it turns out her therapists were the ones that raped her. So it's this thing where like, okay, that's actually kind of a grim subject. Holy shit. But from what I understand from people that saw it is like, you would think it does the usual Law & Order thing of new thing that kids like is weird and gross and all that, and we hate that. Anytime they brought up video games, it was that. But like, from what I understand, it actually treats the subject matter at least genuinely respected. Like, it doesn't shit on the girl for being a VTuber or a streamer. It understands people like it. And yeah, like, they actually commissioned a custom VTuber model for the episode. So it's this thing where, like hearing about some of the shit in the episode, I was like, okay, someone on the writing staff likes VTubers, doesn't it? Yeah, they got an actual rigger for the model, yeah. Yeah, to be fair, it's probably a consistent paycheck for Benson's actress. That is true. She's been doing it for like fucking 30 years. As long as there are stories straight from the headlines, there will always be Law & Order. So basically, the episode's about Shondo. Yeah, Benson's the only one of the original cast left. Yeah, I know the guy who played Stabler. I think he was doing like a... They were doing like a fucking... Like, everything I saw was like a prestige TV version of Law & Order, which is weird to fucking say, where he's going after like organized crime. And I say prestige TV because you can tell the difference between something like Law & Order where they shoot it very cheap. It still kind of feels almost like 2000s era Star Trek, where you can tell they're not really playing with a lot of money compared to other shows. Then you see that spinoff, and it's like leaning harder and trying to look like something you would see on like Prime Era and Netflix. I don't know if it's any good, but it's one of those where it's like, okay, obviously, yeah. Fire Force aired its final episode, Man, What a Ride and Twist. Hope people appreciate the ending. It's a trip. Yeah, Law & Order is Boomer TV and has been for the last 20 years. The show's been going on since the 90s. Yeah, watch Project Hail Mary yesterday. Rock Bros deserve endless bump fisting. Yeah. Stabler got his own spinoff where he goes after the mob after they kill his wife. Oh, wow. So, yeah, it's completely fucking different. You could just squirt on him. I guess you could say that, yeah. Netflix came out and addressed Steel Ball Run. Yeah, and the leaks were right. We're going to have to wait fucking months for anything. Finished up some stuff in Mass Effect 2 before moving on to Mass Effect 3. Thinking of also playing Dragon Age Origins again. Yeah. Also, we see we got our boys out of Iran. Yeah, and a lot of the posting around that's been kind of funny. Where, like... So, what happened was... I think it was like an F-35 or an F-15 got... I think it was an F-15. Got shot down. and 2 pilots. From my understanding, it was from the same aircraft. It might have been 2 different aircraft, but basically they were out in the middle of Iran because they were like, oh shit, we got shot down. So obviously, being the U.S. military and doing what it does, they launched missions to find those guys, and they did find both. They both got back, and that has led to like. Because it was another situation a lot like Venezuela. It really is. It really is a lot like Venezuela, where America was able to do something so over the top that it really gets to a point of like, is the rest of the world even fucking trying? Because they were able to build a runway, like an impromptu runway. It's a FARP. For those that don't know the terminology, I had to look it up because I didn't even fucking know what it meant. But it's a forward armament and refueling point, basically like an impromptu airstrip / base. They're able to put that up, get planes there, bring in guys, find the guy, pull out the pilot, and apparently killed a shitload of IRGC guys in the middle of it. That has led to people swearing up and down it was actually a failed operation to steal Iranian uranium, like enriched uranium, and that actually hundreds of our guys died in the middle of it. And every time I look, the number keeps going up, where it went from actually you lost 20 guys to get this pilot back to actually it's over 100. So it's this thing of like, if anyone died getting this guy back, Iran would have just posted the bodies. Like, they would have just done that. FOBs are the shit you build in MGS5. Well, yeah, that's a forward operating base. That's not really the same thing. Yeah, why are Americans angry we managed to rescue our own people? Because there is a lot of propaganda money at play here. Like, a lot. Yeah, we made the FARP in the middle of Iran, 30 minutes from a 100K populated city. Yeah. Yeah, below the resource, rescue team's aircraft took damage. It's Black Hawk down. Iran totally kicked America's ass. Look, Iranians stole the pilot's boxers. Yeah. Yeah, the only things that really fucked up in the middle of it was they lost 2 C-130s, if I remember right, because they couldn't get them out of the sand, so they just had to like destroy them. They burned them down. Yeah, the guy's underwear will never. We cannot recover from this. Honestly, I'm just tired of the America being the scapegoat for all the woke shit being everywhere by the Euros. Last time I checked, most of the stuff originated from their side. Yeah, well, that's a thing that a lot of people are kind of noticing, where Europe, for some reason, has had such a crab up its ass. Honestly, the last several years, to the point of they're not even pretending to be our friend. Like, and they swear up and down. It's like, oh, all this started because you went after Greenland. It's like, no, it didn't. It did not. Yeah, C-130s are stuck on the ground from sitting there for 2 days. Yeah. Yeah, C-130s got stuck in the sand. Planes we still make. Exactly. Yeah, people thinking, trying to say that one guy's not worth it. It is something to where America has spent decades trying to teach other countries why we did so well in World War II. We have desperately been trying to teach them our way of fighting war. A lot of the shit America did has went down in fucking textbooks as how you do certain things. They still can't fucking grasp it. Didn't ask before, what are your thoughts on Invincible Season 4, Episode 5? I've not seen it yet. I was going to catch up. I've seen Sentence to be a Hero yet? I have not, but I started Doro Season 2. It's fucking peak. Yeah, wokeness came from critical theory and critical Marxism in Germany and Italy in the 20s and Gramsci's case in the 30s. EU has been like this since at least the end of the Cold War, if not since Vietnam. But the Soviets did more for the war effort, you stupid chud. And yeah, that's the kind of shit I mean, where if you look at how the Soviets actually won World War II, it was it was just sheer retardation and perseverance in the face of absolute fucking incompetence. Everything that could have went wrong with the Soviets went wrong. They won by sheer fucking luck. America, when they actually ran into a bad situation, were able to hold out past any point in time that's reasonable to believe that they should have. Definitely not Frenchman at $5. We cheered every enemy nation's military and technology boasts as truth. So more than capable to bully the third world, and Europe wants to be us. And it's like Euros didn't know the phrase "speak softly, carry a big stick" because that's been the USA's motto. Random, but in World War II trivia, have you heard of Virginia Hall? She was the first American spy sent at the time and was old-timey tomboy. How's she not got in a fucking movie? Favorite way of the house husband gag? I love his buddy holding out, like he's about to get jumped by those guys, and he pulls his phone out. I was like, wait a minute, I gotta Google something. And just looks up, how many guys can I take in a fight? And so many Europeans and right political types are seething over the weekend. Dude, like, it's gone beyond seething to the point of, like, so everyone talks about how the quartering crashed out and had his big, like, man, fuck you guys thing because Kino Casino made fun of him. There were other people exactly on that level, but it was all about the Iran thing. Like, it was to the point I was legitimately like, why do you care so much? Yeah, Fat Electrician and the Unsubscribed guys dismantled that theory by saying the only reason they stayed in was because we were giving them shit, and the guy who built Detroit also built factories. Yeah, exactly. Lend-Lease. Yeah, America, the Balkans are at war. Help us. Fine. America, why are you involved fucking world police? Fuck you guys. This is why we love Israelis and why they love us. Yeah, that's on Quartering going full Jarbo. Like, that's what I mean. Where, like, the Quartering did his whole thing where he did the typical Quartering fashion of he made himself look like a massive dipshit, but he'll fall upwards anyway. But, like, that kind of paled in comparison to some of the shit I was seeing. If you were to choose between being a Spectre or Mass Effect committing Grey War and Dragon Age, which one would you be? Spectre. Spectre is just, yeah, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Grey Warden is, yeah, you're kind of cursed to die. Yeah, so I heard that niece got deported. Dude, that was fucking hilarious. So, like, yeah. ICE arrested the niece of one of the IRGC top heads. I don't know if it was a general or someone like that. But basically, like, one of the Iranian regime guys. He had a niece that was in America, and I think she lived in Los Angeles. Well, because they arrested her, and they announced they arrested her, people looked into her, and it's like, who the fuck is this girl? She was a fucking thought. I'm not even kidding. She was a fucking thought. In fact, here. I know for a fact I have these. Oh, come on. There he is. Yeah, there he is. Yeah. All right. So when I say thought, I mean fucking thought. Like, so to paint a picture here, while I get everything pulled up on my end. Iran is infamous for having some of the worst human rights violations on the fucking planet. They are very, very vicious. If you, like, famously, the Iranian Revolution is full of fucking horror stories of women who could go, who just the day prior could wear, like, skirts and blouses and things like that to being beaten in the street and raped for not wearing a hijab. That's one of the big reasons why the feminist movement in Iran has consisted over the decades, because they are that vicious. Yeah, they rape women and children. One of the Ayatollah's decrees before he died was that female prisoners would be raped specifically before executed so they would not be allowed to go into heaven. Like I said, very, very vicious stuff. Very horrible stuff. But I guess if you're a head honcho, head honcho's niece, that doesn't matter. Yeah, she was a whore. She was a fucking whore. I'll say one thing. God damn, she is pretty hot. I won't lie. And she never even covered up because she was never a Muslim. She had a Zoroastrian necklace. Yeah. Yeah, would. Not gonna lie. Yeah. I love my country, but, we're all sinners in the eyes of God. Yeah, General should relate to was the guy we blamed back in 2019 where they kept the blown up car. Yeah. No, he can't fix her. I was not about fixing. At least there's some good news. We have people on the moon again. So victory for the human race. Let's get U.S. colonies up there. Yeah, but the last transmission we got from them is that their toilet broke and they're seeing weird colors. So I'm starting to get worried. Do your Crunchyrolls intentionally geo-blocking Japan from getting into their service means it's probably intentional. Why Why would an anime site block Japan, one of the biggest the biggest consumer of anime? It's their fucking medium. Yeah, certainly clearly being a relative of a warlord has perks. Yeah. This is what I mean by there is a lot of propaganda money being pumped out everywhere, because when this was announced and people found out like who this chick is, she had an Instagram, like she had a fucking public Instagram where people could see who she was. She was openly like cheering on the regime because her fucking uncle was there. Like, we know who this is. And people are swearing up and down, oh no, the girl they arrested had nothing to do with it. She's in Iran right now. That's a lie. And it's like, no? Kevin Von Magnum, $5. Europe. Why are you Americans always so violent? USA, because if it wasn't for us, still be in World War I trenches trying to end each other. Yeah, there's other Crunchyroll is hiding shit translations from the Japs. Yeah, propaganda money from Russia and China combined with Euros who hate us. Yeah. As a clip of the Artemis 2 mission, where just before it hit the distance record, a jar of Nutella flowed on by with the rest of her astronauts not noticing. Where are the tenets of sex and sexuality in Zoroastrianism? That's if she's actually practicing Zoroastrian. I don't even know what the fuck that is. I assume that's weird fantasy religion. How many dang infidels do you think she fucked? See, the Dungeon Crawler Carl author used critical drinker for his own benefit and then turned on him. Well, it's just kind of how it is. I'm sure even Drinker was like, yeah, we had to expect that. In fact, Crunchyroll geo-blocked its website from Japan. It's probably intentional. They don't want the Japs to know what they're up to. Yeah, her mom's a big cheerleader for the regime and Islamic values. Meanwhile, her daughter's doing all this. Yeah. It was pre-Abrahamic religion in Japan. Not Japan, Iran. You know, think quartering might be fucked after this? Roaches never die. They always find a way to scurry somewhere to safety. Can we deport Netanyahu's son? He's currently living in Miami. I've seen the guy who caught EDP, Alex Rosen, saying that a pedo he caught was into Lolly and his anime shirt had Lolly on it when the guy said he wasn't and the character on shirt was blatantly an adult. Well, it was worse than that. Like, that was... I did see that. It was worse than that. Everyone kept making about the Lolly thing, and that's what... The recent happenings have just made me understand there is a line you cross in your mind when you're on the internet where you genuinely don't understand the internet is not reflective of reality. You lose all perspective on what it actually is to go outside and walk around town and talk to people. Like, there is a line that gets crossed mentally to where you think everything online is the end-all be-all of life. Because that guy, that Alex Rosen dude that you talked about, who tried to do the predator catching shit with a guy, he got outed for using, like, actual kids and naked pictures of actual kids to lure in pedos. Without consulting the police. That's been the big thing where people are like, nigga, you did what? You fucking did what? And he has no understanding of it, where it's like, oh, well, why are you defending the lolicons? It's like, nigga, you fucking did what? and that's been the thing where people are so online brained that they don't understand there are those lines of like, you are not a fucking cop. You are not a lawyer. You are not like, yeah, he actually used his own pics when he was 17. He did, but he also had kids acting as decoys in chat rooms to lure in pedos. Like, hilariously irresponsible. Yeah, so what you're saying is the RGC don't believe their own hype. Yeah. Yeah, Alex Rosen's been doing that since EDP, yeah. So it's this thing where people... It's hard to even find the fucking words. It's just fucking like, what is wrong with you? Yeah, meanwhile, Slop channels are ignoring Alex Rosen trying to get Chibi to kill himself. Probably because he's pulling in favors. A lot of the time when it's that amount of mass coordination, people are pulling favors with each other. Alex Rosen and his community are beefing with the police department of the city of Indianapolis, calling them pedo defenders over them not wanting to accept tampered evidence. Yeah, it's like, it's that type of shit where it's like, dude, you're not a fucking cop. Jay Good for $2. I hope you get drafted to Iran. I would kill so many people. Yeah, JD openly admitting to selling the chat logs he used to lock up predators to his audience, bro. Openly admitted to selling child porn. Also, selling the chat logs, you're selling fucking evidence. See, that's what I mean of like no understanding of the actual legal process. I'd see the 100 Girlfriends mangaka announced she had a kid. Yeah, happy for her. Yeah, they're no better than Mama Max. Yeah, that whole genre, like, that whole genre got flooded by pedophiles because that is the best possible genre for them to hide out in to avoid their own, to avoid their own exposure. Wait, the author's a girl? The artist. She helps the writer, but she's the artist. On positive note, Kelly got new design. Looks nice. I see his son released his video on his time in Cuba. Yeah, I guarantee it's probably edited to shit. Yeah, Alex Rawson is my home city a couple times. Yeah, why the fuck would you sell evidence? Exactly. Yeah, it sounds like a saying, if you want to find the devil, look in a church. Yeah, another predator hunter joined the lolly trend, being the Art CC favorite pedo hunter, Lion Convoy, jumped on Alex Rawson tweet against lollies. That's stupid, yeah. Differs $10 when it comes to diddle hunters. I've come to the realization most of them are sociopaths. They don't care about the safety of children. They just want to get away with assaulting people and get clout. Yeah, everyone wants to be Chris Hansen. Meanwhile, all Chris Hansen ever did was talk to the predators. He had a whole team of police and predator catchers coordinating everything. Yeah. I love Chibi being messed up focusing too much on the lolicon. I should call out the grift. Schlepp was trying to do another hit piece on anime like he did Roblox. Yeah, you know, that's the part that annoyed me whenever it popped up. Because I had no idea who the fuck any of these people were. Where it's like, who are these people? Like, I know about the guy, Schlepp, who, like, went after pedos on Roblox and all that. And it's like, okay, I, like, tangentially know who that guy is. But then people look into him, and yeah, Schlepp was friends with a dude who was, like, actually grooming a fucking kid. That Alex Rosen dude was, like, putting children in danger for his dumbass setups that never fucking work. You know? Because famously, he was one of the guys that fumbled the EDP arrest. It's this thing of, like I said, I think there was a point where predator catching was a legitimate thing people would do. You know, it was a thing where, you know, it's useful. You are able to stop a tragedy before it happens. I mean, Chris Hansen, everyone knows Chris Hansen. You know, there was a reason he did very well with his, and the reason his show got canceled is because one dude pussed out and shot himself. But the whole thing is that was a very carefully arranged thing. Where it's like, you've got to take that very, very fucking seriously. Man, Schlepp has his own shit where he defended a member of his staff who was caught with kids. That's what I mean, you know? Yeah, EDP is homeless at this point now. That's at least a positive. Yeah, people used to be it for the love of the game, yeah. Yeah, one dude is in a Texas senator who was a Democrat, yeah. Zoroastrianism is one of, if not the oldest monotheistic religion and was basically a precursor to Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Oh, so she's LARPing. I'm not looking at a woman like this and assuming she actually believes in any of that shit. How long is the horrorfoid going to be on screen? I won't stop pretending women exist. Don't worry, I'll take her down. I'll take her down. There we go. Chris Handsome. I remember him. He met the booty warrior. Yeah, Chris Hansen got canceled because one of them blew his brains out on a set. South Park made fun of that. Yeah. See, Chris Pratt was praising success in the Mario Galaxy movie. He signed his name as CP. Everyone was yelling at Chris not to abbreviate his name. Rubio said that if the EU does not allow us to use and access our military base on their soil, we'll pull 100,000 troops out of the continent. Good. Please tell me Skeeter Jean's also fine. Yeah, Chris did it by the book. Several others did it in fucked up ways or beat the shit out of the Prado. Never led to an arrest. Yeah. Yeah, people should be very careful trying to copy Chris Hansen. Otherwise, they'll get trapped by the booty warrior. Yeah, my brother also his initial CP was told to stop writing it on CDs. Remember those pictures of those buildings in India with a large pit full of dead bodies? That's Zoroastrianism. There's no video of EDP showing off a collection of women's bras they stole from laundromats, yeah. Yeah, Ruben Smith was friends with a YouTuber who was N hentai codes in his videos. He did get the codes out of the videos and drop being friends, but he's also a guy that just hates anime. Ryan's wrecking the USA. If it keeps up, the whole conflict's going to be Afghanistan 2.0. I do not know how in God's green earth you can look at the situation and genuinely believe that. Like, that's one of those of, like, that is propaganda. Why's people calling every rant a crash out these days? People can be upset over things, yeah. Yeah, new slang word to be abused, yeah. Yeah, it's really sad that when the police have to come out and say we can't use any of this shit to pedo hunters and get called pedophile protectors baffles me. Well, that's one of those where that screams exactly what the issue is there. It's like, oh, you're friends with a pedophile. Oh, like, intentionally bungling arrests, doing the shit with kids that Alex Rosen does, where he's putting them in danger, all for his own fucking clout. Like, we know how that story ends. Like, we know. And that's the thing about it, where, like I said, I don't give two fists of a fuck if they like anime or not. It's the fact of, why are you buddying up with pedophiles? Like, actual fucking pedophiles. If you hate them that much, why are you not outing them? And it's like, oh, right, because it's about the fucking money. Yeah, Trump is pissed and said they have 24 hours to open the strait, otherwise everything's going up. Glory to Allah. I've returned from Lent. What did I miss these past 40 days? Not much. Well, you can't get 19-year-olds that look young? Yeah. Or, you know, just don't send pictures. I see crash outs as sinking the ship to kill the captain type of anger. Y'all know why USA is attacking Iran's for the bankers? Like I said, if you genuinely believe that, you're drunk off propaganda. Like, we've hated Iran for decades. Yeah, Aiden and Spoon spurred out over the whole Iran stuff and Trump's handling of it. They genuinely think it's a repeat of Iraq and Afghanistan, even though it's not. Yeah. Well, worse than that, like, when I say I was seeing people that lost their mind to the point of, like, why the fuck do you care so much? They're kind of one of the examples I'm talking about. Like Aiden is a fucking American. She's American. And she moved to England and became, like, the biggest UK simp for no fucking reason. Now, granted, she's a white woman. And that explains a lot. White women have this weird fetishization of the UK and Europe and all that. Probably because it plays in some weird fucking princess fantasy they have. I don't give a shit. But it's this thing where it's like, yeah, I mean, I can understand going like, I don't agree with that. I mean, obviously that's fucked up. We shouldn't be doing that. But, like, she got to the point if she was ranting about how I'm not bought and paid for. I'm not bought and paid for. I'm going to make no one will put me on a leash. I'll make a video talking about the negative psychological impacts on circumcision. And it's like, what the fuck does that have to do with Iran? Like, who the fuck cares? I mean, Aiden's an un-Iraq monarchist. And that's what I mean by the white woman thing. It's like, no, she's not. They've technically been at war with Iran since the fucking 70s, yeah. It's weird seeing Sargon and Dank do the same thing. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Like, I really don't want to lob the accusation, but all these takes happening at the same time, the sheer absurdity of the takes where they're saying, they were saying that America is responsible for the European migrant crisis. And that's one thing where anyone who was even slightly paying attention go, no, the fuck it wasn't. It's like, I don't want to say coordination, but coordination. Like, they're all friends with each other. They all talk regularly. They're all part of similar networks. Someone's getting paid fucking money. We've seen this before. Difference $10. People aren't saying this Iraq 2.0 not because it is, but because they want it to be, and are hoping it becomes that because Iraq was such a net benefit for BRICS and the EU. Yeah. Both good and bad. I'm at the point where I'm out of fucks to give. Yeah. Sargon's not surprising. He's always been a hypocritical retard. Iran war is a long time coming. Anyone saying otherwise is full of shit. One thing that worries me is the oil prices, by extension, prices everywhere going up again. Please, a lot of companies don't even do discounts these days. Well, a lot of it's Trump trying to get Venezuela off the ground oil-wise. Spoon's guys spurred at you because you wouldn't simp for the Predator fed Andrew Tate. Yeah. Remember Sargon's starting to smell like a snake the moment he said only men that like tomboys are weak beta males. Yeah, it's like those weird takes that come out of fucking nowhere, and it's like, what? All comes back to that drawing of America with a quote, "It appears my superiorities cause controversy." Joe Duncan, $5. Extremely concerning amount of kids watching these pedophile hunter streams. TCAP wasn't exactly a kid show, yeah. Yeah, 2026 the year of happenings. It really is. Yeah, fool me once. This is the same shit we saw during Gamergate. It literally is. That's what I'm saying. We've seen this dance before. Like, I'm not falling for this shit. Are Europeans really denying or being completely blissfully ignorant about how it happened? And we did destabilize those countries, but they can still tell those migrants to go back home and like they're doing now. No, that's the best part of it. A lot of those migrants that are showing up there aren't even part of the nations that we bombed. It makes no fucking sense to blame us for it when a lot of the time it's guys who are from nations that don't fucking... Like, America had nothing to do with that. They had fucking Nigerians up there. What the fuck did we do to Nigeria? Yeah, remind me, how's the oil in Venezuela? Is it crude like ours or smooth and really refined? Well, it starts off as crude, then you refine it. Yeah, the one's been confusing me has been Sargon's take that U.S. blew Nord Stream instead of literally all of Eastern Europe telling Germany not to buy Russian oil. Yeah. Did you hear about the French oil vessel was allowed through the Strait? Yeah, they immediately fucked up because of that, because the UAE and Saudi Arabia canceled military contracts with them and was like, yeah, we're going to go with the United States because they don't fuck us over. Yeah, most of the migrants from Morocco, yeah. Yeah, European just doesn't want to take fault for their own retardation. It was weird saying any American be a monarchist. Our founding fathers fought a goddamn war to get away from a monarchy. Well, it's one of those things where you can completely dismantle it by asking the question of who gets to be king. It's like, who gets to be king? So how was your Easter? Pretty good. I watched Hacksaw Ridge because I thought that was fitting for both the rescue mission and Easter. Really good movie. Sometimes daydream of discovering crude Beverly Hillbilly style. What do you mean by propaganda regarding my banker's comment? Because they've been chanting that shit for fucking decades. And it gets to the point if you start finding out a lot about the people that are saying that shit, and you realize, oh, this is just more of that typical, we're not your enemy. Your enemy is this completely other guy. Meanwhile, they're still acting like our fucking enemy. The people swearing up and down like, oh, we don't hate you is fucking Iran and Russia and China. Meanwhile, they're openly doing shit that says we fucking hate America. So it's like, I'm just not going to fucking believe you. If you actually want to liberate the world from the bankers, why are you constantly telling Americans they need to die? Yeah, for Easter, I made my parents watch the newly returned missing episodes of Doctor Who. Hey, even Razor said the biggest issue is that no one wants to ensure the ship's going into the Strait because of Iran's threats, even though they can do nothing. Yeah. Yeah, Vince Vaughn, no reason to be that good of an actor in Hacksaw. He's just an awesome actor. Any American advocating for a monarch has to give up their citizenship. That's kind of what I think. I watched Prince of Egypt for Easter. Still fantastic. Very good. Yeah, hell, despite Muzzy immigrants being an issue here in Texas, main focus now is the Pajit invasion. Yeah, what do we do to India? Exactly. Yeah, China, India, and Saudi Arabia all hate us and want to replace us on the world stage. Yeah, I keep saying, but recent events just keep reaffirming my beliefs in individualism over collectivist. Yeah. Yeah, fucking Iran's been funding ISIS, the Houthis, Al-Qaeda. Yeah. Fat Electrician asked the question, what has the Cuban situation been the past week and a half? I don't know. I know they released a bunch of political prisoners because they're scared shitless. Yeah, before I left Sargon's server, because they were pinging me pictures of dead Americans, they openly said they want us to bomb Israel to fix the world. Yeah, it's that kind of shit of like, if you hate them so much, bomb them yourself. You have nukes too. Just saying. Apparently, a Japanese sniper tried to shoot Desmond Doss several times, but a gun jammed. They didn't put it in the movie because they figured audiences wouldn't buy it. Yeah, they kept the sniper, but they had to where he shot him once and it pinged off his helmet, but he was fine. Only Vince Vaughn movie that's hard to watch, shot-for-shot remake of Psycho, yeah. Yeah, a lot of the crazy propaganda is coming from third worlders trying to get money on X from views. Well, it's that, and they're also legitimately paid to spread propaganda. Yeah, sure, over $2, I just want my gas go back down to $4 again. Yeah, I like this question. The U.S. is gone. He's going to take the world leader place. No one? Don't be fucking ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah, God was actually watching over Doss. He was. Favorite World War II movie? I really like Hacksaw Ridge. I like 75% of Saving Private Ryan. I'm going to cheat and say Band of Brothers. Fuck you. You can't prove me wrong. Diver's $5. Not only that, but telling Americans they need to do the things they're being criticized of doing for Israel, but for BRICS instead. Yeah, it's like... Zargon lost me with his anti-individualism, pre-industrial token LARP. He also does not want small government when he wants Ofcom to do his censorship. Kelly's Heroes. Okay, to be fair, Kelly's Heroes is really fucking good. Yeah, come and see. Bridge Too Far. Bridge Too Far is fucking classic. Yeah, Fury. Where Eagles Dare is very good. It's not really like... It's more of like a spy movie using World War II as a skin, but it's still classic. Directed the movie about saving the pilots, Ridley Scott. Are you talking about Dunkirk? Yeah, Bridge on the River Kwai. Great Escape. Patton, yeah. Which you prefer, Atlantis or Treasure Planet? I like Treasure Planet. Yeah, Das Boot. Das Boot counts. One pissed me off was Tucker Carlson demanding U.S. give up hegemony and play third fiddle to China and Russia. Yeah, that is the thing I noticed over and over and over again. And you know what? No, fuck you. I'm officially doing it. I have the whiteboard out. I'm marking it down. Remember when I fucking said that the push for everyone to adopt the base China game was a tactic to get people to accept China as a cultural power? And we'd all simp for the Chinese. Remember when I fucking said that? Remember how right I was? Because now a lot of those guys are going like, oh yeah, no, China should just be the one controlling the world. It's like, oh, you fucking horse. You fucking horse. No principal cocksuckers. Letters to Iwo Jima. Letters to Iwo Jima was incredible. One more thing, there's a reason why we use terms like globalist and internationalist, because it's a coordinated effort by oligarchs across the world. Yep. Only 75% of Private Ryan, actual blasphemy. There are some parts I just am not a big fan of. Would say your hatred of monarchy and absolute authority makes it hard to enjoy and appreciate a lot of history, mainly asking out of curiosity. No, you can be objective about history. I love Lord of the Rings, and a large aspect of that is Aragorn trying to be king again. And Tucker Carlson spoke with a Chinese professor whose solution to the issue of scarcity was print infinite money, yeah. And China can't even help Iran, their ally, yeah. Yeah, China has death camps. Thin Red Line. I've not seen that one in a while, but I remember liking it. You don't care, it's because of culture, yeah, and who destroyed the culture, yeah. And they told Audie Murphy the same thing, it was actually there, no one believed this. I like people like Dankula, I think they're funny, but whenever they talk about people with tiny hats and noticing, I don't believe them. Dankula takes Raid Shadow Legends money. Well, it's one of those of like, okay. Anti-Semitism and noticing posting going mainstream was the worst possible thing that could have happened to it. Because there was a shitload of, like, anytime an idea that was niche, that was edgy, that was its own thing, and had its own identity, anytime it goes mainstream, it becomes watered down and becomes a retarded parody of itself. Here in Mexico, all Mexican influencers are super fucking far left-leaning, essentially just yapping the same coordinated leftist, woke, anti-Trump, anti-America talking points and defending Ayatollah, yeah. And CCP funds BlackRock, yeah. Yeah, Carlson just said Trump shouldn't mock Islam. Yeah, it's like, why do you care? If an ex-Marine brother thinks China's good for the world, dumbass doesn't realize that we'd be both dead if China was in charge. There can be good kings, but the system as a whole is a terrible idea. Everything gets worse once the third world internet gets its hands on it. Yep. Yeah, it's like your parents sharing memes. Exactly. As Mexican, I apologize for the retards my country was. As the whole world has learned, every country has a very substantial proportion of retards. It ain't your fault. Yeah, Landshark tweeted about anti-Semitism was one of the best of all times. It really is. Ever watched The Longest Day with John Wayne? I did. Nowhere near what actually happened in D-Day, but you know what? Fuck it. It's a good movie. I remember when using the term Zionist get you labeled a Nazi, and now leftist friends use it constantly. It's our word. Carlson cut his teeth at Fox News saying Islam's the ultimate evil. He's the biggest show on earth. Yeah. I think we'll see a manned Mars mission in our lifetime. I sure fucking hope so. If U.S. plants flags on both the moon and foreign planets, I'm going to be the most patriotic old man ever. Same. I think it'd be dope. We will send Matt Damon to Mars. I'm really doomer on this war. I have no doubt this will cause blue wave in midterms. I don't think so. Trump's been very, very smart about how he's fought it. Like, you know how well it's going if they have to pump so much propaganda into the algorithm that the propaganda is starting to collapse in on itself and people are just immediately able to notice that's what's going on. And see, Sasquatch had to fire their social media guy because he went rogue. Yeah, like, I was wondering what happened with that, where the guy just started ranting out of nowhere about how they don't have grifters on the show, and people were pointing out, like, well, I mean, grifters are a thing, and they just started blocking people, and were like, the fuck happened? As a 21-year-old, I have hopes I'll be able to live to 200 and look 50. I was in the Navy, would sail near China's waters, they would constantly follow our ship. China does not like us, yeah. Yeah, that rescue was badass, yeah. In Mexico, resources were wasted by deforestation done by leftist corporations, corruption, and cartels. If you're my country, become not just next Venezuela, but be brain drained as India. Just wondering your thoughts on that, because there are times where certain events like this bullshit makes it hard to appreciate history at times. I get over it, but still. I mean, history's history. It's objective. Now, do not send Matt Damon. We'll end up having to launch a rescue mission that will be unbelievably expensive. Thoughts on the whole noticing thing on the internet? Like I said, back in the day, it was fun. It was edgy. You could actually start thinking like, you know what? They raised some good points. It's something to consider. Now it's so blasé. It's so mainstream. It's devolved so retardedly. You get called a Zionist just for saying like, you know, I think maybe a socialist streamer that constantly talks about socialism should probably live like a socialist. Remember, Dim's been saying there's going to be a blue wave every midterm since Trump won. Yeah. He specifically said right-wing grifters don't exist, and when people post examples of him being wrong, he angrily replied to everyone that went on a block spree. Yeah. Yeah, people who say the coming midterms will be a blue wave tend to forget Trump is still deporting people, frauds being exposed, plus the job market's growing. Person behind the side scrollers account wasn't Craig, but someone from Spain named Sam that was a bootlicker for Tectone. Ah, okay, that explains a lot. Yeah, shit's gonna get better soon. I mean, after all, the narco leader's dead, our government's not giving free oil to Cuba, and Mexico's gonna be less retarded. Yeah. Bit by bit. Bit by bit. Trump's at 40, 35 in polls midterms. Looking kind of bad. Polls mean nothing. Polls do not fucking exist anymore. Like, I guarantee the only way to find an objective poll is just to go out and ask people on the street yourself. This is what I mean. Like, the amount of propaganda on the internet is to the point of you've got to stop listening to it. Stop listening to what man in suit says and just basically trust your gut. Trust your gut, and at the same time, pay attention to what's really happening. Yeah, I was called a Zionist and a Handy supporter just for saying Iran is to screw over China, saying was deliberately ignoring the Jews. Yeah, like shit like that, where it's like when you fire off that excuse at every single thing. Oh, I dropped my gum. When you fire off that excuse at every single thing, all it does is make people more suspicious of the excuse. You know? People get more suspicious. They start wondering, like, why is that your default to fucking everything? And so this thing that at one point could have actually had a point of like, you know, maybe we do allow Israel to go through, you know, maybe we do give Israel too many favors. You know, maybe we do this. Maybe we do. Now it's to the point of like, oh, you were manipulating us for fucking years and none of this meant a goddamn thing. He dropped his anarchy symbol. No, I dropped my Mentos gum. Dibbers $5. Another thing, too. Notice how the noticer say anything that benefits the United States is playing in a tiny hat's hands. Yeah, exactly. Anyways, how's the puppy doing? She's doing good. She finally learned how to walk downstairs. Good morning, Barack Hussein Obama's putting fluoride in your drinking water to sterilize your testicles. Be fair, most of the so-called right-wing grifters usually out as leftist LARPers, aka controlled opposition. No, that's what I mean. There's a shitload of propaganda at play. That's why That's why I've specifically started telling people, like, don't believe a fucking word you hear if it's from a political influencer. I don't care who it is. It could be someone that you're listening to for years. Best case scenario, they themselves got bad information and they don't realize it. Worst case scenario, they think you're an idiot and they think it's funny that you fell for it. You know? Theory of propaganda is that you mix the truth with the lies, so people, both local and international, get confused and just get charismatic people to make everyone trust propaganda. Yeah, that's how it worked. And not even you. Yeah, don't believe a fucking word I say. I'm a fucking retard, you know? It's like the whole noticing is risen popularity, say elites can increase anti-Semitism laws and mass surveillance. That definitely plays a factor. That definitely plays a factor. Because what was it? Florida just announced a new law where you can't criticize Israel. It's like... Even my Foxwoman Oshi, you gotta be willing to say, like, I don't know if that sounds right. You gotta be willing to say it. You don't have to be mean, but just that, I don't fucking know. There was a time 271K was just a joke on B. Now I have Muslims screaming in my ear. It's true. Chemicals in the water turning frogs trans. Chemicals are hormonal birth control. Hormonal birth control comes from horse piss to Mari's making frogs gay. He's not claiming to be an expert and know everything. Yeah, I don't know a lot of shit, you know? I just know about shit that, you know, I think about. Yeah, be racist, not rude. Exactly. That's how you get a foreign woman. And war movies, what about Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence? I've not seen that one in fucking years, but I really like A Midnight Clear. That's technically that's not even technically. It takes place during Christmas. That's a Christmas World War II movie that's really good. Kyle Hyde for $5. Yeah, I'm so frustrated with that particular mindset. They all can disappear overnight, and these guys would still find a way to blame them. Yeah. That's on Fishback. I don't know who Fishback is. Yeah, check out Yomi no Sugai. There's Asa Yuri and Danji. Those are actual names. They're all in the first episode. Casemo with Dev. Shorefire Otaku. Fat shit leftist commie who LARPed the centrist of 2018 up until Jan 6th. All for that grift. Where Razor works for the company as John Del Rose. I had a feeling that would happen at some point after or even before October 7th yet. Anti-Semitism so mainstream, now that even Fuentes is not fun yet. And did you see Send Help? I did. I liked it a lot. I actually liked that quite a lot. That was very fun. It reminded me of a kind of like classic EC Comics, that kind of, you know, fucked up morality tale. I liked it a lot. Yeah, I can't listen to Fox Lane for long periods. I have to watch her in small doses. A lot of people are getting to that point with political talk where they're like, this shit's just driving me crazy. And as I point out, there are some people where it just drove them fucking crazy. Fishback's a groper running for a nomination for Florida governor. Oh, so he's going to lose horribly. And I jumped with the Israeli versus Iran situation because for some reason now it's suddenly okay to make jokes of the Jewish. Social warriors really go full circle yet. A new Diablo like Conan game's coming out on the 9th. Oh. I remember Kirsch gets all our information on the Iran war from Grippers. Look how they spurred out at her when she has a take that wasn't, we're fighting the war for the Jews, man. I didn't see anything like that, so I have no idea. If you learned anything from 20 years later, it's that all you need to do to put a stop to the rage virus is drugs and some Duran Duran. Yeah, James Fishback's genuinely retarded. It's hilarious. Yeah, the amount of sudden coordinated attacks when the U.S. and Japan are having fun reminds me that propagandists don't like fun. Yeah, guys make bloodline ruin jokes about white women dating black guys. Same type of guys that have a kink for Latinas and Asian women. Yeah, I'm honest. You know, I'm honest that my ancestors were colonizers. You know, it's like, yeah, why do I like foreign women? Because they're fucking pretty. Probably being an internet personality is you can become hostage to your audience, especially when the perfect blue moment starts to happen. You're not wrong. Yeah, another big sign the Predator Hunters don't know what they're talking about is they think we look up hentai by typing the phrase lolicon in Google. They're closer to CSM than any otaku. I'm a simple man. Hole is hole. And people say that folks are tired of politics getting in the way and part of the problem. Fucking hate that mindset. Well, a lot of people are rapidly reaching the point of like, what the fuck have you people gotten done? Stolen our money, made us look like idiots, burned yourselves alive for nothing. You like black girls? I love them. Yeah. Not gonna lie, I felt a spiritual kinship with Lockjaw. I met a beautiful JP girl. Yeah, that's one of my favorite aspects to the America JP algorithm shift. I get to see more cuties. Like my own race is women most. I just don't know how to find a good one. Yeah, it's always the problem. Yeah, people speak Japanese better than Shota. We can't speak Japanese for dog shit. So you started preparing for the Dead Rising 4 video. How's that going? Hell. I'm getting the He Never Died video out first. That should be out either Saturday or Sunday, depending on things. That'll be a fun one. He Never Died's fun. Then Dead Rising 4 right after, and that's going to be significantly less fun. Briar News, have you heard the recent Sneakers O'Toole trend going on Twitter? Yeah, it's like, I have no idea why Sneakers O'Toole is the Family Guy clip getting spammed everywhere, but you know what? Fuck it, why not? A skill issue. Criticism, Doom 2016 enemies look like aliens rather than demons? I don't think so. I like their design. Cutie, chubby, JP women on my algorithms awakening the inner Jamaican in me. Yeah, to be fair, Pippa has JP co-workers and goes to Japan frequently, yeah. Japanese women discover the white man's one weakness, goth girls. I posted the actual Family Guy skit on Twitter, yeah. Hey, Lolly, take off those sneakers. No! Take them off, I said. No! They can skip Dead Rising 4, we understand. No. The people have to know. They have to know. I like foreign women for 3 reasons. I'm mixed race myself. I love different cultures. Also, foreign women pretty. Very legitimate. Iran militaries and splinters, right? Are they still not called for surrender? They import a shitload of foreign fighters. Right now, their army's mainly Afghani and Iraqi. Let's be honest, we all want Asian wife. Their mids are 9 out of 10. Yeah. How long did it take for the dialogue to start physically hurting you? Oh, Dead Rising 4? Oh, it gets bad fast. Like, the first scene with Frank talking about how he got fucked over by the government's good, but after that is just bad. So mercenaries. Yeah, basically mercenaries. That's the exact same shit they did in Iraq, where they put out a call for jihad, which I'm putting in quotes, because really what they do is they hire a shitload of foreign fighters. You read the manga Gantz? I have. It's good. Also, Asian women don't carry the ginger gene. As for, do you plan on doing a retrospective on Dragon Age like how you did with Resident Evil Mass Effect? I mean, the only thing to really say is Origins was good, everything else sucked. Yeah, Mercs will abandon them the check bounces, yeah. Alright, give me mercenaries. How do they have the money to do that? They make a lot of backroom deals. I love the US and Japanese interaction because it felt like interaction between Grace and Rocky from Project Hail Mary, yeah. Yeah, back when they were jihading for the love of the game. M-Gog for $2, he was a true photojournalist. Let him go. We'll never catch him. Not in these shoes. Common thing they told us our soldiers in Iraq was don't let the Chechen mercenaries take you alive. Yeah. We're down to either date a black woman, Japanese woman, or Latina. Also, will not tolerate DA2 slander was flawed, but the devs were trying. Just saying, because it irks me, people from Afghanistan are not Afghani. They're Afghans. Afghani is a currency they used to use in Afghanistan. I say Afghani because it's funny and disrespectful. And most of the mercs aren't fighting. They're walking around sightseeing like tourists. Ancestors were slavers, or at least gives me an excuse to show off a picture of my great-great-great-granddad of one of my dad's side who was in the Confederacy. Cherokee Regiment. It wasn't Trump to make a counter deal with the mercs and have them turn. They then so are the deal at 50% off. Because they don't like America. That's one of the reasons they're willing to do it. You go to Google and type, is the toilet? The first result is fixed on the Artemis space share is broken. Persona 4 Gold Part 2, the next video after Dead Rising 4. It won't be the next video, but it'll be immediately after the video after DR4. Latinos treat me badly, so black chicks or Asians or Italians are preferred. Yeah, give credit to DA2. Devs fucking tried. Send me 3 situation when they had a grand total of, what, 18 months for each game? Yeah. That's why they flush all the dead Kerbals down the Artemis, too. Are most of the Iran people some other race, actually? Persians. They're the actual ancestral Persians. Another point of how Iran's totally winning is they're sending human shields around power plants that can cry about war crimes. Yeah. Like I said, a big aspect to figure out if something is propaganda is look at what they say, then look at what they do. If there is a disconnect, that tells you right there they're lying. How's Grand Pulse treating you? It's actually cool to have an open world segment. Two most fetishized groups of people are black men and Asian women. Was Ollie in charge of the Artemis 2 space mission? Because that would explain shit. Iran told their kids stand in front of power plants as human shields. Ever seen Jordan's old tool? Yeah, that one was funny as fuck. Yeah, Persians consider themselves to be actual Aryans, like not joking, yeah. Yeah, Last of Us multiplayer game was apparently like 80% complete, yeah. Yeah, Iran also has the Turks and Armenian minority population. Even in another country, Armenians are still treated like trash by the Turks. Snickers O'Toole never took his sneakers off. He went hassled by office workers in their drab footwear, and this stream is a hero. Yeah, we're winning the war. Use child soldiers. You know who was also winning the war? A certain country in World War II. Exactly. Like the reason I'm so confident about this shit going on with Iran is I like military history stuff. In particular, I really like World War II. That's like one of my favorite. World War II and Vietnam are my two big ones. They're the ones I really, really like. Because I had family that fought in those, you know? So obviously, like, there's a little bit of, like, personal connection there. And basically, towards the end, towards the end of World War II, the Nazis, as they were collapsing, famously used child soldiers. They famously used, elderly as soldiers. They were getting desperate. And the whole time, they were still spamming out propaganda. You know? They would spam out propaganda about how, like, well, it's good your children are fighting for the glory of Berlin. It's good. You know, they're willing to make that sacrifice. We're so close to winning, guys. You know, it's that type of thing. Yeah, Middle East sucks at fighting the retarded sand raiders. Yeah, paper uniforms, yeah. Yeah, draft age in Germany was like 70-13, yeah. Depends on Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross, classics. Yeah, Dems already said that they're impeaching a lot of White House leadership if they get into power and control the House and Senate. Yeah, they ain't doing that. Yeah, anybody that could hold a gun was fighting, exactly. Yeah, the young, the weak, the old, as Reznov from COD World at War said. If they're actually the Hitler youths because they didn't live long enough. For medieval Renaissance conflicts and battles, Sengoku Jedi and Boxer Rebellion in World War I personally. I mean, those are cool, but, you know, I like the whole modern age of warfare. You know, because you see just how different the entire face of the world became. And typically, the more children, women, and elderly you see doing in combat, the worse off your opponent. Yeah, Iran's big comeback to America destroying their bases, writing a strongly worded letter to UN. Yeah, exactly. It's like they keep screaming how America is losing so much. They're losing so much. Any day now, they're gonna, you know, tuck their tail and run. And yet they're constantly crying about how America is striking civilian infrastructure, and they're genociding us, and they're killing so many of us, and these fucking monsters, how could they? So it's like, wait a minute. If a country's in a position of strength, they are just strong, you know? Like, you don't see as much of that. Yeah, Ho Chi Minh was also ordering child soldiers to gain sympathy from journalists and commie sympathizers, yeah. Yeah, Steiner's counterattack will totally work and on the way, yeah. Yeah, the only time the Middle East had a competent fighting force in recent history was Lawrence of Arabia, just some random British officer. And correction, they will do it for 4 years and not get anywhere and get Pikachu face when they vote out for not doing anything they promised yet. How the dog's doing? They're doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. It's a heartbreaking clip of a U.S. soldier asking an interpreter to ask a German kid soldier how old he is, yeah. Can't be on the run on the offensive, and how many higher-ups died in the first week, yeah. And people don't care if you're doing something right. They only notice if you're doing something wrong. I find very few conflicts are in the modern day, like Cold War battles up to the current day, kind of interesting. Just difference in mindset. Iraqis and Taliban's were doing the exact same shit. America's 2 days away from defeat. 2 seconds later, wow, America's cleansing our population. Yeah. Maybe you're watching this season. That depends on if we're going to be able to do anime night tomorrow. Not tomorrow, Wednesday. Obviously, the rest of the guys want to start Dory Season 2. I said fucking start it because I'm not waiting on that shit. I've been waiting on that shit for years. We copped the Steel Ball Run, and now we have to wait fucking years for Steel Ball Run. We're still sitting Work Bro down with Saga of Tanya the Evil. And we did mention how we were going to get everybody into Frerin. Because Frerin's really good. How long is gas gonna be around? $4 a gallon? Not long. Crimean War is really interesting as a transition war between Napoleonic warfare and industrial grinder. Speaking of which, how's Shota doing? He's doing pretty good. He got trapped at work because of bullshit, but he's free. Was Saddam ever using child soldiers? I think so, but I never heard of like a big case of it. Show will return tomorrow, as far as I'm aware. By June, my gas should be back to around $2.50 a gallon. Nigga, I can't fucking predict the future. All I know is this shit's not gonna last long. I should have started Steel Ball Run on Easter. You have an episode. An episode. Yeah, I can't wait for Stage 3 of SBR in 2031. Yeah, right? Yeah, Bosnian was crazy. Basically, the country collapsing and eating itself. I tell him to lower the gas prices. Yeah, it's Saddam. Beware if he didn't. His horse is going to be detailed. Sad fact about the Volkstum. Every few years in Germany, they find mass graves where they find out it's full of old and young. They always find them on both ends. So not there was isolated incidents, but not common. Yeah. Mainly because by the time they were collapsing, it collapsed fast. They didn't have time. You go $5. FYI, I live in Cali and gas prices and job market still sucks. Remember the little boys who were setting up landmines and would walk in front of us, in front of U.S. convoys, get them to stop so their fathers could ambush them? Yeah. Air Marilyn Manson band member? Mine was Twiggy. I completely forgot about Twiggy. Yeah, Yumi no Sugai is airing, and it's Full Metal Alchemist Mangaka. Yeah. Yeah, that is one we should start. I've been hearing good things about that. I mean, it's the Full Metal Alchemist author. She does really good shit. I also had Saddam Hussein hiding in a spot if everyone saw a red man under some rocks. Yeah, Yamano Sugai is really good. That's, you know what, I'm excited to start that. I fucking love Full Metal. I was really happy it got adapted. Yeah, Fable Season 2 is in production. Fuck yeah. You know, the funniest war is, Fourth Crusade, long story short, they never got to fight any Muslims, just the Byzantines. Yeah, I've killed 6,000 military fighters, and unfortunately 150 kids in the first wave of strikes. CENTCOM came out and owned up to it within a day it came out. Talking about the school strike, I just don't believe that's a thing. Like, that's one of those cases where, considering the amount of technical failures with Iran, where just again recently they had a situation where, you know, they had a situation where a fucking missile failed to launch and it landed in a residential area. It's like, yeah, no, I'm not going to believe the regime that constantly lies is suddenly telling the truth about this. Especially considering the fact that people point out that when that missile hit, school wasn't even in session. So it's like, yeah, we didn't kill any kids. I wonder if new Fate show is good. Strange Fake, it's pretty good so far. Yeah, they built a military base on a school, so it's true if it's on Iran. It's on Iran, yeah. Ever consider doing war videos? I mean, I talk about war stuff when I cover military movies. Yeah, they probably bombed it themselves, yeah. The regime that constantly lies, I'm not going to suddenly believe is telling the truth. Yeah, the school strike is one that Euros won't shut up about and try to tell me we kill girls when we do the same near military bases, yeah. What do you consider the weakest or worst or weakest main JoJo antagonist? I think Toru is. Toru was part 8, wasn't he? Because I kind of agree. Part 8's villain just kind of like took too long to show up and didn't really do much. A question, would you say Mass Effect Trilogy gameplay is like and has elements of JRPGs? No, it's scripted character RPG. Which sounds weird, but if you play Deus Ex, you kind of know what I'm talking about. I think about the school story, they kept raising the dead count. Yeah, exactly. Well, America's the only country to kill little girls. Trust me, Brick said so. Also, a school for girls. In Iran, yeah. From all the evidence, Iran's own rocket failed and fell straight back down, yeah. Yeah, imagine using human shields and blaming us if they get hurt. That's been the strategy. The strategy over and over again is to use human shields and then complain when the human shields get hurt. Yeah, girls only, middle school, an oppressive Islamic regime that considers women to be dirt sitting next to a military school. Think about that, yeah. So fucking crazy we set up a fob inside Iran, yeah. D20s are going crazy. Yeah, they're this version of bombs. Jabba was more interesting than all the rock humans. Yeah, school for girls in Iran sounds like a rape camp. Yeah. We got Mass Effect read an article saying Amazon and whoever pushed more rewrites to better connect with non-gamers. Yeah. Like, it'll break my heart if the show comes out and it's awful, and then you find out all the writers are like, yeah, the original version we were working on was a lot better, and they made us reshoot everything, because that happens a lot. Iran does it. Hamas has explicitly stated multiple times doing just that. Yeah. Fucking try telling these people feed on your empathy and see his weakness, and they still wouldn't show up about Israel. Yeah, it's like, they are propagandized. They have completely drank the Kool-Aid. They swear up and down that they're the only ones who didn't, but you can see it. It's like, no, you are actually brainwashed. I like Kings and Generals for their history videos, but them covering modern conflicts, they tend to fumble a bit. They attribute the USA school strike to old information telling Trump it's a military base. Yeah, I recommend Nippon Sengoku. It's about post-apocalypse. Japan regressing to Meiji-era society. The MC is going to unite Japan using only facts and logic. Does he at least have a gun? I fully admit, I'm not a big fan of MC will build a kingdom with facts and logic. I don't like that. I like it when main guy is that crazy nigga with the gun that everyone's like, holy shit, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? I like that. That's one of the reasons I like Tanya the Evil, because she's literally just that. She's fucking crazy. Yeah, Rance is base. Yeah, see, Rance does that. Yeah, Ash from Evil Dead, yeah. What's your ideal Shepherd backstory? God, I think the one I like doing was Colonist and Ruthless. Yeah, Time of the Evil Season 2, baby, yeah. Can I make a manga about Ben Shapiro building an empire? But when I start watching Mr. In Between, Ray's literally me. It's so good. It's probably going to be a Fallout situation where since the show will likely set up the next game, viewing it is damn near mandatory and needs to get shit right down right. I want the MC to be retarded so I can self-insert. Yeah, Door to Door Season 2 started. Yeah! Colonist and Ruthless or Soul Survivor fits best. Yeah, Tanya, the depressed office worker, turned to a lolly. I don't know why Rance was a rapist. Yeah, Dark Snyder is basically that. Also the Punisher. Well, if you're talking about Bastard, it's not really Punisher. Just more so much of the fact of he is a much less moral version of Kenshiro. He'll travel the land. He'll kick ass. He'll save the day, but comes with a price. For me, I like Earthborn and Colonist War Hero. My current run is Colonist Soul Survivor. I like Lone Survivor because when you meet one of your squad mates, he's right about everything. He's going to kill himself if you don't have a really good persuasion. Yeah. My dad's friend's parents got hit by a missile in Tehran. Luckily, his mother survived. I believe it was an Iranian missile. What predictions do you have for Punisher One Last Kill? So that's kind of complicated. Okay. I really like Punisher Season 1. I really like Daredevil Season 2. That to me is like two of the best representations of Frank we can probably ask for from modern Marvel. Daredevil Season 2 covered Punisher when he is Punisher, where it's like, holy fuck, this guy's vicious. Punisher Season 1 is, oh my god, I feel so fucking bad for Frank. Holy shit. For the love of God, get this guy a happy ending. I feel so bad for him. Punisher Season 2 was, we're fucking getting canceled. I don't give a shit. Here's fucking Jigsaw. Here's fucking Preacher. I don't give a fuck. Who cares? Born Again was... Okay. Born Again, you could tell John Bernthal was busy. Because he shows up... He shows up like fucking once. Yeah, like, he shows up, like, fucking once in, like, what was it, episode 5 or something? He's there for, like, 5 minutes. Then he vanishes to, like, the second to last episode. And is like, hey, I'm here to help you kill the corrupt cops. And is like, oh, that's really cool. And then Daredevil does his usual thing of, like, but Frank, don't kill them. It's like, you're not gonna do shit. And Matt did, in fact, not do shit. I don't really like most Marvel DC stuff, but Punisher was a fun watch because more grounded than some gay guy jumping around in tights. I like gay guy jumping around in tights. I like superhero shit. Yeah, Born Again Punisher acted like a fed-up older brother to Matt. Yeah, and that's kind of their dynamic. I just realized recently the guy who plays Bullseye in Daredevil is going to be the MC of Star Wars 1313. Honestly, playing Mass Effect game makes me appreciate the original trilogy flaws and all. It's good. It's good. It's just let Thomas Jane do Max, even just animation short, be nice. Yeah. Yeah, he showed in 3 whole episodes, and even then, the last episode he escapes and we never see him again. Yeah, that's the weird fucking part. Like, so Born Again Season 1 ends with Punisher going after the cops to distract them while Daredevil's doing his thing. And then he gets captured by the cops. So he's taken to, like, the secret prison that Fist sets up. Where it's all the people he didn't like, all the political prisoners, shit like that. And then he breaks out, because that's the end credit stinger of Punisher breaking out. And instead of letting everyone go, where Frank would totally do that, because, like, he's an asshole, but he's not going to leave people to fucking die. or gunning after the rest of the corrupt cops. Apparently he's going to fight the fucking Nucci's, because they keep referencing the Ma Nucci's going to be a thing, and it's like... So Frank just immediately gives up and is like, Matt will take care of it. It's like, what? Did you see Born Again producers talking about Bullseye having empathy? Fucking Bullseye. Like, Bullseye already had his arc of he thought he was a hero, but in fact he was a lunatic in Daredevil Season 3. That was his whole thing. It's weird how Frank didn't save those people. Yeah, he just left them for Matt to save. He didn't even know Matt was showing up. Finish reading Welcome Back, Frank. Honestly, would join the Russians' Daredevil fan club. Now, why? Yeah, right? Like, that's the weird part. I know they're not keeping the polar bear scene. Why would I care? You think Frank will shoot Peter? When, like, depending on what they do with the whole spider mutation thing, if he does become Man-Spider, yeah, Punisher will probably shoot him. An actual gay guy wouldn't even bother with tights. They'd be swinging meat and veg, no shame. Welcome to New York. Yeah, Bullseye having sympathy? Bullseye, one of the most sadistic motherfuckers in Marvel. I get angry the more I think about the fact MCU Punisher's been active for a decade now. We barely see him do any punishing on screen. Give me mobsters and pedos, not glowies. Like, I'm fine with him fighting glowies. It's the fact of, like, Born Again was supposed to be, oh, he shows up and he's going to be a factor again. Then he shows up at, like, fucking... He shows up for, like, 5 minutes in one episode just to go, like, Matt, you should probably kill people. And Matt's like, I'm not going to do that. Then he shows up in the last 2 episodes and is like, I'm going to kill people. And Matt just goes, no, Frank, don't do that. And then he just lets him kill people. Yeah, Frank shot Peter with a grenade launcher, so yeah, Peter does get shot in the Spider-Man movie. Yeah, if you want a good rep of Bullseye, watch Hit Monkey. Lady Bullseye's a ruthless monster. Yeah, if like Peter turns into a spider monster and Frank will go, I'm sorry kid, name for the head. Yeah, did Foggy get life? Yeah. How do you feel about the Nucci's and One Last Kill? Do you think Mon-Nucci's too over the top in the MCU? I'm perfectly fine with them doing the Nucci's because they're gonna ground them. They're gonna ground them. You know, that's what they do with all the Punisher's villains. You know, fucking Rollins was nowhere near as insane as he was in Max. What if Frank kills live action Paul? It's funny, 2003 Daredevil Bullseye is actually closer to comic personality. No, Frank, don't kill that child molester. He can change. Yeah, fucking Punisher Season 2, man. Yeah, Mon-Nucci and Marvel Knights are the cartoon character, yeah. Yeah, they grounded Jigsaw and it sucked. Jigsaw in Season 2 sucked. Jigsaw in Season 1 was pretty good. I actually kind of like that backstory change for Russo. Even if I didn't even fucking realize it until a guy posted about it. It's like, yeah, they kind of cheated because they just turned Bullseye into fucking Sniper. And I was like, oh shit, you're right. I completely fucking forgot about Sniper. Yeah, Marvel just hates Frank. So fucking dumb. It'd be kind of fun to bring in Bushwhacker, bad guy with transforming arm gun. That'd be dope. They are explicitly leaning into the crazier stuff now. Who's Sniper? So, Sniper showed up in the Punisher Wolverine crossover, where a guy was disguising himself as the Punisher and killing a bunch of people in a way to basically to basically fuck with his head and drive him crazy. Wolverine shows up and is like, hey, obviously they're lying because Frank wouldn't do that. I gotta help him out. Because Wolverine and Punisher are actually pretty tight. And then you find out that Sniper is involved in trying to kill Frank. And Sniper's whole thing is that he was a guy that served with Frank and knew him. And Frank mangled his face and he never forgave him for that. So he goes out of his way to help basically hunt and kill the Punisher. And basically what Frank was going to do in the old Spider-Man cartoon became Man-Spider. He felt bad about it, but he didn't want to appear to hurt anyone. Yeah. Completed Amatron DLC again for Fallout 4 earlier today. I love 3 Mechanist, but I do love 4. Very PS2 Bushwhack with a fuck-ass haircut. Yeah. Yeah, Frank fucking mangled Russo's face, but in Season 2 has like a few normal scratches. Dude, that scene where Frank fucks up Russo's face in Season 1 is still good. That still makes me go like, holy shit, dude. Yeah, Frank and Wolverine's friendship is based on Frank shooting Wolverine in the balls. Well, yeah, I explained before. You had that period where Punisher writers and Wolverine writers didn't really like each other, and they would fuck with each other and insert jabs at one another. Before that, Punisher and Frank were actually pretty tight. They legitimately liked each other. So what's this about aristocratic utensil praising the Third Reich? Ironic since those guys hated monarchs. I have no fucking idea what you're talking about. He's mainly been a China simp. Oh jeez, Pump on Kill Chan was 10 years ago. Sniper is Punisher Noir for the boys comics specifically. I feel like how they're leaning into crazier comic book stuff more. I just don't get why they need to ground it. I never forget the Super Best Friends play a Punisher, and they keep calling his arm the penis arm. Yeah. Wolverine was Vietnam, right? Wolverine fought in pretty much every major conflict because he just wanted to fight. How come comic Wolverine writer and Punisher writer didn't like each other? I don't know, just a thing at the time. They would always fuck with each other. Because that's where you had Garth Ennis wrote that Punisher shot Wolverine in the dick and ran him over the steamroller. The Wolverine writer after that, I don't remember who, included the bit where Punisher was secretly gay. Like, they would fuck with each other. Now, Season 1 was great because the last 2 episodes could be summarized best with Jesus, Frank. Yeah. Like, that is why I'll always say, like, Season 1 has flaws. It is flawed. You could tell that it was a, oh shit, Marvel's gonna kill us era of Netflix. But the parts that were good in Punisher Season 1 are legitimately really good. Those last two, like the last 3 episodes, I even go so far as to say, are just fucking good. I like those. Now, the one comic of Hulk ripping Wolverine in half, that was funny. Wolverine, so Frankie, we back to being friends? Well, let me check if our writers hate each other. Yeah, it's like Savage Avengers, they're tight. The Wolverine Punisher crossover, they're tight. Like, it's to the point that if you read that Wolverine Punisher crossover, like, Wolverine and Punisher specifically have a deal that they agree on, where if either of them went too far, the other one will kill them. And it's one where, like, Wolverine doesn't want to do it because he likes Frank. I'm playing this woke trash, not the peak. That's Tony Hawk Project 8. Yeah, my guy's cooler than your guy energy. Yeah. I heard the Russian made Hulk cry. Really? Yeah, a bit more hope for a Wolverine game. Now that I hear it's going to be have sandbox level styles instead of full open world. Their episode will always be episode 1, 3 a.m. because that construction site scene with the Tom Waits more metal song. Yeah, dude, that fight's awesome. That whole time they thought Frank was just a retard, and then he just fucking horrifies them. How would Frank kill Wolverine? Frank already knows that Adamantium fucks up Logan. Didn't Wolverine drag Frank bar hopping one night only to drop "Thanks for hanging out on my birthday"? Or was that another comic? Favorite skate game? I like Skate 2. I hope it's such a shit character. Then I get most 13's casters shit. Yeah, Hulk warping Wolverine in half is Marvel's equivalent of Bane breaking Batman's back. Yeah, only real major issue with John Bernthal Punisher is too emotional for my liking. Ray Stevenson and Thomas Jane closer I like. Stoic and stone-faced. Yeah, like, I can understand early Punisher, like Daredevil Season 2 and even Punisher Season 1, and like, well, I mean, this is Frank who's still pretty fresh to it all. By the time of, like, Season 2 or Born Again, it's like, nah, he should be acting more like Thomas Jane. Yeah, Frank would get a lot of Magnets deal with Logan. And it works. That's how fucking Magneto fucks up Wolverine. What's the most white boy summer activity you do? I'm going to be planning a vacation and doing taxes. I never forget the first thing the Russian did in his life of crime was eating a whole eating a guy whole for a bet. Yeah. Hearts of Darkness was a great one-shot Punisher, Wolverine, Ghost Rider, fighting Blackheart. Those three are an iconic trio. The open world Wolverine game, I don't know. It sounds like it's gonna be bloated Ubisoft. Well, they said it's not gonna be open world. It's gonna be sandbox level. Oh, yesterday in Punisher Red Band, that Barracuda actually lives in 616 in the flashback, but it's cool knowing he exists. Yeah, they've been wanting to bring Barracuda into mainline for fucking, like, God knows how long, because people like Barracuda. I actually like John Barthel's Punisher a lot more than Thomas Jane. He looks so unhinged when pissed. I get that, and that's one of the reasons I'm okay with it, because the scenes where they let Frank go fucking crazy, they're great. He's also a big fan of superheroes, mainly Daredevil. He calls Thor a good communist, yeah. Yeah, Ray Stevens is my favorite Punisher. He looked like Frank from Punisher Max, did a lot of the ridiculous kills Frank would do. Oh, God. I just found out Dada Hikaru, the woman who made the theme song Kingdom Hearts, is not non-binary. Yeah, and everyone's saying, like, no, you're not. Speaking of comics, you hear about Paul dying in the new Spider-Man? I did. It's great. It's fucking great. And Thomas Jane is surprisingly good in Punisher PS2. Yeah. What's up? Well, we keep getting blown up because of fucking bombs. Yeah, Barracuda has always been a great rival to Frank. The fact he's never been put to screen sucks. Yeah. My White Boy Summer is starting with a metal concert festival in my town called Rockville. It's going to be good. And when Frank goes full ham, it's awesome. Yeah. Did you watch Super Mario Galaxy movie? I did not. Dick Bro went to go see it with his family, and he said it was aggressively fine. When they do bring in Barracuda, are they going to have him as drained as he is in the comics? Because he is a child killer, yeah. Paul got stabbed by, who was it again? Torment. Torment killed him. See the new Darth Maul series? No, I've not touched anything Star Wars in a while. Where's some positive Dolph Lundgren Punisher? He kind of looks like Frank. That would be fair. I think they were basing his design off Dolph Lundgren around the time. Here we go. Yeah, time for another One More Day segment where Spider-Man brings back Paul. Spider-Man, like, no, Mary Jane has to sell her relationship with Paul to bring him back. There we go. And again, most Frank's villains never seen the screen. We've only gotten like 2 different versions of Jigsaw, and we've seen the Russian, yeah. We can find a way out of this. They call 30 murders in 40 days, work in progress. Also, I never get the whole Frank sounds like Shonen when he screams, yeah. Our first One More Day with Paul will be the funniest shit. Spider-Man sells his relationship with Mary Jane to Pawn Stars for a chance to be in a comic with Superman. And shame about Clark Duncan is dead. He would have been a really good Barracuda. I've been saying for a while, Terry Crews, even if they want to ground Barracuda and make him not quite as batshit crazy, he would still be good. Yeah, Mary Jane's with Flash Thompson now. Peter said she should date him. Peter's literally a cuck. Ow. Oh, they call it one more Paul.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Mario Galaxy movie was fine, but there were a lot of flaws. And speaking of Thomas Jane, I was playing Gun, the only game I know that lets you scalp people. Yeah, see how MJ's getting shit for a recent run on Venom? She called Eddie a deadbeat dad just like hers. I mean, that makes sense because MJ and Eddie have never liked each other. I think Peter would put his no-kill rule aside for Barracuda only. No. Peter is gonna have his way to save a lot of people. Like, Barracuda's bad. Barracuda's a lunatic. Carnage makes whatever Barracuda do look like fucking Sandman. Like, Carnage is a fucking monster. If I can't have a girlfriend, neither should Spider-Man. I hate comic editors so much. You like Nintendo games? Yeah. I like Xenoblade. I like Zelda. I like Mario. I messed up the symbiote ending of Web of Shadows, one of Spider-Man's better endings, being evil, ruling New York with a symbiote army, and having symbiote Black Cat by his side. Yeah, Carnage loves to kill people. It's his hobby. Yeah, Carnage went on a multi-dimensional killing spree in like 2021 or something. Yeah, Thomas Jane is pretty ripped in the Punisher movie. Yeah, the whole reason Thomas Jane can't come back from for Punisher is he's been dealing with cancer. That's the reason he couldn't show up in Deadpool and Wolverine. So I'm watching The Running Man, the remake, and the book. I came to the conclusion the first movie was better. Yeah, not just Carnage. Cletus Cassidy in general is fucked up. Yeah, he's a serial killer. Remember when Carnage wrote Carnage rolls on that wall like an edgy teenager? Why is MJ bought into Venom? She was, like, mortally wounded because bad guy shit. I don't fucking remember. So Eddie gave her the Venom symbiote. Or I think they're already separated. Because Eddie took over the Carnage symbiote trying to imprint onto it and make it less crazy. Yeah, people need to read Carnage Mind Bomb by Warren Ellis. Ridiculously good look into the mind Cletus Cassidy. That, you also have Carnage USA, where he's basically a fucking Resident Evil villain. Like, that's one me and my brother talk about all the time. It's like, yeah, that was just Resident Evil in Marvel. Now, Carnage painted his body red when on killing spree, even after the Carnage symbiote left him. When Carnage and Barracuda like each other or see each other as rivals and try to outdo each other for shits and giggles. No, like, Barracuda's a mercenary. He's a lunatic, and he's violent as fuck, but he's a mercenary. He has friends. He has people that he can actually turn to as an ally. Carnage is just a fucking maniac. Weird Harrelson's such a bad pick for Cletus. You know what the sad part about it? Sad part about it is, like, he really isn't. It's just those movies didn't do him right. MJ was basically being destroyed at the atomic level because the suit Paul made for her had a jackpot, and I shit you not, has a self-delete option. Yeah, it's like for no reason. Paul made the fucking jackpot. Marvel seemingly adapting Queen. Do you think they'll eventually try to adapt Spider Totems and Morlun? Maybe. That depends on if they're actually doing Queen. I think they are, because they are making a point that Peter apparently starts to mutate after getting kissed by a woman on the street, and it's like, that sounds like Queen. But it seems like the main villain is going to be the Beast. Yeah, Let There Be Carnage have been R-rated, yeah. And Warren Wilson now is a bad pick. He's too old even when the movie was made. An introduction to the Carnage, the animated series, where Spider-Man points out that he says he instead of we, implying they're bonded more than Venom. If Venom's kind of a deadbeat dad, too many symbiotes are now, how many symbiotes are from Venom? Yeah, by 2000s, I believe Spider-Man should have spent in his 30s as a psychic or mentor to other heroes a la Batman. I wouldn't be surprised if they're doing Beast first, leading up to Queen to really up the pressure on Spider-Man. I don't care if it's the Beast or Queen, just don't let Jean Grey be shoved in my damn Spider-Man movie. Yeah, Paul making a triple skull option MJ suit like Doofenshmirtz, putting a self-destruct button on every innator he makes, except it itemizes his girlfriend. Yeah, once again, for no reason. Like, there's no reason why there's an option to where one of it is just die. It's like, why would you do that? Even Joker doesn't want anything to do with Carnage. We smoking symbiotes. Yeah, Punisher Warzone's a good movie. It's fun. If you want something that is just mindless, dumb, fun action, it's pretty good. But I still say Thomas Jane movie, hands down, is the best one. That's the one that understands Frank. Yeah, Cletus and Prince so hard, it basically breaks the Karn symbiote. It was so bad that when Norman used it, it mind broke him into thinking he's Cletus. Oh, but the suit wouldn't be at full power that the instant death option may limit her. That only makes her deathly ill instead. Yeah, it's like, you fucking retard. I think they'll resurrect Paul. A guy mentioned it in chat. I want it to happen. MJ sells her relationship with Paul, so it never happened, specifically to bring him back. They one more day fucking MJ and Paul. Do that. That is the best fucking justice. And speaking of absolutely evil characters, Norman Osborn was a bad guy even before the Goblin Serum, so him being a good guy is fucking stupid. And 2004 film is also just a straight up good revenge movie if you don't know the Punisher. Yeah. Yeah, one more day, Paul. Yeah, Paul becomes Peter's gay lover. Yeah, Paul more day sounds so funny. Yeah, Twilight Princess is getting one of those decompiled PC ports soon, so that means mods. Ooh. Yeah, Brand New Day is sounding like a mess. That's a big problem with a lot of the modern superheroes that just try to do too much. I thought we learned this already from Amazing Spider-Man 2, Spider-Man, and BVS. I ran this, is real, Dad. I ran out of beers, and the struggle is real. Yeah, another day. Yeah, just call it another day. I don't think Mephisto would want Paul. Yeah, watch Marvel editorial decide that MJ is always going to grieve Paul and their fake kids, so she never gets with Peter again. Now, those recomps and decomps doing God's work. Yeah, why didn't they make MJ look like She-Venom instead of cross-dressing as normal Venom? Because fuck you, it's technically Venom. That's why. Fuck you. How dare you notice that? How dare you notice that the symbiote usually actually, like, adjusts itself based on who's wearing it? Fuck you for noticing that. Yeah, I think Paul would have been liked if he were a villain that messed with Peter because he hates that someone like him got everything good in life. You know what the sad part is? That's basically who Paul already was. Now, Spider-Man is billionaire Joker, an abusive kid, a serial killer, and the literal devil is his ops. Yeah, Paul is Mephisto in disguise. Did you stream Twilight Princess? Your channel needs more Midnight. I do like Twilight Princess a lot. Anyone see One World Under Doom? Yeah, why the fuck did you put that into the ether? Paul being Peter's gay lover is totally something Marvel would do. Yeah, MJ's getting a She-Venom form soon. Let's make Paul the guy that Thanos torments on his birthday. Yeah, it's like, no one likes the guy. Like, it's really amazing where if you look around, different characters are kind of on their upswing. People are able to get more shit. I mean, Punisher's doing pretty good right now. I'm hearing the new She-Hulk stuff is not terrible. So it's like, okay, slowly but surely there might be a foot. Even the X-Men are no longer evil. So it's like, okay, we might be getting somewhere. Spider-Man has consistently been bad. And Nintendo knows that a lot of people with deadass pay full price for a Twilight Princess port and they just won't do it. I mean, Planet She-Hulk. Well, that's like a spin-off that's going on right now. I don't know if that's actual mainline. What did Joe Quesada do to Spider... yeah, why did he do this to Spider-Man? Yeah, Marvel and DC need to just go bankrupt already. Recycling the same characters and stories for the last 80 years has played out. Make new stories, start telling more than just superhero ones. Well, I have been of the radical idea for a while now that they need to stop doing the one big timeline thing. The one big timeline thing was a fun gimmick up until everyone realized, oh, this is why we don't do that. Because everything is so confused and messy, and everyone's like, okay, do I read this to understand that? Like, what's going on here? Events are happening where it completely contradicts shit these characters would never fucking do. They've had to, like, reboot the timeline multiple times to keep up with current day, and they just say they don't do that, so technically the old stuff's still kind of canon. Like, just have it be a thing where give a guy a run. You know, give whatever author a run, and that run is theirs. You know, it's theirs. It's free reign. Do whatever the fuck you want with it. Break all the rules you want. Kill whoever you want to kill. Have them fuck whoever they want to fuck. I don't care. And just advertise it as that. Like kind of like what they do with like Sherlock Holmes or Conan now, where there's not really so much a solid one-line canon you have to follow. It's all self-contained. If you don't like what this author's doing, you know, say this author's fucking up Captain America. You know, just don't read that guy's version of Captain America. Read a different guy's. You know? And don't try to tie everything together. Sell it specifically as like, this is all self-contained, it doesn't matter. Remember when people used to autistically obsess with the Zelda timeline? Yeah. Yeah, James Bond, yeah. Yeah, self-contained stuff's better. Not gonna lie, I do like the idea of MJ She-Venom. Like, you could do a lot with the idea. The execution's not good. I kind of like original Ultimate Run. A little bit, yeah. But make it very clear, like, this is all self-contained. It's not like all of them are in one setting. It's like, no. If you're reading a Captain America book and he teams up with the X-Men to go fuck up, you know, Doctor Doom, that is their own story. That's the only thing that happens there. Don't fucking worry about it. And in fact, Peter hasn't killed himself yet due to all the trauma and tragedies, Dead Space level of willpower. And the only Spider-Man I'm interested in now is the toy version where he has a Megazord. Got that low cortisol meme song stuck in my head, and honestly, it's way more relaxing than weed. It's considered a threesome if you boink someone who has a symbiote. Hasn't Thor died like 3 times? Yeah, as Bruce Wayne is doing alright, even though he screams depression, but Peter gets screwed left and right. How about the confusing mess of the Resident Evil timeline? That one's actually pretty easy to follow, because the remake games are the remakes. That's the new timeline. The OG games all happen in basically real time. Yeah, people still talk about Daredevil runs by each author. Yeah. Yeah, and Deadpool, yeah. Yeah, I killed at my own runs of Spider-Man, Hulk, Captain America, X-Men, and Deadpool. And 2000's Ultimate Spider-Man will always be my Spider-Man. I miss that, Peter.
That's true. Then again, we were able to build our village on land cleared by Fal'Cie. We lived alongside them, just like you do on Cocoon.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a video on Jennifer, cousin of the Hulk.
In a world this big.
Yeah, Resident Evil is not that hard to figure out. It really is not. MJ, did I really make the wrong decision being with Paul She-Venom? Let me think. Yes, you did. Face it, MJ, you missed the jackpot. Yeah, already timeline got messy with 9 and how much it focused on the remakes. Yeah, the Spider-Man Tokusatsu just fucking nuts. Even Stan Lee approved, and the reason why he wanted to adapt Super Sentai to the West. Yeah. Yeah, how old is Leon and Chris now and Ari? Going by mainline games, they're in their, like, 50s, 60s. Chris is older, so I think he's closer to 60 than Leon. I believe Resident Evil Timeline's the OGs, or what's canon unless the remakes directly change shit. Yeah. So earlier, but a new Conan game called Hordes of Hell is coming out the 9th this month. Looks like a Diablo-like. She had an option for RE9, so during the flashbacks, it plays PS2 cutscenes. That'd be fun. They can pull a Final Fantasy and make each story their own thing. Yeah, it's like that'd probably help substantially. Yeah, She-Hulk fuck Peter to make MJ jealous. Yeah, bottom line, both are silver foxes, yeah. Ow. I hate the bombs. Ow. Remake games directly follow the plots of the original beat for beat. And we're in the time run of Conan comics. Kino as fuck. Yeah, they're super good. I like them a lot. I may want to watch Toei Spider-Man now because I literally saw the actor for Japanese Spider-Man on Melder and Gavin back to back. Seen P5 roll, but everyone's Roger. Yeah, I've seen that. I love those. My favorite's still the P4 one. That one had some jokes I was fucking rolling at. Yeah, I've shared like A or B scenario from 2 being unclear in later games, which 2 remake didn't help, since both have things to contradict, or how about Jill and Chris did 1. Shit, the meta canon of Final Fantasy is Dissidia games, at least up to NT. The new one is not good story-wise. That's on Silver Sable. I don't really know much about her. All I know is she's a dick. And speaking of Resident Evil, people are still arguing you don't have to play the games to be a fan. Yeah, at that point, that's cope. Like, that's one of those where it's like, just play the fucking game, Wagey. Bombs, jihadis of Final Fantasy. And that dies differently in the first and second run and 2 remake, for example. Yeah. Apparently devs have come out and said Leon's campaign RE2R is the canon scenario. Yeah. How's Carol Danvers in the comics? She became a Nazi. I'm not kidding. Carol was a Nazi. I have not heard fucking anything from Captain Marvel since. I don't know if she's even still alive. Yeah, Silver Sable isn't a dick. She's a man with pussy. They can play the first 3 games in a day and they're on Steam now, yeah. You gotta be kidding me. Civil War 2. Like, Civil War 2 was so bad, I've not heard a goddamn thing about Captain Marvel since. Can Marvel and DC do errors for continuity like how Godzilla is the Showa, Heisei, etc., and the errors won't affect each other? They kind of already been doing that unofficially. Yeah, still suffering from Civil War 2, in other words, yeah. Yeah, Carol's just more authoritarian, yeah. Well, no, I mean, like, when I say Nazi, I mean that in, like, the fullest possible context of an insult you can get. Because, like, the shit they did with her was so egregious, it's like, she is psychotic. Yeah, you're the guy who compares everything to the Holocaust, Carol and Magneto during Civil War 2. Yeah, right? Like, no fucking understanding at all. There's shit like Terra Grigia not being mentioned outside Revelations 1 and 3, like, at all, despite being as big deal as reconciling Revelations. Well, the spin-off games never really talk about mainline. Like, mainline never really talks about spin-off games that much. That one's expected. And people didn't like Carol when she was Miss Marvel. I always liked her in the cartoons as a kid. It seems they absolutely butchered her. Oh, they butchered her bad. She probably is, like... We talk about how bad Spider-Man is. Captain Marvel is probably worse. Yeah, DC does. They differ the errors with a crisis, yeah. And it's even worse because the X-Men agreed with Carol and joined her side during Civil War 2. Yeah, that's how you know they were evil. The X-Men agreed with her. If the X-Men are ever on your side and it's not literally just Logan, you're on the evil side. I miss when she was an alcoholic girl failure. I think it's Carol, even before the whole Captain Marvel push, she's been treated awfully. Avengers 200, yeah. I need to know about Revelations 1. It takes place before 5, and Revelations 2 takes place before 6, yeah. Yeah, Carol was far better than she was Miss Marvel. Yeah, the X-Men weren't involved. That was the Inhumans. To be fair, literally the same thing. Like, they were literally kind of the same thing. Yeah, Carol was awful in Civil War 2, but I think Tony was at his worst there. Tony was at his worst because he somehow got outsmarted. Would you still refire her star? Didn't Carol fuck her future son once? Yeah, Captain Marvel feels like she's written in just to fuck everything up. Yeah, the Inhumans are just lamer X-Men. Inhumans were quite literally, we lost the rights to make X-Men comics. Yeah, X-Men are evil. Professor X literally tried to groom Jean Grey. But they've been evil for way more than that. I wish we got an RE7-esque game spinoff, a self-contained story set in a rural area away from the bigger picture. Why does Marvel have a hero versus hero problem more than DC? Yeah, Chris Redfield isn't wearing a H-card power rifle and Beretta. I'm shitting in the Capcom office toilet and not flushing. Yeah, Tony's in the right, but they're trying to make it not as obvious. Of course, it didn't work because she wants to arrest people for thought crimes. Yeah. Like, I'm not kidding when I say that Carol was literally a fucking Nazi.
It's now or never.
The actor for Toy Spider-Man, Shinji Toda, had perfect 70s hair, now has none of it. It's depressing. He was such a dilf as Gozai Kirara and God's Neural Meddler. I remember when Carol went drunk to an Avengers mission, had to be told by Tony to fix it. You guys can call me a fool, whatever, but do wish Western comics get better. I really want that to happen, especially Spider-Man. They've been getting better, but it's bit by bit and basically a quiet admission. A quiet admission they fucked up, you know? Because they're getting so obnoxious that even people that were like the faces of They Killed Marvel are getting their dunks in on Marvel. Fucking Gail Simone's the one who wrote the Punisher Power Girl one where they humiliate Paul. So it's like, oh god, even Gail Simone thinks it's fucking stupid. Remember the dumpster fire, Operation Raccoon City? Yep. Yeah, fucking still hate they try to mix the X-Men and Inhumans because they didn't have the movie rights, and Civil War 2 was made to promote Captain America's Civil War. You make a boys video once the show ends? I do plan on it. Any plans for a Eureka 7 video? I think that's been on the list, yeah. I recommend still getting the classic RE games on GOG, because Steam version has some fucking DRM I never even heard of. Yeah, Marvel getting better is basically like pulling damn teeth. It's happening, but they're dragging their feet, yeah. Even then, they're still fighting the writers and editors for each and every inch. Yeah, they realized the people they tried to pander to didn't buy the books. What's your favorite Wolverine comic? God. I like the prequel where he's going through history and fighting in different wars. Fuck. I want to call it X-Men Origins Wolverine, but I think that's just the movie title. I don't remember the actual name of the fucking comic. There's my Jeremy Donaldson video. Yeah, funniest thing about 9 is that it has a Nemesis Gamma, which implies the Nemesis Beta from ORC's canon. Yeah, Weapon X, yeah. Like that only Ultimate Spider-Man's a mutant, all the others are just humans, gain spider powers, but Ultimate's that spider that weaken his mutant genes. X-Men 97 was shitty. Magneto tried excusing the Hellfire Club as party by saying world leaders are also terrorists. Hellfire Club wants to enslave mankind. Yeah, it's like... I have been on the train for a while that the X-Men are legitimately just evil and probably should all just die. Where it's like, when you think about it, when you look at the larger timeline, the X-Men have been involved in a few too many situations. Like... maybe the Sentinels have a point. And Civil War 2 is basically Carol got an Inhuman that can predict the future, and she arrests people before they did the crime, and then the human became a cosmic being and left Earth like nothing happened, yeah. Yeah, how are the X-Men becoming heroes again, aside from Krakoa arc being over? That's all I'm hearing. I'm hearing that, like, okay, they're slightly less psychotic. Yeah, they're all evil except Wolverine. Yeah, I miss Marvel women wearing leotards. Psylocke's my fucking awakening. Yeah, Weapon X is the one where he got experimented on. Then I do not remember the one that I'm thinking of where it talks about how he's been alive for centuries and has fought in like every major war. Tomoe's addicted to the scratch-off game. Remember when the X-Men was just a school for mutants? Yeah, the Sentinels will build a wall around Genosha and make Magneto pay for it. Yeah, the entirety of Avenger vs. X-Men was basically ruined X-Men as a whole. Yeah, right now Carol's having a miniseries where Carol's having to solve a mystery related to her past. So, sounds like a trying to bring it to basics type thing of like, we fucked up royally, we've got to get this character off the ground. Yeah, Beast went from being that big, fuzzy, friendly guy to being Mutant Kingpin, yeah. Xavier shaking his head in disbelief. Xavier played his part in it. Xavier was also, more than a few times, kind of fucking evil. Since Season 4 of Invincible is almost done, I think the new people are thinking Monster Girl and Robot in the Flavian homeworld, because dear lord, they get stupid. As Wolverine goes through boot camp over and over again, he likes to fight. Yeah, Cyclops did nothing wrong. Cyclops was right, and even then I'm like, man, fuck Cyclops. How was Logan the only good one? Because he's been alive long enough to see that cycle play out. And even he, like, and to be fair, he also kind of fell into the Krakoa Kool-Aid, but he at least was trying to get out, and then Beast brainwashed him and turned him into a hitman. Yeah, it's Mortar's fault. She messed with time and reality. Yeah, Krakoa tried to kidnap Franklin Richards, but imagine if they also tried to kidnap Valeria and had to deal with motherfucking Doom. Well, just trying to kidnap Franklin alone is like, you are fucking lucky Reed and Sue didn't kill you all. Like, especially Sue. Sue is a fucking mama bear. She loves her kids. Yeah, X-Men used to be one of my favorites, and then went nuts. Yeah, Cyclops killed Frank's family. Fuck Cyclops. Yeah, Logan was all for kidnapping Franklin, even justified to Kitty. Well, around that time, wasn't he being brainwashed? Or was that around the time he was just part of the Kool-Aid? Because unfortunately, he does drink the Kool-Aid before they brainwash him. Is Mr. Fantastic also basically a villain? No, you're thinking of the Maker, which is the Ultimate Timeline. Mr. Fantastic's autistic. Like, he has moments where he can come across as cold-hearted, but no, he's a good guy. And names for friends, I don't need one. Wolverine, probably. That's on Emma Frost. Pretty hot, but also an X-Men. Therefore, I'm sorry, but she has to die. There was no brainwashing at all. Everyone just agreed to it. No, like, Wolverine does get brainwashed. Beast brainwashes him. But I think that was after he was like, okay, this might be going a little bit too far here. And Miss Fantastic is autistic, and do not mention the Council of Reeds. YouTube notification I just got. YouTube short cop crashes car while viewing pornographic material. Reed has his alien trying to relate to humans moments, but he's actually good. Yeah, Wolverine gets brainwashed a lot. Yeah. What's most so bad is good comic for you? As much as I just kind of go at Cross, some of them are genuinely just funny with how absurd they get. Yeah, Civil War 1, where Reed and Tony made a clone of Thor and kills a person. Yeah. You go $5. New X-Men comics are the reason why I don't want progressives in power. Didn't their Krakoa immortality turn out to be false? They just clone buys and brainwash them thinking they're the original. Yeah. Yeah, Emma Frost is getting it on with Cyclops one time and straight up made him imagine himself as Logan while they were doing it. He was rightfully pissed about Emma making him imagine cucking himself. Yeah, Reed's actually autistic. Like, dude's a genius, but his people skills are on the spectrum. And that's more of a new thing, because, like, classic Reed, no, he was a people person. Like, he loved people. But the new thing, because they have to account for the fact that he's, like, a super genius, they basically go, like, yeah, he's kind of autistic. Like, me and Logan did try to get out before he got brainwashed. Towards the end of the Krakoa shit, a lot of them were starting to wake up and go, like, what are we doing here? Even Mystique. Mystique was one of those where she was like, this is going too far even for me. And look at Marvel Rivals, Emma Frost, I'm naked and masturbating. Thomas Shelby was smoking a cig, walking in slow motion. Yeah, who's the biggest asshole at Marvel? I'm going to say Comic Namor. Namor's kind of a dick. I thought the mutant immortality thing was a genuine resurrection. No, it wasn't. Yeah, don't forget the room of tortured Wolverine clones, yeah. Yeah, Reed being too busy with his work has been a thing since, like, the Fox films. Is there any Cross comics you found distasteful? For me, it's Yellow Belly and Family Values. Oh, yeah. There's the entire point of Cross to be distasteful. Yeah, Storm should have stayed with Black Panther. Classify the Warder comics as so bad they're good. It's so edgy and funny and strangely entertaining. Logan has been there, lived through that. Should have rightfully seen the writing on the wall of Krakoa. What's Krakoa and X-Men? Krakoa is all the mutants after the House of M shit got a bug up their ass and is like, none of you people were there for us. They fought the Avengers. So then they decided we're going to have our own land with blackjack and hookers, and they took over an island. It then devolved into a violent sex cult that kidnapped children. And they also invited two of the absolute worst fucking people to invite as part of their council, which was fucking Apocalypse and Mr. Sinister. Because they were trying to use them to crack the code to immortality. Yeah, Krakoa was also a sentient island, yeah. Correction, when we classified the Wanted comics so bad they're good, it was so edgy, it was funny and strangely entertaining. I liked Wanted. Yeah, Muty Chaz. It was literally Muty Chaz. Speaking of disturbing comics that cross, I recently read Faust after watching regular media talk about the weird-ass movie and best to worst, extremely fucked up. So it's just kick-assia. Who the fuck trusts a guy named Apocalypse and Mr. Sinister? No, that's the best part. Those names alone make you go, what the fuck? Why would you trust those people? Having context to who they are is worse. Apocalypse is an actual fucking, like, eugenicist that wants to wipe out mankind. And is not even like Magneto, where he's just, misguided because, oh, Magneto had the Holocaust happen to him and he's fucked up. Apocalypse is just actually a fucking lunatic. Like, he just sees himself as God. Mr. Sinister was fucking Dr. Mengele. He experimented on mutants for fun. And shocker, guess what happened when Mr. Sinister got comfortable? He fucked everything up. You know it's bad when they invited Mr. fucking Sinister after what happened with Cable, yeah. You think woke was dying albeit solely because the CEO of BlackRock flat admitted it was a failed experiment? I am very much convinced a lot of the woke mindset shit has been pushed by NGOs and foreign national entities as a way of fucking up nations for economic control. Is Krakoa or Kick-Assy better run? Yeah, X-Men sound diabolical. Why didn't the Avengers curb stomp them? They did. That was Avengers versus X-Men. Like, what makes it even more frustrating is one of their big motivations behind why they wanted their own land was during the whole House of M shit, and as a result of that, you had shit that happened later on where, Wanda was like, no more mutants. You went too far. No mutants. No more mutants. So she basically made it to where mutants didn't exist. It caused a bunch of kids who couldn't comprehend the fact reality changed to still think they have mutant powers. So there was like a mass death incident where a bunch of mutant kids killed themselves thinking they still had powers. And that pissed them off so much, they're like, why didn't the fucking Avengers help us? Why didn't they help us with this? And the thing is, the event that was happening at that time, like, the reason why they didn't get help is because the big event was Kang the Conqueror showed up. And everyone was stretched to the absolute thinnest. Like it's a thing of like, dude, they couldn't help because they themselves were almost fucking dead. And they tried to pull the whole like, well, you people never cared about us. And it's like, bull fucking shit. Krakoa was an event that, like, it was the one more day of X-Men. It really was. Where it was like, oh, you people are fucking irredeemable. Also, some mutants that legit could not survive without their powers ended up dying after the whole no more mutants thing. Yeah. You used to believe they were surprised at the suspension of their super drug they distributed to the world. Yeah, we welcome new members of the board, Mr. Holocaust and Dr. Baby Eater. I think a great way to get rid of X-Men mutants with Frank Horrigan. Yeah, why didn't anyone help us? Nigga, do you see this shit? Yeah, who could have seen this coming? Xavier. It's to the point where it's like, who cares if they're mutants? They try to kill you all in the rest of the world multiple times. I forgot, why did Wanda want no more mutants? She was having a really bad mental breakdown because that was around the time that she lost her kids with Vision. That's what WandaVision / Multiverse of Madness was trying to adapt. Anyone who was flying at the time dropped out of the sky, and some had powers that changed their body so much they literally just died without them, like a dude named Furnace, yeah. Yeah, mutants returned thanks to the Phoenix Force after Avengers vs. X-Men, yeah. Yeah, didn't the X-Men literally try to separate themselves from the Avengers for all that? Yeah. And to this day, there are people try to argue Krakoa is actually reasonable. Yeah, it's like, it's one of those of like, it's not. Yeah, Apocalypse legit just wants a mutant-centric tyranny where he rules as a god king, yeah. That's where, like I said, it's a thing of like, if you know any context for who fucking Apocalypse is like, why would you ever trust that guy? What if Mephisto was a real mastermind behind House of M, Civil War, World War, Hulk in one more day because he hates the heroes that much? Considering they're openly talking about how they're going to try to reboot the timeline, fuck it. Just do that. Just do that. He's the Marvel Satan. No one cares. It was supposed to be adapting House of M, but forgot the important part being her kids. Yeah. Yeah, why did Wanda think all that would work out? You can't marry a robot without facing massive problems. YouTube fans' ads have either become pretty pathetic or stripped softcore porn. Got some girl twerking her ass in front of her camera. I've seen the Save America Act progress, and as the leadership got their heads out of their ass to pass it, I have no idea what it is. Yeah, Kang is equal to 10 apocalypses. Of course the Avengers were stretched thin. Exactly. Like, Kang was a big deal. And if I recall, Furnace was a Morlock who literally just had a furnace for a torso that powers him, and he lost his powers, he just fucking died because his stomach is a fucking furnace. Yeah, Apocalypse caused Hal thing with the X-Men and turned Angel, and they chose to let him in. Are they fucking dumb? And to be fair, Comic Vision's actually a cyborg, at least in the Ultimate Timeline. Yeah, she could physically have kids with Vision. Yeah, Mark doing what he did at the end of Invincible makes a lot more sense of learning everything the X-Men have done and continues to do. Fucking muties. I think Marvel gets stereotyped in the hero versus hero too much, or is there some truth to that? No, it's very much a thing.
That's a fallacy.
Yeah, it sounds like My Hero Academia, if the X-Men's, is the X-Men if the X-Men weren't evil. I think post-M-Day, is something to avoid for X-Men. As far as I'm concerned, Laura Kinney, the Nyx crew, lived a comparably happy life. Isn't Shadow King also on the fucking island? Well, one of my favorite moments is in Savage Avengers, where Doctor Strange goes to Krakoa because he needs to get magic for help to fight Kulon Goth. Cable shit-talks Steve for showing up, where it's like, what the fuck are you doing here, fucking human? Get off our island. And Strange literally just goes, shut the fuck up, I don't care, where's magic? Where, like, he's so, like, he's just no patience at all. It's like, I don't give a shit about your fucking island LARP. This is serious. You know what's retarded? The whole idea of mutant bones absorbing magic and somehow makes them better than normal sorcerers. I forgot, Comics Invincible actually crossed over to mainline comic continuation with shit like Savage Dragon, yeah. Did you ever watch Legion? It was pretty good, I liked it. And Old Man Logan, the mutants are nearly extinct, and they're just a blink in the evolutionary process, not the next evolution of humans. Maybe that was the better future. Yeah, favorite X-Men comic? I don't like the X-Men, I like Logan. Like, I mean, I don't hate the X-Men. I shit-talk all the recent shit they do, but that's because what they're doing now is, like, such a betrayal of what the X-Men should be doing. But older stuff was pretty good. But, I mean, I was always a Logan stan, you know? Yeah, Stephen Strange don't got time for that shit, yeah. How's Cable feel about the island? Oh, he was a cultist. He was hardcore cultist. That's fucking stupid because Cable should not be that hardline of a mutant supremacist. And it was a mutant that would disintegrate every person in a few mile radius unintentionally. Wolverine had to kill him because he was dangerous. Yeah. Yeah, the only thing I know about the Legion show was someone told me Aubrey Plaza gets naked in it, and that mildly piqued my interest. Yeah, I just want X-Men to be heroes and adventurers again. Speaking of magic, you're gonna get token? I want to see how it launches, but I am tempted. Yeah, Marvel's drank the X-Men and Civil Rights Kool-Aid too much. That's what hurting the X-Men. Yeah, it's like... The problem is they want to make X-Men into modern-day activists, then they forgot that modern-day activists are monsters. Yeah, chat, Avengers vs. X-Men happened because Cable went after the Avengers first. Yeah. Yeah, the reason Wolverine's a poster boy. I just wish the X-Men would go back to the whole school from mutants thing. I like X-Men character like Logan, Storm, Kitty Pryde, Rogue, but not a huge fan of the rest. Yeah, vast majority of X-Men stories are just superhero stories, yeah. Yeah, Cable, Filthy, Human, Doctor Strange. Everything I do is literally more important than your entire existence. That's literally what he fucking, like... Because, basically, like I said, Stephen Strange shows up and is like, dude, I gotta fucking kill Kulon Goth. I don't care about this. And Cable goes... like, if I remember right, Cable basically goes like... well, you know, we don't care about the affairs of humans. You know, it's like, who gives a... You know, fuck humans, who gives a shit? And Strange is like, if I don't stop Kulon Goth, the entire realm will die. And it just barely makes Cable convinced. And the way that argument ends isn't even Cable going like, okay, you can talk to her. It's Magic shows up because she knew Steven would show up and is like, Cable, get the fuck out of here, I'm helping him. Like, it's this thing of like, how are you that stupid? If I were in charge of running X-Men, I'd have them stop being activists and just bring them back to being both adventurers and heroes. Yeah, the one guy I mentioned, Mephisto, ruining everyone's lives makes sense because he's just the devil. I find that much better, yeah. Yeah, then heroes constantly fighting each other. Imagine modern day activists having actual powers. They have 1,000+ lefty man-children who end up being third-grade homelanders killing off innocent people. That's kind of what happens. Wasn't there like, God, wasn't there like one of those... Wasn't there an X-Men comic where like a younger team killed a guy because like a turtle ate a plastic ring? I remember that being like a really infamous one from like 2017. It's Kid Cable, right? Not adult. It was adult Cable. Hey, for Cable and Wade or Logan and Wade? I like Cable and Deadpool. You had some really good shit with that. Magic actually a cool character. She's just getting pushed too much. Magic legitimately cool. Yeah, X-Men Green, yeah. Don't stop him, the realm dies. Why should I care? Because that also means you, dumbass. Yeah, and the way Savage Avengers ends is literally that. Kulon Goth destroys the realm. He destroys the realm, and Conan has to wander around, basically the post-apocalyptic... Because Kulon Goth's whole idea is he wants to fuse the Savage Lands with the main universe. And he does. He wins. So Conan has to travel around wearing Doctor Doom's armor, and he's using Captain America's shield. It's actually kind of fucking metal. And then he's able to beat Kulon Goth, because Kang is like, you know what, dude, fuck it, I'll help you out, why not? So yeah, because the X-Men were such salty bitches and just barely helped at all by letting magic go, the entire fucking realm died and had to be saved by goddamn Conan the Barbarian, who doesn't even fucking have powers. He was just a dude. Yeah, it kind of sounds badass. It was legitimately badass. Yeah, because writers have to make the mutant characters tarded every time they appear on a page. Yeah, fucking Turtle ate a plastic bag and she killed a Storm Angel over it. Nature Girl is the name of the character from the X-Men Unlimited series. Yeah, Conan wins, baby. Yeah, funny thing is, Cable's supposed to be mutant Jesus. Yeah, he's not even a fucking Marvel character. Yeah, hitherto came Conan the Cimmerian to unfuck Marvel editorial's mistakes. Well, Savage Avengers was its own little contained event. But it was a really fun event. Because he gets the Venom symbiote, and the way it forms, it turns into a sword. And he thinks it's a demon talking to him. It's fucking great. Yeah, Deadpool is Marvel Jesus. Conan's not just a dude, he's him. Put respect. Yeah, Tiny clone his sneakers all told you take his sneakers off. I wouldn't be able to. Yeah, Venom was the Savage Avengers, right? Yeah. I mean, Conan gets a Venom symbiote. How awesome is this? It's a really good event. I like it. I fully agree with people where it goes from like a team thing to just Conan's the main character, but I like Conan, so I was happy. Like, there's a part in it where he goes down to South America because it's after they beat Kulon Goth for the first time, because he comes back multiple times, and Conan can't figure out a way to get home, so he's like, fuck it, I guess I'll just stay here for a little bit. And while he's in South America, he goes to a brothel. And when he goes to fuck some of the whores, he finds out they're a bunch of like trafficking victims. So he's genuinely insulted at being given women that don't genuinely want to fuck him. And he gets so pissed off and offended at that, he destroys the entire human trafficking ring with Black Widow. And I think Penance? Like the demon that like burns people alive for their sins. Not Ghost Rider, the other guy. Yeah, Holy Based. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, to be fair, Conan's an absolute unit. He's literally Ubermensch. Vengeance? He might have been Vengeance. That's some peak Conan shit, yeah. One thing Conan was missing was Sneaker O'Toole sneakers. He'd be unstoppable if he wore them. Yeah, how can I have sex with this woman? She doesn't want to have sex with me consensually. I'm both turned off and offended. Yeah, that was literally it. He beats the shit out of the guy running the brothel and is like, are you trying to fucking insult me? Skanky asked Mario for $10. Savage Avenger slowly became Conan super cool and gets all the bitches, also magic for pussies. Conan getting super racist to magic users peak. It was peak, yeah, I loved it. Like I said, it quickly turns into Conan's the main character, but I like Conan, so I was happy. That final arc where he's wearing Doctor Doom's armor and using Captain America's shield was fucking cool. I don't care. Death Rider, aka Danny? No, I think it was Penance. Because he was specifically a demon, like a demon from hell. He also be a monster to death with one of the prostitute's fake legs, and goes back to fucking him. He does that, when him and Punisher are journeying through the Savage Lands together, he uses Punisher's M60, and then he's like, man, this sucks, this isn't fun, and he beats a dinosaur to death with it. And they gave me slaves to fuck. That ruined my day, and I'll make it everyone's problem. I thought Pants was Speedball. And non-consenting whores, blasphemy. Yeah, God, that one was great. Yeah, it was great. Yeah, it's a brothel. They wouldn't have sex with you unless you gave them money. Can mutants hide their mutation powers, all the technology they have in Marvel? They can, but the people that don't like mutants are always one step ahead. I gotta ask, did Conan ever have sex with She-Hulk? I know it's probably not his answer, but I'm curious if they ever did fuck. I don't think they've ever interacted. If you ruin my day, now you'll pay. Holy fuck, it's a dinosaur. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Why can't I have more stories like this? What, Conan uses an M60 and Venom symbiote sword? Yeah, it's fucking metal. Yeah, Conan defeats the main villain by time traveling back, becoming his mentor, and showed him the ways of the Gains. Now, next man, a far better idea for the current villains be a Machiavellian group of humans and mutants paying a target on the heads to become a common enemy or something. Pants is the name Speedball goes by after Civil War I for a while, the whole spike suit thing. Oh man, that's fucking cool. But you know Jen would totally let him hit it. He is her type. Because she likes the brawny guys, and Conan's fucking brawny. I think that new Arnold Schwarzenegger Conan movie is going to be like King Conan and take influence from it. I think they outright said it's going to be King Conan. Oh, Conan reacts. We went to a Thailand brothel. Yeah, Venom symbiote turned to a sword for Conan like the Necro sword. Yeah, because the way it manifested for him. You read more Conan crossover Marvels. They're pretty great. Yeah, Conan having to say Marvel is great. The X-Men destroy the world again by the sheer stupidity. Next time, make it Dick Tracy. Yeah, Jen wouldn't let him leave for 3 days. Yeah, I don't think the world could handle the unmitigated swollenness of Conan and Jen's offspring. Yeah, Conan's an actual barbarian. He's honorable, not moral, and civilization confuse him sometimes. That's ironically why he actually got along pretty great with Doctor Doom. Basically, like, all the really, really badass characters in Marvel, he got along pretty well with. Yeah, Magic is gay. Yeah, like, he constantly shit-talks fucking Doctor Strange. The whole time he's calling him a coward with filthy magic. It's great. And it's to the point that even Doctor Doom is like, dude, I use magic too. But Conan's like, yeah, but you have the heart of a warrior. You're different. And both of you to assume Jen would top. Yeah, Hulk Conan win. Yeah, complete OG Marvel run on Conan's on sale for like $63 on Amazon. Yo, dap me up, yeah. Yeah, you're one of the good ones. He basically says you're one of the good ones. I respect Sorcerer to the Heart of a Warrior. If they don't have a Heart of a Warrior, they're pussies. I don't respect them. Literally, but you're one of the good ones, yeah. Yeah, Crom laughs at magic, yeah. Like, can you ever even handle Conan's Cimmerian dick? She even fucked the Juggernaut. Because Doom knows what he does. Do not question, yeah. Yeah, magic's fucking gay and you're queer for using it. I use magic, yeah, but you're cool. Yeah, Doom is Earth's second greatest scientist, knows how to fight, yeah. Warriors and donuts! I think on Dr. Doom and Conan, didn't he call him vain for wearing his mask without even having dinner? Yeah. Like I said, that's one of the reasons why Doom genuinely liked him. Because he's like, take your mask off, we're eating. It's like, oh, but I'm wounded. Don't be a pussy. And then he doesn't react. He doesn't freak out. So Doom's like, okay. Is Conan Exile game any good? I played a bit of it. It's actually kind of fun. But be aware, it is a survival sandbox game, so have a good group of friends with it. Yeah, Doom killed a lion with his bare hands. Yeah, add that into the bucket of Dr. Doom. Is Marvel's best character, and he's a respected warrior in Conan's eyes. And funny that DC humans are okay with metahumans in a world where Marvel humans don't want mutants. When can I expect my Cyberpop box? Actually, not too long away. Not too long away. I got some special surprises for that. Yeah, Conan, Crom laughs at magic. Conan, you feuded with Crom for years. You're your favorite character from the Game of Thrones books? Actual books, I'll go with Jon. Jon's clearly the main character. The original offer of Conan was friends with H.P. Lovecraft? Yeah, Robert E. Howard. Has Conan ever interacted with Reed? When he shows up in Marvel, he does tend to run into everybody. Yeah, Conan Exile survival sim in their Dune game is the exact same thing. Take ages, make progress. Yeah, that's why I say have a good group of friends. The box again, their t-shirt sorted, and they're out the door. Yeah. How strong is Conan? In terms of, like, just in general, very, very, very fucking good physical fighter. Obviously, if you do any kind of, like, trick or magic thing, you can trip him up, but if you're just doing a man-to-man fight, like you're in a sword duel or you're throwing fists, he will win. Conan will find Reed Richards endlessly annoying, kind of a pussy, and then he completely understands Doom hating him. Yeah, he's peak human. Yeah, he's literally meant to be the peak human. What does Conan think about super technology, aka what is think about Reed? Well, I mean, in regards to super technology, he probably just sees all this weird gimmick and magic. Yeah, he's just Giga Chad through Marvel. Read Savage Avengers. It's really fun. It's really fun. And then Conan Punisher meet. How'd that go? Yeah, like I said, that was Savage Avengers. And they respect each other quite a bit. The whole arc of them having to travel through the Savage Lands is that Frank wanted to bury his family because Kulan Goth and his cult dug them up. Basically because they needed violent warrior spirits to sacrifice. So they attracted Conan, they got Venom, they got Dr. Doom. Not Dr. Doom. He shows up later. Dr. Voodoo. And they got Wolverine. And they were going to sacrifice them all. Oh, and Elektra. I almost forgot Elektra also was there. And they're going to sacrifice them all to basically merge the realms. Well, obviously they whoop Kulan's ass. So they all are about to go home and go like, I guess we'll figure this out. And Punisher goes with Conan to journey through so they can bury his family. Remember when Godzilla was in Marvel? You think Conan would get along with Godzilla? Yeah, Conan fought Captain America to a draw. That's how good he is, yeah. Does Conan smash Elektra? He made passes at her. And she was not unwilling, but they just didn't have time. You find it funny, Joseph, Bana, Arnold, Affair, Maidson, taking more after him than his other kid. Bash Kid taking more after him. What? You know how strong Conan is? He defeated a bunch of cosmic horrors. God, that's how strong he is, yeah. I think a Conan story set in the Lovecraft universe would work. It basically is. He fought the Cult of Dagon. He fought Cthulhu worshippers. And he won. Yeah, Conan, Punisher, Doom, Elektra, and Venom. Bro, who's ever in the way is fucked. Doom showed up later. It's Dr. Voodoo, who is different. Dr. Voodoo is basically the anti-hero version of Doctor Strange. Because he regularly sacrifices people. One of his tactics is to, like, kill his brother, use his ghost for his spells, and then resurrect his brother. That's a thing he does regularly.
Come on, then.
Which are cuter, beavers or otters? I like beavers. They make cute noises. I also like beavers. Yeah, Conan looked Cthulhu in the eye and said, "Sup, bitch."
Just like I planned.
What are your thoughts on Tywin Lannister in the books, and how would you compare him to the show version? I think he's a really good character, and I like the fact that his whole thing is hubris. He genuinely thought he was, like, the winner in the whole thing, and he didn't realize how bad things were getting. Yeah, he can decapitate you with a table. Yeah, Dr. Voodoo was Sorcerer Supreme at one point. And his brother's cool with it? Yeah, his brother's fine. Try to super chat this. Conan wanted to bang Emma when he was squatting at the Hellfire HQ until she used her powers on him and he immediately went full Uncle Ruckus. Will Conan be a champion of Karn? No, he's a champion of Crom. He respects no god beyond the god that does not respect him. Ever a Punisher 29.9? It is goofy as fuck, but it is fun. Any short stories from the original Robert E. Howard stories you like? Oh yeah, there's a bunch. A lot of the classic Conan comics are exactly that. They're just adaptations of the stories. So you have shit like Frost Giant's Daughter is like one of the funniest ones. Because that's literally Conan's in the middle of a blizzard. He sees a naked woman out in the snow and is like, I need to rape her right now. She screams for her brothers and he kills his brothers. So it's like, huh, that happened. Yeah, Elephant Tower's legitimately great. Elephant Tower's great when he meets Valeria. That's really cool. There's a lot of really good shit. Ballet's fucking great. Yeah, Conan literally tells his god to either help him or fuck off. Favorite Venom design? I like Lethal Protector Venom. And he tells Crom to fuck himself because that's how you get respect, yeah. And where do you live? On the edge. How old are you? 32 caliber, Punisher 29.9, yeah. And to be fair, the giant princess was leading Conan to get killed by the brothers, yeah. She literally was, like, setting a trap. Yeah, it's funny how Conan receives Crom's blessing by telling him to go fuck himself. He doesn't bless him. Well, that's how it works. If you beg Crom for anything, he won't give it to you. You have to earn it. Even in Conan Exiles, because Conan Exiles has the whole mechanic where you can build a shrine to the gods. And depending on the god you pick, it can give you like different buffs or negatives. And if you build one for Crom, it does literally nothing. Because that's the point. Even though Sonya is Marvel, when they meet, it's always nice. Yeah, I do like how the phrase in Song of Ice and Fire universally hates and they broke a cultural norm when they killed Robb Stark, so no one cares when they die, yeah. Legitimately hilarious that race of Snake Man made by one of those Eldritch gods lost to barbarian humanity. That's the whole point. It's Conan is the epitome of the unstoppable human spirit. DC fan or Marvel fan? I like Marvel a lot, but there's a lot of really cool DC stuff. Has Conan met Thor? I'm pretty sure they've met, yeah. Yeah, if you beg Crom for anything, he'll send you suffering. Yeah, Crom's whole thing is I don't respect pussies. Yeah, Lovecraft Robert, you know I respect you as a writer, but my monsters put hardened men to utter madness, Robert, but what if he used pure berserk primal rage? Alright, you win. Yeah, Joseph Bennett is a Mexican maid son who won bodybuilding competition and takes more after Arnold than his other kids. Oh, that guy. I wonder how Conan would react to Man Things. He's basically a Lovecraftian entity if he was a superhero. When Punisher teamed up with Slim Shady, yeah. With that said, who would you say is the worst Game of Thrones character from a poorly written or crap person? Poorly written, that really depends on what you're talking about. You're talking about the show or the books, because there is a difference. Like, if I was going to go for worst character in the show, Cersei. Because they specifically forget the point of Cersei in the books, which is that Cersei is insane. Not only is she insane, she's an idiot. Oh, books? Fuck. I guess that guy that hyped up that he was going to get revenge for his sister, and then the mountain just kills him. Because it was like, oh, all that hype for nothing, okay. At least Slim Shady team up didn't age as badly as DC team up with Jared Fogle of Subway. Yeah, Lovecraft basically admitted Conan could survive the madness of the old gods. Yeah, the only time Crom would actively intervene when somebody he's interested in is getting fucked over by Supernatural, like that one time. Was gonna get killed by that fucking demon monkey. I ran it, yeah, in the canon timeline Cthulhu Mythos, one of those ancient races predating humanity, the race of dragons lost the war to the human race, and we barely had swords. To be honest, for a YouTube career, I want to stay away from drama tubers and political grifters. Anyone maybe bad optics, plus many of them are shit. It's pretty smart survival strategy. Like, you can be cordial with people, but never ever forget, they're probably recording any message you're giving them. Barachagato, $5. So Crom's always blessed people who are irreverent is Krama Sundar. Conan and Guts fought, who do you think would win? Probably Guts. Because he's more willing to be underhanded. Oh, the gods, kiss my ass and I'll give you blessings. Crom, want my help? Gotta work for it. Don't help weaklings. Cersei's a fucking psychopath. I only like Joffrey because she had an ounce of control over him. And she has agendas, dysphoria. She wants to be a guy really badly. So she could be basically big and dumb. Well, like, the whole thing with Cersei, she's just batshit crazy. Like, because it's heavily implied that the Lannisters with, you know, Cersei and Jaime's whole thing, where they were incestuous and fucked each other, was not an uncommon thing with the Lannisters. They like to do that, so there is some implication that might have fucked them up. And Cersei somehow became a feminist icon on the show. Yeah, even though, like I said, that's the whole... It's the exact opposite, you know? Like, the whole point in the books is... And this is something that I had to have explained to me, because I bought into it for a while. You know, where I was like, oh god, maybe this all did turn to shit. And I had people who knew way more about Game of Thrones have to sit me down and go like, no. And a lot of it's because of Night of the Seven Kingdoms. Because I watched Night of the Seven Kingdoms and was like, that was really fucking good and heartfelt. What the fuck? And I had people who are fanboys of George R. R. Martin go like, yeah, that's what we've been saying. So basically, Game of Thrones, the books, has been building up to the idea that all of the political scheming and all of the bullshit they've been doing has in fact actually sealed their own death. When the Red Wedding happens, it's such an affront to everything Westeros is supposed to represent and be and what they believe in. The gods themselves curse the Lannisters and the Greyjoys. They are doomed to die. And it's a thing where bit by bit you were seeing more of it. Where like the Lannisters fall from political relevancy one after another. They start dropping dead. Tyrion's able to break away from his family after he himself goes through some major suffering. But that, you know, to be fair, that was kind of coincidental timing, really. Yeah, I love the irony of Tywin, that man so focused on his family's legacy, doesn't know what the fuck's going on with his family. Also, the son he hates, the only one who inherited his mind. Yeah. So the Greyjoy's only son has no dick. Well, the Greyjoys get slaughtered. Like, more than just what happens to Theon. Yeah, considering Tywin's wife was his first cousin, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Yeah, the gods, how meanwhile on the show, Jon comes back from the dead and says there's nothing after death. Yeah, because that's the show. Yeah, the show started deviating from the books pretty early. It's just it got really apparent in the last 2 seasons. Then you take a look at the old X-Men Evolution cartoon. That cartoon was good. That's when X-Men was good. The show fucks Cersei up so bad they want her to be sympathetic when the entire War of Five Kings is her fault since she aborted the son she had with Robert. Yeah. Yeah, the entire point of Honor being gay is something that Lannister was pushed, and that actively gets them fucked over since Honor's super, super important. Yeah. Yeah, there's no Stoneheart in the show. Yeah. And like I said, I bought into it for a while. I bought into the whole, like, you know, people probably remember what I talked about on stream, where I was talking like, yeah, I think I did buy into the whole, like, deconstruction thing and the what was Aragorn's tax policy thing. And then I had people who knew way more about Game of Thrones shit say, no, Martin unironically likes medieval romanticism. He does like the classic, you know, fairy tale knight stuff. The whole point of Game of Thrones, that's building up to why that works. And what happened in the show is they tried to recapture the Red Wedding moment over and over again because ratings, yeah. Yeah, in the books, Aaron's still around and it's hinted he's going to be the Antichrist, yeah. Yeah, Game of Thrones had a lot more magic than the show. Even Ned Stark's wife came back to life and seeks revenge, yeah. Did you hear about the quartering striking Keanu Casino attempting band-off kick because they're making fun of him being a cuck? Yeah, that all went down, yeah. And like I said, he's a roach. He'll find a way to survive. Yeah, I remember after the Red Wedding, so many Game of Thrones fans were coping hard, desperately waiting for Stoneheart. I wonder if Jon working into Ghost will protect his mind from the effects of dying, unlike Lady Stoneheart. Was Tyrion supposed to be revealed as a Targaryen? No, it's that Tyrion was the only one that actually inherited why Tywin was able to be who he was. He was smart. Should I read the books? The books are good. They are good. But please be aware, that story is never being finished. Yeah, Euron Greyjoy is actually a terrifying character in the book. In the show, he's just some asshole he can teleport. Yeah, Game of Thrones books are awesome. The show, on the other hand, is complete bastardization. Yeah, Jon's essentially a King Arthur figure, literal prince who was promised, yeah. Yeah, the only son that Tywin that he would like is Tyrion, but because he's a dwarf and kind of the reason his wife's dead, he hates him, yeah. And I remember actually liking the courting when I started to become disillusioned. SJW shit rising to prominence in media, how foolish I was. Yeah, I can't read the books, don't like incest. Yeah, we're never getting Winds of Winter. Yeah, Winds of Winter is the Duke Nukem Forever in novels. Yeah, Jaime gets maimed for killing the king, and the constant scorched earth tactics making every single noble family hate the Lannisters on both sides. Yeah, because like I said, it's a thing where people who knew way more about Game of Thrones shit and were keeping up with it a lot more point out to me that, like, so basically after the Red Wedding, the Lannisters run their victory lap, and it's like, we won, we did it, we won, and then one after another, they had tragedy after tragedy after tragedy. Because the whole point is, like, you did something so horrendous that the gods themselves have deemed your entire bloodline will die. And in the show, they try to make Daenerys the princess who was promised because, well, actually, the dragons have no gender, blah, 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 yeah. Oh, guys, pizzas are coming. It's going to be amazing. Yeah, most I've consumed of Game of Thrones, the South Park Black Friday trilogy, and Dead Six's rant on Ramsay Bolton. I always like the redemption arc that Jaime Lannister has been going on. I do hope he has a noble death or somewhat happy end and wins. Yeah, does George not even have an idea of how he wants the story to end so he can pass to his successor? No, what I think happened is he gave the notes of what the ending was supposed to be to the showrunners. As in, like, this is what I had in mind. And either the ideas themselves were rough and not thought out or finished yet, or they deviated so hard from what his original idea was that it basically soured the earth anyway. I like to think George R.R. saw people hate the ending of the show and went, if you hate my draft so much, then fuck you, no last book. I haven't watched Game of Thrones in full yet. My sister and I know all... in full yet. My sister and I, all I know is that apparently Jon Snow is awesome. Also, I believe that Robert Drunken rambles about killing all the Targaryens was right all along, at least the show version. There we go. Yeah, showrunners were deviating even in the earlier seasons. That's what caused problems later, yeah. Because, like, from my understanding, once again, from all the shit I'm hearing from people who know way more about it than me, they're basically saying, like, ironically, it would have had a more traditional ending of the day is saved. The exact thing I was saying I wanted, and they're saying, like, yeah, that's what they wanted to do. I said it because Tyrion said he had dreams of dragons, yeah. Yeah, ideas are probably so fumbled that George had to throw away the draft so he could make something further removed and end up like the scrap Mass Effect 3 ending. Yeah, Jon Snow in the books is a lot more conniving and smart with how he plays, and he doesn't get killed for bringing in the wildlings. He gets killed for wanting to fight the Boltons, yeah. I've read the Wheel of Time books. I started on them because I made a deal with Irishman that if he started Dune, I would start Wheel of Time. And then I haven't touched Wheel of Time in like fucking 6 months. Ow. Time too fast. I haven't watched it in full yet. My sister has, and she loves Jon Snow, so all I know about Game of Thrones is that Jon Snow's the GOAT. Yeah, we'll probably never get an ending, let alone another book, but how do you think the whole urine situation be resolved? The book version essentially built up as Satan. I mean, that sounds cool. Yeah, they moved the Horn of Winter plotline that could take down the wall, so they replaced that with stupid zombie hunt that leads to the Night King getting a zombie dragon. I've read John Carter. I've never actually read it in full. Yeah, did you tell him to stop at a certain point? This is important. I told him, original trilogy is the golden. The 4th book is pretty good. Everything else afterwards, don't bother. I heard the Wheel of Time show is bad, yeah. Yeah, George R.R.M. is just like Sony. They'll do literally anything else except what people want. George, make Elden Ring lore instead of Winds of Winter. Sony remake Last of Us and Horizon instead of Bloodborne. I feel so bad for his actor. He wanted to be the evil sea wizard. Thoughts on Flash Gordon? I like the original movie. It's cheesy as hell, but it's fun. Yeah, last two Doom books are wild. Yeah, Euron raped his brother daily and was possibly for a ritual for him to become a lesser sorcerer. That's on Ender's Game. I never got into Ender's Game. Yeah, Queen did the soundtrack too. Yeah. And show's ending in the book can the same way just due to how much the showrunners cut. Yeah. Because, yeah, like that. There's a certain point where God, what was the name of Ned's wife? I can never remember her fucking name. Caitlyn? Caitlyn Stark? I think that was her name. She's resurrected. She comes back from the dead. And she goes on to try to get revenge against the Lannisters. Once again, one of the signs of like, oh, they fucked up really bad. Have you read Philip K. Dick? I have, yeah. Yeah, I only like the ending because people are so preoccupied with the War of Succession, they completely ignore the Night King and he sweeps through, yeah. I've seen behind-the-scenes screen reading of the series finale. Everyone who read it hated it. They looked so annoyed and bothered, yeah. Apparently there's actually Cthulhu hints in the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, some jungle continent. Sothril says obsidian stature of some tentacle creature. I'm like 3/4 done with Space Sheriff Gavin, and I've heard great things with Sherivan, so I hope I can crank through these metal heroes. I kind of want to take breaks with the other tokusatsu. I read the first book. They cut a lot of the Fairyland sequence out in the movie, and him being a whole other team before that. I feel bad for Kit Harington. 10 years of his life and the character arc got butchered. Yeah, Lance's probably even more fucked up in the grand scheme of things, considering what Cersei did to the fucking church, yeah. Like I said, like, from what I understand, a whole heap of the actual, like, underbelly of what's going on in Game of Thrones is the Lannisters were the top, they were the big guys, they were the guys that won, quote-unquote, and they are taken down by their own hubris and their own ego. And the behind the scenes for the finale season, the actors all look at the script horrified. Yeah. And I removed that from the show and actually like that idea too. Can you imagine Jon Snow meets his dead stepmother? Yeah. I think Frodo and Sam was part of the Game of Thrones universe, probably. Yeah, do you think Kit Harington could have been a good Professor Snape? He has the right look and around the same age of the character. Yeah, Dead 6 would have a hard attack if they probably adapted Euron in the show. And besides The Road, No Country for Old Men, if you read any other books by Cormac McCarthy, Blood Meridian, that shit's classic. Even for the Lannisters' big mistake, they ran out of their gold mines and they're basically heavily in debt to the Iron Bank, yeah. No story, no motive, no background checks. Well, hell, you know, now that you mentioned they removed the Caitlyn resurrected thing, I also remember another detail they didn't include. Rob's girl that he gets with instead of the Bolton girl that they promised. You know, like the thing that caused the Red Wedding. She survives. She never actually goes to the Red Wedding. So another sign of like, oh, you thought you ended their whole bloodline, yet Rob's bloodline will still continue on. And although they completely reversed Jaime's arc in Season 8, it's so badly done. I come across as Sex of Bran was so bad, so I had to go back to Cersei for that. Yeah. He banged Duncan the Tall's, you know, fucking granddaughter and couldn't appreciate shit. Honestly, it's a miracle the finale of Game of Thrones didn't ruin anyone's career. Yeah, not Bolton girl, Frey. Yeah. The Boltons helped, but the Freys were the ones who did that. Because the Freys also get fucking slaughtered. They may have a completely different woman for Rob to marry in the show. Well, no, like, that whole plot line still happens. In the books, Rob does go back on the deal to marry a different girl that he gets pregnant, but she doesn't show up at the Red Wedding. She gets out. You gonna see New Animal Farm in theaters? You're fucking high if you think I'm watching that shit in theaters. I'll watch it when it's free on Tubi. The guy responsible for the finale said the color green is stupid, yeah. Lannister didn't really take part in the whole Robert Rebellion. They literally sit on the fans till one of the sides ended up having an upper, yeah. Jaime really is a Lannister. Can't appreciate the good shit he has. Well, Jaime's whole thing is he is the embodiment of the mentality that the story was I kept thinking was playing straight, but according to people that knew way more than me, said was criticizing, which was Jamie is a classic storybook knight that's gotten burned out and tired and basically is desensitized, you know? Because he has moments where he's a really, really good guy and he does something great. Like when he kills his king, that's just unironically a good decision. Because the guy was a maniac. He was a mass murderer. But then he also becomes way more evil and cynical and fucked up. And it's only going through all of the hell that he goes through does he start trying to come back to humanity a little bit. Yeah, we reviewed The Road, maybe compare what happened to the movie to the book. But that's the funny part. The movie's pretty close to what the book does. Let's remember the white ending, SMT4, the Yamato reactor, it's that. Yeah, Jamie Bastian's great, yeah. Yeah, young Jamie was a good knight, yeah. Like the whole point, the whole point apparently from what people have been telling me now that, you know, now that Night of the Seven Kingdoms was out and people are now looking back at Game of Thrones going like, wait, George is capable of doing that? Is that the Lannisters were the ones that corrupted this land and made it, they weren't the ones, but they were representative of that mentality of taking away the idea of honor and treating people who used it like idiots and doing very underhanded things, you know, destroying the idea of chivalry. Yeah, Jamie's literally Dunk if Dunk had to be around the Lannisters all the time, yeah. Yeah, Jamie, I killed my king for my people. Last season, actually, I never cared. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Jamie's whole story is trying to regain his honor and becoming a knight, yeah. And it's well that Season 8 made Braun a fucking sellsword into the Master of Coin, Lord of Highguard. Should have given him the twins, not put him in charge of the money and food. Yeah, like Jamie was in the right for killing the Mad King because, well, he was about to kill a lot of people, but because he broke his own people, don't like him for it, which is fucked up. Yeah, Jamie doesn't deserve Brianna Tarth anyway. She needs a real knight to take care of her and take care of him. Yeah, Jamie killed the Smiling Knight when he was younger, and the Smiling Knight was worse than the Mountain in every single way. Yeah. Yeah, Jamie's entire arc was undone because Cersei was too strong. Yeah. Yeah, George R. R. Martin was always capable of this. Game of Thrones shows a Flanderization and made the original author look worse than he actually is. Yeah. And I stuck to my guns for a while. I was like, no, he was like that. Like, fuck it, whatever. And only after Night of the Seven Kingdoms comes out, which is explicitly just an unironic, I really fucking like knight stories and stories about honor and chivalry and all that. Only then was I like, shit, you might be right. Hey, the ending was funny how the Hound on the wall, if you start preaching your god, would be real pissed off. He brought you back 19 times just so I can throw you off this wall. Yeah, Danny forgot the Iron Fleet. I view Ned Stark's decision at the beginning of the book series, not the show. Which one are you talking about? Are you talking about the whole thing of like hiding who John's mom, who John's parents really were? Because like that's one of those where I understand that. I do. Yeah, Bronn wanted 2 castles and be able to retire and grow fat and rich. The twins would literally satisfy that. It's unoccupied since the Freys are gone. Yeah, book was better award. Yeah, George's actually a good writer, just the showrunners who fucked it up. Yeah, Jaime killing the Mad King is legitimately a great character choice since the one time he breaks his honor for something legitimately good, everyone hates him for it and stains his reputation. Yeah. Well, that was another aspect, you know? Where, you know, basically the hold on the world is that people were defending objectively evil things for no reason. When Joffrey dies, they make a big deal of like, oh, the kingdom is mourning Joffrey and all this. And then you have that scene where Tyrion's like, he was a fucking psychopath. Why are we pretending we ever gave a shit about him? Also get this, George R. R. Martin cited Stan Lee as one of his biggest influences, was a major inspiration for Night of the Seven Kingdoms. Yeah, dumbest thing is that the Dothraki charged straight into the undead army, but are somehow still around to attack King's Landing. Yeah, problem with Jaime is he seems weak to critics and clashed with his knighthood. Ned talks shit to him about killing the Mad King, yet won't defend himself against Ned when talking. Yeah. Yeah, they ruined it for a Star Wars deal that never even happened. Yeah, it's and even his friend Robert knows he's not his kid, however, respects his friend enough to play along, yeah. Hell, didn't Tyrion say he didn't kill Joffrey, but wished he did? Yeah. Yeah, don't get into all mid-maxing Constitution. Been funny they made Bronn Master of War because he's an experienced soldier, but Master of Coin, dude, literally had a hard time understanding what a loan is. Yeah, poor guy was so good at one thing, fighting, he lost his sword arm for protecting Brienne. Man just kept getting punished for doing the right thing. And North and Era do not respect Southerners because they see how they'll talk about honors performative. Yeah. Yeah, the road book and movie are pretty similar. The movie just condenses and skips some parts. I kind of wish they kept the human livestock caravan because it's such a horrifying apocalyptic visual. They kept the people in the basement, but yeah, the caravan would have been fucked up. Yeah, Star Wars deal fell through after 1 million Kathleen Kennedy. The final season didn't do that. Yeah, I can understand Jaime's point of view, except for fucking his sister part. You killed a monster because you're not supposed to kill that monster. People view you as a bastard. Well, the whole thing with Jaime fucking his sister, this is gonna sound weird, but I always kind of blame Cersei for that. Book Cersei is legitimately psychotic. She is she has the mind of a child. That's an aspect that the books make a lot more clear than the show. Emotionally, Cersei is still like 16. She is not mentally okay at all. The reason she's so willing to gun after people and just kill and kill and kill without any consideration to the consequences is because she basically just has the mind of a child. You know, it's why Joffrey was so dangerous, because he was just his mother. Yeah, Ned was handed the Ned was handed the king, yeah. Aerys recruited Jaime to be his Kingsguard mainly to piss off Tywin, because being Kingsguard meant Jaime could not be Tywin's heir, and did not work out as he hoped. Number one incest offender over here. Yeah, Cersei grooms Jaime. That's not even the bait. That's literally what happens. She was so infatuated with herself, she wanted her twin. Yeah. Cersei generally considers seducing Joffrey because, 1, she's attracted to him, and 2, because she wants more power. Yeah. Am I justifying sister fucking? Oh, I'm not justifying it. I'm saying it was Cersei's fault. Yeah, Joffrey needed to go. Tyrion was right. Why are we acting like we gave a shit? Yeah. But that's that big point of hypocrisy. That was kind of the point. Where it's like everyone's so performative. It's like, oh, how could anyone kill Joffrey? And it's like, we all wanted to do it. We all wanted to do it. Yeah, she didn't even really love Jaime until she had her children. She just wanted control. Yeah. I remember from the audiobooks I was listening to, it was all on Cersei. Yeah. Yeah, she's protected by her father and husband. However, they mostly rein her in. Yeah. Yeah, Joffrey Cope went on a mom cat to look at still growing kittens. Yeah, it's like he was a lunatic. Like, the entire point is, oh god, he's going to be the Mad King again. Yeah, everyone wanted to kill Joffrey. I assume most are pissed because they didn't get a chance to do it first. Yeah, I feel bad for Joffrey's actor. The guy who played Joffrey was really fucking good. Unfortunately, he was too good. He was so good that people legitimately hate him. And it's like, dude, it's not your fault. You were great. Like, you were a great actor. You were a great character. Yeah, the Freys are entirely incompetent at everything and are only in positions of power because they broke honor. Once Wyman got his sons' remains back, he didn't have to respect them. Yeah. This came in from ER stream. Yeah. Remember right, Book Cersei saw her kids as extensions of herself, not seeing them as her children, just more of her. Yeah. He ends up doing that to a human in the books, if I remember. Unfortunately, after Joffrey's little, easily manipulated brother took over, and Cersei brought in religious cultists and another of her harebrained schemes, yeah. Yeah, Cersei's relationship with Jaime was narcissism. She saw it more as her fucking herself and manipulated Jaime into genuinely loving her, yeah. Remember that scene in Blood Meridian where the kid and Tobin try to escape the judge who's hot on their tail? It seems intense. Oh yeah, it's great. I love that. I love the church scene where the kid just sits in the church with the fire. That one's a great scene. I like those little moments of introspection. Apparently quit acting because he probably would have been typecast after that, so he went back to school. Honestly, smart. Yeah, Game of Thrones fucked that guy's career. It kind of fucked a few people's careers. Yeah, Tywin sending Joffrey to bed was peak, yeah. Yeah, what's funny is in the show how deluded Cersei is. She thought she could control Joffrey even though he was a genuine psycho, yeah. Like, he would have killed his mother. I'm convinced of that. Who's worse, Ramsay Snow or Euron Greyjoy? Well, apparently Euron is just straight up meant to be Satan, so I guess he's pretty bad. But at the same time, Ramsay was fucking crazy. Yeah, like Nero killed his, yeah. Yeah, Euron's trying to end the world. Not to mention the show, Cersei blows up the Sept, the equivalent of the Pope in it, hundreds of people, one of the major lords and her daughter-in-law, and suffers no consequences, yeah. Yeah, Euron Greyjoy was like a berserk character. I'm talking about the incest penis shows make my tummy hurt. I understand people thought he was a good actor, but I still don't get why they thought he was actually Joffrey, if you get what I mean. It's just one of those things, it's weird, where... Because it's actually really well known. If someone's able to play a complete asshole in a movie, usually they're actually pretty nice. That is an actual thing where basically because they're really nice and know how to like act around people, they're able to emulate someone who just doesn't. There we go. All touch for Game of Thrones. What do you think would have happened if Ned never went south and became the Hand? How would the Lannister rivalry go down? I think they eventually would have fucked them over. Yeah, Game of Thrones sounds like when you put insane people in power and they're going to burn everything down the most complicated and retarded way, basically. Yeah, some even speculate Ramsay Bolton's dad, Roose, is a literal vampire and he's way creepier in the books. Yeah, and a gun, too, because she was Skylar, yeah. And that's a case where, once again, I still stick with my idea of... Skylar's really not that bad. She has had some subplots that weren't that great. Yeah, Stephen Hawk's pretty salty about fans asking him to say rude shit to them because they liked him as so much as Trevor, yeah. Yeah, except the guy that plays Homelander. I don't even think he's acting, just changing accent, yeah. Yeah, Cersei's actress actually plays into the hate, yeah. I mean, like, the lady who plays Cersei, from my understanding, is pretty cool. But she's playing a character that's meant to be hated. Yeah, Ramsay at least seems to love his father and want his approval. Euron's a monster who's only after godlike power for himself. He literally wants to fuck the world. Here we go. Yeah, Skylar comes off as a hypocrite because of the Ted subplot. Yeah. And she was a great villain actress. She was great in Dredd as Mama. She was awesome in Dredd. So time of the newest One Punch Man webcomic be like, I always knew that guy was evil. His hairline was inhuman. Yeah, Euron's basically Griffith without any redeeming qualities. Yeah, not just Ted subplot, but also Skylar not taking Hank's offer when she had the chance, yeah. Yeah, besides Lena Headey, Cersei, and Sean Bean, did anyone really walk away from HBO Game of Thrones with a good career? Peter Dinklage is still going pretty strong. I mean, he showed up in Dexter. Yeah, Grant Lena Headey can do anything well. She was awesome as the Queen in 300. And Griffith but ugly and a Viking and straight up gay. Yeah, the guy who did John's doing okay. Yeah, you're in the books with once literal godhood in the show. He's just a booty pirate, and it's just funny because Book Euron looks at the rest of the Ironborn and thinks of them as idiots. Remember seeing the Book of Euron return from Old Valyria with a magic dragon summoning horn? The guy he had blown into died from eternal burning metal. And see, Mizkif and made to fucking turn that curiosity after he broke up with Emiru. Wasn't Jason Momoa in Game of Thrones? He's doing alright. Yeah, that is true. There's next Persona 4 part coming out. I want to get into it later on. That will be after Dead Rising 4. No, it'll be after the video after Dead Rising 4. I'm doing a video, Dead Rising 4, a video, then Persona Part 2. Yeah, Peter Dinklage is in Infinity War, yeah. Yeah, Jason Momoa seems to be doing well. Yeah, just keep Dinklage away from any VA role. He cannot VA for shit. That wizard came from the moon from early Destiny 1 days. Also, fun fact, well, not really fun fact, Tyrion's first wife isn't an actual prostitute in the books, and after he found out about that, Tyrion has every right to murder his father. Aaron Paul got a new passion for voice acting for Dispatch. He's a good voice actor. I really liked his performance in Dispatch. He was one of the best parts. Wasn't that Victorian Greyjoy the dude with the Valyrian steel armor, not urine? I think Jason Momoa as Lobo in the Supergirl is going to be great. I think he'll be pretty good. He loves Lobo. He's wanted to do Lobo for years. Lobo, The Crow, he's had a few different people he's really wanted to play. He said you're going to do Ruby funny joke. Ruby is coming, but it's going to be later in the year. I just got here to see if your government maintained Moon Rabbit yet. The tragedy of Tyrion's first love is genuinely heartbreaking, yeah. Because he loved her. Like, he genuinely loved her. Tyrion was about the only actual Lannister capable of genuine love. Yeah, Kit married the actress who played Ygritte. He lucked out, though. I heard he had to check himself into rehab. Yeah, Charles Dance was great as Emmer in Witcher 3, yeah. Charles Dance is awesome in everything. I really wish I could help you out with Ruby video. Who do you like better, the Judge from Blood Meridian or Kurtz from Heart of Darkness? Well, Heart of Darkness or Apocalypse Now, because there is a difference. Because Kurtz in Heart of Darkness is... You mainly see what he does. He's more of an action type of character than he is a spoken character. Meanwhile, the Judge has a lot of, like, really good monologues.
Just getting started.
Like, by the time they find Kurtz in the Heart of Darkness, he's a babbling lunatic. Yeah, she actually loved Tyrion back. Tywin just traumatized her so bad she can't even look at Tyrion without PTSD. Yeah, Charles Dance is even good in that terrible Dracula movie. It's crazy how so much of what the Lannisters suffer could have been avoided if Tywin bothered to love his children. Well, yeah, that's the point. It's like, it was a fucked up family, and in Game of Thrones, the fucked up families all fell. Like, in some way, shape, or form, they fell. You know, the Greyjoys, they fell. The Freys, they fell. The Boltons fell. The Lannisters fell. The Targaryens. The whole thing kicks off because the Targaryens fell. Is that the way in the Ruby video? In the meantime, watch H. Brahma guy vid on it. You need to suffer. Yeah, Kurt's more of a symbol / idea of evil. Yeah, exactly. Now, the Judge is literally evil, but, you know, as in the idea of evil itself. Ironically, the ones that didn't fall, the Starks, and that's because Ned loved his children. They were the only loyal family. Had Dance made last action hero. If God were a villain, he'd be me. Yeah, Charles Dance even goes the shitty eco-terrorist in Godzilla King of the Monsters. Yeah. Basically, everyone fell, though. However, the ones that had honor and family ties survived. Yeah, Dead Rising 4 failed for a lot of reasons, but I mainly fell through because I had Marvel writing. I like the movies, but I just can't forgive post-Age of Ultron for the damage of future writers. Dude, like... God. So... Dead Rising 4 is one of those cases where it is so hilariously bad, I think a lot of people forget how bad it really is. You know? Like, we all go, oh yeah, Dead Rising 4 was awful. You know, it's like, oh god, this was fucking terrible. Remember when Capcom did that? And we forget the layers of stupidity to Dead Rising 4. Like, that was retardation with layers to it. There is subtext to that retardation. Retarded subtext to retardation. It is astonishing. It's an anti-story. It is an anti-game. You look at it and go, like, that's how you don't make a video game. What was the main takeaway from Hard Darkness? The inner evil and all of men. Civilization is a lie waiting for the right situation to collapse. Age of Ultron development issues in the first instance of people turning on Whedon. Even today, I think it was coordinated by Feige to fuck him over. Yeah, DR4 was made wrong intentionally, not even as a joke. Yeah, I think people underestimate just how bad the gameplay for is. The inventory is somehow overcomplicated and too simple. Yeah. You think you know retardation? You think you know? You don't know shit. I just got back. When is the Dead Rising 4 review? So like I said, I'm putting out the He Never Died video. That should be done by Saturday, Sunday, depending on just a few things. And after that, it's going to be full steam ahead Dead Rising 4. It's going to be awful. If Limit was an inside job, no, Frank, it wasn't. Santa Cabeza was, you dumbass. Yeah, Whedon fell because the allegations caught up with him and shattered the male feminist illusion. Yeah. What's on Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster gameplay and Dead Rising 5 gonna play like it? Gameplay-wise, it was fine. The gameplay of Deluxe was alright. It was everything around it that was worse. And Girly Pop or DR4, call it. No, Whedon was made to leave. A lot on the cutting room floor of Age of Ultron they didn't want to. Official is now prequel guy for 7 months. 7 months. Also, yeah, I gotta tinker with these paradigms. I need a buff paradigm at the same time as a damage one. You know, the show cut the secret Targaryen son. Yeah. The only good thing that I can say Age of Ultron is that there's some good lines of Ultron, as long as he doesn't make any funny quirks. Yeah. One of the big selling points of the whole series is how every object in the game, is a weapon. Then you get the 4, and I can't throw soccer balls at zombies. Yeah. And Girly Pop was Troon Slop. The literal definition. Yeah, your Dead Rising 3 review is how I found you in my new favorite channel. Yeah. I'll put Dead Rising 4 video. Gonna have to buy 3 12-packs for that one when it comes out. Frank, you were at Willamette. How did you forget? I'm special $5 if the goddamn held auditions. Which villain do you think would make the cut? There's pretty bad ones. Alright. Yeah, here. Like, why is Fang always Sentinel? Here. Here. We'll do Saboteur for that. Yeah, Commando. Why not? And yeah, we'll stick with this for right now. Remember how DR5 is going to play without combo weapons? Or play like Dead Rising 3? Good question. DR5 is real? It is real. They did announce it's going to be a thing. We just don't know much about it. Don't worry, next time I'll find something worse than Girly Pop to make sure you play that as well. How many Godzilla side packs of Patch Blue Ribbon do you need to get through DR4? See, that's the thing. I don't abuse substances when I go through something shitty. I need my mind sharp. I need it clear. Yeah, gotta end reviews. The judge and his history. Griffith just walks over to shakes his hand. My nigga. Yeah, Border went through a whole set of God hands. He already has a list of replacements prepared. The current ones get killed. Damn it. Will Frank West come back from his Frank rest to do his Frank best? My Chimblin car discovered Berserk. I just hope Vic from 4 does not return. Yeah, dude, like... Vic was such an insanely bad idea. Like, I have no idea what the hell they were thinking of Vic, but at the same time, I remember that around that time, that was just a trope. The young successor character that for some reason had a fucking, you know, chip on their shoulder to all the legacy people. Because, like, DR4 had it, Borderlands 3 had it, Marvel had it a few different times. Like dude, I don't know why. I don't know why that was a thing. Since you play KSD2, are you a tit or ass man, my G? Tits. Yeah, nice pillows. Ever play the game Last Commands? The game Snake turned into a bullet hell while also having a story. It's pretty good. Yeah, Star Wars had it. Yeah, Star Wars literally had it. They even gave Vic the ick. Names set up a successor. Blood, you ain't in the club. Where's Nick?
I can't do this.
Yeah, Nick didn't have much of a problem with Chuck. Yeah. Like, Nick's whole thing was he didn't know who Chuck was. But the whole last mission where he's fighting with Chuck is about him learning to respect Chuck. And go like, holy shit, you're legit. Yeah, they were setting up Vic to be the 5 protagonist since her name ends with K like the others. But the fans fucking hate her and the DLC made them walk it back, yeah. Yeah, why pick when you can have both? That is true. The smart man knows that's not even a question. The best solution is always both. You ever play much of Lost Planet? I like Lost Planet 1 and 2. I think DR5 should have a few combo weapons. Should go back to its roots using regular stuff as weapons. That would be fun. Why is everyone always targeting me? What did I do? You like Persona? Hell yeah, I love Persona.
I can't do this.
¿Por qué no las dos? Yeah. Look, you need the HRT to truly experience the girly pop experience. I played Borderlands 3 and Ava is fucking insufferable because she basically never takes accountability for causing Maya's death, and the game gaslights the player into sympathizing, yeah. Like I said, it's... For some reason, that was just a trope. That was just a thing that was common. I don't know why we let it be common, but it was common. Yeah, dog should trip their own many belated sequels. Riders who like that should live on the streets. I don't even get what the mentality is. Hey, the legacy character you loved is actually shitty and horrible and all that. It's like, what? Why? Like, I get it. Okay, they want to do the thing of like, oh, maybe the original characters were flawed and human and all that, but they never tackle it like that. It's never, they made hard calls in a bad situation. It's always, you were an asshole for even considering it. It's like, well, fuck you. I showed the girly pop trailer to a friend in Discord. She said she's offended as a woman. She lives in Canada. Yeah, her and the Twitch streamer villains are insufferable. Yeah, simple answer. AstroTurfing women riders, yeah. I would really appreciate it if you guys would actually fucking keep me alive, you dicks. Yeah, Vic literally had no reason to hate Frank. He was a sleazy reporter, but he was a fucking hero who saved dozens of lives. Yeah. Like, I guarantee, I fucking guarantee, this is something I'm convinced of. So the whole prologue is Frank and Vic go into the secret military facility to prove that to prove the military is still experimenting on zombies, you know. Doing their usual, the military's doing evil shit thing that's like very common in Dead Rising. And the idea would have been Vic wanting to release all of the subjects accidentally causes the outbreak at Willamette. Because a lot of people legitimately thought she did. Because the framing is they get alert at the facility, they run, and then it just cuts straight to, oh yeah, and then Willamette was attacked by zombies again. So I guarantee, they did separate those. They did clarify that, no, they had nothing to do with each other. That was just coincidence. Early draft of the script, Vic caused that. So I think they had to walk that back because having Vic constantly shit-talk Frank and go, you're a monster, you're this, you're that, you don't care, and having her be responsible for Willamette being overrun with zombies again made them go like, oh my god, people will actually just try to kill her. Now, given Borderlands 4 was toned way down from 3, do you think they tied Birch to the Radiator Man, write the script, and beat him with a fire poker every time there was a dumb joke and they removed it?
Why me?
And sure, Jonathan Majors fell 6 feet from a window, yeah. Luke trying to save his genocidal dad from the dark side. Luke had a bad dream about his nephew. I guess I'll fucking kill him. Alright, obviously these guys are gonna be assholes, so. You can feel that throughout the game because she acts so shady, yeah. Well, like, she teams up with, like, the violent fucking rebel group that was actively getting people killed, and then she gets people killed in the fucking story. So it's like, is she supposed to be the one that's better than Frank? Because right now she ain't fucking acting like it. Yeah, it was Frank who let the zombies out to fight the guards. The game just ignores it. Summon time? Might have to summon. I do not know why these guys are tanking so much damage. In fact, you know what? Fuck it. Why not? Yeah, Batman Beyond already perfected the passing of the torch story in 2000. What happened? Yeah, Borderlands basically wrote out Ava. She was that hated. She went from leader to pet sitter, yeah. And we never get to see the conclusion of the cliffhanger of Stoneheart going after Jamie by forcing Brienne to help her. Yeah, Jonathan Major doing a Daily Wire movie, his career's dead. Even at the end of the game, when Vic gives her a monologue about Frank, she's like, he was a piece of shit monster, but at least he did one good thing before he died. Like, what the fuck, bitch? Yeah.
Okay, let me up.
And the fact the writers even came up with the idea of zombified Frank for the DLC for ChatGPT is even a thing is kind of impressive. That's funny. Frank is supposed to be such a piece of shit in Vic's eyes that every side quest and a lot of the main quests have us saving people. Yeah. Well, that's the exact thing that baffled me why they even tried that concept. Like, they addressed the fact, you know, Frank is human. You know, he had his flaws, he had his downfall, he let his ego get to him, you know? Frank 100% was a kind of guy where it's like, yeah, he got swept up in his own hype and all that, but end of the day, he was legitimately a good man. That's the whole point. Frank actually was just straight up a good guy. So the whole idea of like, well, actually, he's a fucking, you know, piece of shit monster. It's like, Frank was never that. Yeah, Frank's a sleazy, slimy prick, but he ultimately does the right thing, yeah. I think a Kryptonian Saiyan could be stronger than a Kryptonian Viltrumite. They wouldn't be human. Therefore, not the strongest. You can tell they really regret the end of DR4. That's why they made the DLC, yeah. Damn it. Yeah, Frank cares about getting a big scoop and winning awards, but he does care about people, yeah. There even be a Dead Rising 5 to how badly 4 shut the bed. They announced Dead Rising 5. They are going to do it. And it's going to take place, apparently, between Dead Rising 2 and 3. So my guess is they're going to go with the idea of Dead Rising 4 that all of it, because they already said that it's going to take place in Hollywood. It's going to be like a big Hollywood set you're running around in. So my guess is they're going to go completely with the idea that 4 was a bad movie adaptation that pisses off Frank. I'm convinced of that. I don't know his Vic character. Everyone knows Dead Rising ended at 3. There was no 4. Yeah, you're a tough guy, Frank. A hard-nosed, no good paparazzi keeps buttoning up people's privacy. Try. You got a point? Yeah. Do you think the cast of a regular show could beat the Viltrumites easily? They would whoop their ass. Like I said in a review, all he had to do was sit in the safe room and wait to be rescued and become a millionaire. He chose to save as many people as he could. Yeah. Yeah, I got done with Mass Effect 2, now into 3. Yeah. Well, it's a crossbreed of a Kryptonian, sane, and human. Too much genetic diversity. They would get in the way of each other. Capcom's smart. They would use that theory, yeah. And there's never been a half Viltrumite because their DNA takes over the others when they age. I just remember the side quest, main quest Frank does to save people as often as inconvenience or strip his personal safety. Fuck Vic, yeah. Yeah, Conquest is not ready for Death Kwando. I just realized every Dead Rising protagonist name ends with K. What about my unsung hero Hodis? Yeah, the easiest thing to do is simply retcon 4 out of existence, yeah. Now who's a rival you should stay ready for? My mom. Most man of Conquest. At the same time Frank meets a boss, he always tries to de-escalate. He's even able to save the Molotov guy after he calms down, yeah. That's on Tech Jacket being a Girl Invincible show. I mean, I'm fine with it, but I don't like the reasons why they say. Where they're basically like, him being a guy is just kind of boring. It's like, don't get in the habit of those changes. You really don't want to get in the habit. That's the one Marvel Capcom game where Frank was in alongside Spider-Man, the Mayor from Final Fight, Chris Redfield, Nemesis. Feels like a strange fever dream looking back on it. Marvel vs. Capcom? Those games are great. A regular showcast would send Viltrumites to another dimension. Hey, Door Rising 4 is a poster in the movie studio, and Frank makes a snide comment about how at least he got paid for it. Yeah.
See you next time.
God damn, Hope, you suck. You have no damage. Look at that. They're two-shotting you, Hope, for love of God. Lumi's a Phase Connect talent I'm getting into. She used to be the one with the tired crazy eyes, but she's actually a very accomplished singer and covers various genres. And Marvel vs. Capcom, Frank and Reed fought Marvel Zombies, and let's be honest, more than likely won. Alright. I am... There we go. I will save us so many fucking headaches doing this right now. I was trying. I was legitimately trying. But we need someone that can actually take a fucking punch as the leader. This movie was shit. Frank, at least it wasn't the Last of Us knockoff TV show yet. Hope if your dad beat you more, it wouldn't be like this. Yeah, funny, every non-Superman fan thinks they know more about Superman. Like this case, I remember somebody made the claim that Conquest could easily defeat Superman. Conquest would put up a fight, but no, Clark would win. A lot of people forget, Clark can actually fight. Yeah, Kryptonians can survive in the sun. Viltrumites can't, yeah. Not only can Kryptonians survive in the sun, if it's a yellow sun, like the one that's around Earth, Clark gets stronger. So he could literally just pick Conquest up and take him closer to the sun and fucking melt his ass while Clark is getting stronger. Oh my god, even when Hope's not the leader, they just keep beating the shit out of Hope. What did he do to you? Yeah, Clark's very skilled martial artist. He's not just punch, punch, charge. Yeah, he knows how to fight. Yeah, heaven forbid there's a blue star or a white star. Clark wins most fights not only because he can fight, because he has Hope on his side. Also, he grew up as a farmer. Damn it. Big Buddha for $100. Haven't done this in a while, so yee for my favorite tard. Yee. 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 Yeah, Clark's like 6'4", corn-fed farm boy. Bro's built like a Marine by default. He would roll Conquest. Akasupa, Akasupa, Akasupa. I thought I just finished the longest arc in Berserk, and your videos are the best to understand the story of Goatman. Please read on your own. I love Berserk. I wanted to get more money. I want Berserk to get so much money. And I'm in a horrible abusive relationship, but we barely get any chapters, and one of the companies involved with Berserk took down the big video, but fuck it. Fuck it, you know, it's like, I don't care. You know, he just had a bad day. You know, it's not his fault. It was, honestly, it was my fault. I was too slow. I wasn't fast enough with dinner. Yeah, damn, they're whooping your ass. Yeah. Well, it's the version upgrade gimmick these guys do, where they get like a massive buff spree. And like I said, they keep targeting down Hope, who is our healer. Really, you're supposed to be like constantly changing these, but 17-hour one, the 21-hour one, the big one. Also doesn't help we don't actually have Raise as a skill. That would probably help a lot. Oh wait, no, Lightning has Raise. There we go. Yeah, Stockholm Syndrome yet. When you sell your soul to Mephisto, get every piece of Berserk merch? No, I'd sell my soul to, like, when you sell your soul to Mephisto, there'd be a horrible price you have to pay for it. But you are going to get what you want. So, is it unlisted or fully gone? The big one, the final cut one got taken down. That's when I made the Saul Goodman video about. But basically, like, if I'm selling my soul to Mephisto to get full Berserk shit, it's like, okay, I want Berserk to come out consistently good. We get the ending in my lifetime. And the trade-off, fuck it, give me cancer. I don't give a shit. Well, I made Meatloaf and Berserk want steak. Exactly. I pray Girl Tech Jack has better love life than their male counterpart. Zack literally gets cucked in his own book. Yeah, Mephisto could bring Harry Osborn back. They can bring back Miura. Kano Casino's been fucking cooking quarter pounder all night. Gloves came off. Probably go so far as to say Viltrumite would view Superman as their vision of Viltrumite demigod. I mean, they wouldn't like the fact that he's Kryptonian. Yeah, going back to Loom, the first proper video I saw of her is her failing to sing opera, only to see her actually be able to nail that shit, and she was being awful on purpose. When Berserk finally ends, it's been 84 years. What if you die after reading the ending? I mean, that's fine. Because my assumption is I'll only die after reading the ending. Maybe I can put off the ending until I get all the shit I need to do done. Then I'll read it and I'll die. There you go.
Time for another approach.
If Kryptonians beat the Viltrumites, for at least make them kneel. Yeah, Kryptonians would win. Kryptonians are fucking broken. The woman's a tart, but she's generally talented. Brother, they hate Hope. Yeah, they keep singling down Hope. I don't get why. Weird thoughts on your Punisher vid nowadays. Also, how do you feel on Watchmen as a whole after it's all said and done? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Like, Punisher post Born Again? Because, like, basically my theory was right. I just paid to see Superman beat the shit out of Thrag. He make it look easy, yeah. But yeah, like, in regards to, like, my Punisher videos, like, I stand by a lot of what I said, because a lot of what I said ended up kind of being right. Where it's like, yeah, you know, Born Again was okay, but it had some major issues. I'm back. What happened? My internet was shit. Nothing much. Also, goddamn, Hope. God damn it. Wouldn't you be immoral if you didn't read the last chapter? There you go. I like how Shannon's like, Lumi's always wrong about everything, but she's great. Oh, Berserk, you get tuberculosis. Wait, what do you mean that isn't lethal anymore? Fuck, should have kept with my medical advancements. Any strategist worth their salt? No, you gotta curb stomp the healer as soon as you can. No Geneva Convention here. Alright. So clearly I gotta actually flesh out more of the paradigms we're using here, because a lot of it is the fact of Hope doesn't have rice. Big Bro sent 50 gift member. So yeah. Alright. More magic. Hey, mad lad Buddha. Madman. He's a madman. A madman. Alright, where the fuck is a rise for you? Kirasa. Oh, no, you have it, you fucker, so why are you not using it? I guess because he keeps dying. Which version of Savage Avenger should I read? There's a whole omnibus of it. Speaking of Superman, what about his Absolute book? His arch enemy, and that is freaking Ra's al Ghul runs an evil corporation. I haven't touched it yet, so I have no idea. There we go. Damn, we're so close to good shit. Boo's gaming his way into becoming #1 chatter. John Marston or Arthur Morgan? I liked Arthur Morgan a lot, but in the end, he was there to serve John's arc. and thus he shall stay. I'm still waiting on the second 50 to hit. Madman. Madman. Here's a question. Just how strong and durable the regular show park crew are they in the power scaling aspect? They're pretty strong, but they can die. We've seen it happen. Does Punisher 29.9 still exist in current continuity? 29.9 in general has always been like, it exists, we fucking say it exists. 29.9 Spider-Man exists because everyone fucking loves Robbie. But, well, not Robbie. Fuck, what's his name? Big Buddha is another 50 member. Another 50 member. He's a madman. He's a madman. Yeah, Miguel, yeah. I was thinking of Robbie Reyes, and it's like, no, that's Ghost Rider. Yeah, regular show is made up of glass cannons. I've talked about early in the morning. I woke up with my hair perfectly good, not like crazy, but just perfectly straight. This year's been pretty good all around. It's a pretty good year. We made Europeans angry. You know, we're bombing Iran. That's pretty cool. We got Doro Season 2. That's equally as good as us bombing Iran. You know, I'm happy about that. We also have, you know, some pretty cool shit coming out. We got Steel Ball Run, even if they want to fuck with it. They got Pragmata coming out pretty soon. Oh, actually, I just remember. Yeah, Pragmata should be out like next week. It's been shit year for me. I'm getting sued. It'll get better. It'll get better. Yeah, Japanese like us. Yeah, we have a bunch of Japanese bros. Yeah, Reze should have won the Death Pal. Bakugo is just normal dude. She can point at him and then skadoosh. That is true. Like, because I did hear about that where Bakugo won the Death Pal against Reze. It's like, Reze's immortal. Like, she can't die unless Makima wants her dead. And even then, we're not 100% sure if that's actually how it works. What's Pokemon about? What's its story? So, from what I understand, because I played the demo, you're on a space facility, maybe orbiting the moon, maybe it's on the moon, I don't know which one. It's probably orbiting the moon. That is full of robots that go insane and start killing people. So the main guy has this little android lolly that he needs to help hack and fight the robots. And it's just a big fun space adventure. Bring back Zombie Jessie. The studio pays her in brains and meat. The studio did it because she can't legally ever join a union. I'm thinking of either doing Dwarf Common or Dwarf Noble for next Dragon Age run. Which one should I go with? I never really touched the dwarves because they're smelly. That's Pragmata's combat. I kind of like it. I kind of like doing the whole, like, QTE in the middle of combat in order to hack. Like, it's not even a QTE. It's just straight up a minigame. I think that's fun. Wasn't because he overtaxed her healing factor or some shit like that? Yeah, it's like... All she would have to do is drink his blood. And then she's right back to normal. Marvel's still running Conan stories. They go back to public domain again. I mean, it being public domain doesn't mean they can't write it. I think the only way for Reze to die is destroying her devil heart, because that, besides that, immortal with enough blood, yeah. What do you mean Space Lolly? Looks like a little girl to me. She's an android. That's why she's able to do all the hacking. Is hacking in the middle of combat similar to how Ninus was in Nier? No. Because that was like having to do an actual minigame that would take you out of combat. This is specifically you're doing it in the middle of combat. You got to be doing dodges and shit like that while trying to do the minigame. That's one of the reasons I kind of liked it. Where it's like, oh, fuck, you can fuck up. Yeah, Bakugo can ignite his blood. Yeah, Red's immortal and she's literally an embodiment of bombs, so everything Bakugo could do, she could do bigger. Yeah, Tomoe's still on her gambling stream, thinks she's turning into Boss Man Jack. Yeah, they put that Icy Hot guy against Zuko when Azula would have been more appropriate since Zuko just has fire, but Azula also fucks with electricity. Yeah, it's because she drank his blood she lost. She also drank his sweat and can remotely detonate that. Wasn't it Marvel who gave Conan a black lesbian psychic who's somehow better than him? Was that another company? That was Marvel. And that did not stay around very long at all. That is the thing I learned. So, the majority of people writing Conan right now are either fucking European, like Eastern European, or Mexican. Do not fuck with Conan. Like, you are given your leeway to be stupid up until they get mad. If you fuck with Conan, they are quick to come in and go, no, you're not doing it right. Because that's literally the Titan run. The Titan run is just no bullshit. Like, here's Conan being fucking awesome. Do not fuck with a Mexican's Conan. Is Conan public domain? I think he's about to be. As the Gary Duggan run or David run of a Savage Avengers, that's good. The one I'm talking about is the 2019 one. I think it might be the same one. Because I think Gary Duggan just took over after. Yeah, that run's badass. Yeah, basically it's System Shock with a lolly robot sidekick. But way less horror focused. Like, it's meant to be more fun. Pragmata shot in the dark. I think the astronaut's gonna die while the android makes it to Earth. I'm sad. Hey, Titan's Mexican got 2 of their Elric books. No, I'm saying that, like, because Titan's a European company. I think they might even be... I don't know exactly where in Europe they are. I think they're, like, Eastern Europe. Like, Polish? I have no fucking idea. But my point is, like, usually if someone's in charge of Conan, it's either an Eastern European or a Mexican. Que pinchera es esta chicarrea. Yeah, wouldn't Rosie still be alive no matter what? Even the concept of bomb, she'll live on. Only Chainsaw can erase her. And Mexicans have the cartel, Russians have the Russian mafia. You don't fuck with Conan. And to be fair, it's hard to power scale Chainsaw Man characters since it highly depends on how scared the people in the thing they represent is in universe. Yeah, writers' names for Titan are very European, yeah. Yeah, Jesus, Law, you're white. I never claim to be otherwise. Except when I say I'm black, because I think it's funny. That'll make Mexicans angrier. Writers fucking up Conan and Dragon Ball. Yeah, Gary Duggan's the 2019 run. According to Google, Conan comes to public domain between 2028 and 2032, depending on story and characters. Yeah, people will die if Dragon Ball's fucked with. Yeah, writers on the Balkans saying their grievance decided to make good Conan sounds hilarious. Yeah, here, let me just look it up. I'm actually curious now. Because it was a thing I noticed when I started reading the Titan run. It's like, oh, this is all like non-Americans. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Titan Publishing Group, that should be it. Says they're British. Huh. Are they the ones doing Conan right now? Yeah, featuring Conan the Barbarian in 2022. Alright, so the Brits. The Brits along with, I guess, Mexicans and maybe some Eastern Europeans. I'm gonna laugh my ass off if a Bosnian and Serbian work together to make a good Conan story. As a European, I'm glad you piss off the nationalists. They shit talk you for taking over our industry, but then they bitch about you leaving. Motherfuckers want us to mooch off you. I just got through the dolls in RE8. None of you fuckers told me this game was actually scary. Yeah, Chen's main characters are impossible to power scale because the average character is only as powerful as they need to be for the plot to make Denji miserable. There's also a pretty good Conan comic run in France. That's on the latest One Piece drama, and by that I mean people thinking Gear 5's stupid and too goofy. I think it's cool. Yeah, the line right to your face, British can't do anything good. Yeah, Balkans settle their differences with Conan, yeah. A la mierda estos inglaterros. I did my best. So Titan Publisher is the one that lets Conan loose and a bit iffy on Marvel because modern would be tame. Marvel 70s Conan's good. Well, like I said, Savage Adventures was good, and that was like just a few years ago. Yeah, Gear 5's fun and cool. I love it. A Sumerian run for 2014 is really good, especially the art. Okay. Yeah, One Piece may have serious moments, but it's also a gag manga, yeah. Even though they should know the series in general is inspired by 1930s cartoons and whatnot, it feels AstroTurf. It's not even a joke. I think Gear 5 is fucking dumb. I'm in my Foxy Pirate arc, so my opinion ain't shit. I got it. Pops boxes Conquest to a standstill. Now Conquest works at the park, and Mordecai and Rigby got to supervise him. Well, he's talking rather kill himself than so much as attempt to roll an R. I cannot roll an R. I have no fucking idea how to roll an R. Same with whistle. I cannot whistle. My tongue is just not built for movement like that. It's made to barely speak English. Yeah, God bless Robert E. Howard. Hoping heaven knows what he inspired and who. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's one dude I met with who was praying that the dollar would become super devalued and the euro would be the world's most important currency. I think part of the problem with Death Battle is they confuse devil hybrids and fiends, so they assume she's weaker than the bomb devil. But she can't eat pussy either. I could try. You don't need your lips to whistle. I've never heard anyone say that. It's always been like, oh yeah, flatten your tongue in your mouth. It's like, how the fuck do you do that? I can whistle because I'm missing the tip of my tongue. I accidentally bit off while falling off a ladder when I was a small kid. God forbid a little white boy speak a little Nippon. Guess he ain't a skilled tongue lasher. Disgrace to your Scots heritage. Imagine a Scotsman who can't roll his R's. I'm Scots-Irish. I'm a horrible amalgamation of both. Also German, so that makes it worse. I taught myself how to whistle during an 11-hour drive between Dallas and Nashville. And my home state needs to build a goddamn statue of Robert E. Howard in his honor. It would be dope. Ew, Irish. Scots-Irish. Basically, it's like, I'm American. Fuck you. Have power being seen brushing her teeth in the Reze movie, yeah. Yeah, French trying to unite whole EU against us. China and Russia, but why Russia and China? And Potato Kraut Road, pick a struggle. My entire family has just been the contrarians of history. My lips are fucked and I can still whistle. Hell, a bit tipped my tongue when I was put under for surgery. Potato Kraut stuffed in sheep's stomach. Yeah, you'd be considered an abomination by Lovecraft. There's actual exercise for the tongue. You gotta start getting your tongue gains. Almighty white boy. Yeah, I'm white as fuck. You get a speed buff from potato schnapps. Here, Robert E. Howard Memorial, like how there were ones for Lovecraft and Gary Gygax. You just gotta learn how to play Loch Lawman on a guitar. Yeah, Potato Kraut's her new name. Potato Kraut, truly American. Ancestor struggles wouldn't mean shit to the Sinners cast. Now, that's the ironic part. Like my family would build a juke joint on the other side of the black juke joint and just go like, man, you don't know shit. You ain't been us. In 50 years, you're gonna understand why we were the real victims of history, you fuckers. Even as the vampires are like killing all the ones in the black juke joint across the street, we're outside with like beer bottles and like fucking crosses to ward them off, going like, yeah, man, yeah. Yeah, that must suck, right? Yeah, try being Irish, fucker. Try being Scottish, you pieces of shit. That's on Frank Frazzetti, the artist behind the Death Dealer's many Conan book covers. He was good. He was a fucking classic. How does this make you feel, white boy? Walk a mile in my shoes. That, but more alcoholism. Why is a literal breed perfect victim? You get road when you're too long in the sun, or you tan? Kind of both. Like, I'll get red, but then I'll eventually tan. Because when... I used to work outside a lot. I used to work outside because, like... I worked as like a cart catcher when I was a teenager, where you just go out in the parking lot and get carts for stores and shit. Then I worked in a warehouse, and both of the times you had to be out in the sun for it. So I got pretty tanned for a while. Aren't Irish and Scotch the same thing? That's what I say, then they get mad at me. I don't care if it's been 300 years. Free and independent Ireland forever. Got a little Scotch made for my great-granddad. I also have some English, because one of my... Yeah, because like one of my dad's... great aunts? One of those. Like, someone on my dad's side of the family is like heavy British, like had the accent and everything. But I never met him, so I have no idea who she is. Well, he's the eternal Anglo. I am whiter than a lot of people who claim they're white European. I'm white as fuck. The only difference I can find between the Irish and the Scottish is that the Irish can actually win their independence. I can tell you one thing about Frank Rossetti. He loved asses. Was damn good at showing them. Scots are just Irish who could swim. Now try pinning the side of your tongue to the top of your side of your teeth. And then the other side of your palate, and then push air through. Fuck you. I tried and I failed. So you must get a chuckle when a groper calls you a Jew, yeah, right? Half Mexican, half American, none of this Anglo bullshit European. Yeah, you don't have an Anglo name like Muhammad or Ahmed. Yeah, tongue don't move. Tongue don't move.
Keep a cool head.
Yeah, just say Q and keep blowing. I tried. You're so white, Native Americans think you're sacred. No, sir. They consider albinos animals sacred spirits. I do have some native blood, but it's the typical, like... If you're anywhere in Appalachia country, everyone's 1/16th. Everyone's ancestor fucked a native at some point. Google account thinks I'm Hispanic. I keep getting Spanish ads. I'm German, Irish, and Cherokee. There's a tiniest bit of a whistle there, so you're learning. Yeah, don't blow with your lungs. Push air out with your mouth. I'm getting there. That's all I'm trying to do. Why is he making these noises? I do not know how to whistle. Run to them, escape, and run past. You can try, but they're kind of meant to be a wall. And like I said, the big problem is they buff a lot. So you have to find a way to counter their buff. And right now, we have not really been putting points into the Saboteur, which is all about debuffing. I'm part Native American. Congratulations. Your ancestor had foreign fever, yeah. You're 1/16th Native American. The West has fallen. Like I said, everyone in Appalachia has basically got one native ancestor at some point. That's sort of like a cat calling Shulk. He was native Ashoda? No, he's got like actual direct family line. Like I said, mine is just like Appalachian ancestor over in Eastern Kentucky. Looked at a Blackfoot and thought, I'll fuck that. I whistle my lips, make a strong O shape with your lips, and lightly push your tongue on your front teeth, and do it in the air in your mouth, not with your lungs. And God forbid a white boy learn to whistle while he works. Benito Mussolini said there are no pure races anymore. I can relate to Kana Parker, the last great chief of the Comanches. I don't know how much percentage of actual native. Remember chat, show a big engine man, lolly tiny kraut. Goddamn native, too professional victim, lolly strikes again. The show has all the native ancestors, so I call him Injun Show. Yeah, like he's actually got like direct lineage. That's why he looks the way he does, and his grandma will tell stories about it. Mine, like I said, it's like, yeah, we have like ancestors somewhere down the line. Like I'm like way more fucking white. I'm from across the pond. Your Kerbal Space Program stream inspired me, so I got science victory in Civ 6 over the weekend with America. Take us to Mars in 1470. Another way to tell them apart is Shota's stupidly violent, Loli's violently stupid. And tip of your tongue has to press up because that's what vibrates. I tried. Literal adult Bobby and Joseph, yeah. So at some point your ancestor Ray show his ancestor. Basically. I heard a little whistle there. I heard for a split second, yeah. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. You never forget, Sho's granddad told him to fuck a black chick so he can get some color back in the family, yeah. Well, I tell stories all the time about, like, the fact of, my mom is, like, very... She never directly says it. But she will offhandedly mention to me and my brother of, like, yeah, you know, you should probably try to date a Mexican girl, you know, like, you know, it'd be really good if you did that, because she loves Mexican food. So basically, she wants me and my brother to date Mexican girls purely so she can enslave them in the kitchen and have free enchiladas. And to the point that we even joke about that, it's like, that's kind of fucked up. Yeah, based mom. Ancestry is the same way, though it's mostly Germanic and Scandinavian. I apparently have an ancestor that sailed Leif Erikson when he discovered America. Man, she's playing the long game. Hey, your mom's not wrong. If you ever time travel, you should both LARP as your respective ancestor and subjugate Shota. It's not a bad plan. I love mooching Mexican food off my Mexican stepmom. Sho's dad said what? It wasn't his dad, it was his granddad. And he told Shota to fuck a black chick to bring color back in the family. Your mom literally wants you to lockjaw Max. I struggle with whistling till I did it with my lips way easier than with your tongue, but not as loud. Yeah, never tell your mom about Gabby. Yeah, pretty sure lips is bet to smooch someone with a small opening to gently inhale, and at that point it's mainly just figuring out which very specific manner to inhale. Loli can't whistle at all, not even a little bit. You have more Cherokee blood than Christian? No, like I said, it's like 1/16. Anyone in Appalachia country has 1/16 native of whatever tribe. That's why it's a running joke. I'm on step to date a Latino or someone who's half Mexican. Yeah, if Mama Loli ever met me, she'd probably where I'd kill him. I learned to listen to whistle by blow wind from the cheeks, not the throat. Which part of Mexico are you from? None. I'm Spanish. Days later, please. I can't cook tacos. That's too damn bad. Also, I'm bad cooking, so there's that. There you go. There you go. Your mom's gonna introduce you to a Mexican girl and poke holes in your condoms. Yeah, right? Well, I've warned her over and over again. It's like, you know for a fact, if I'm getting a girl that's not white, you already know what race it is. My whole family is, you know, all the guys in my family have we're pretty open about having yellow fever. Yeah, try puckered lips for whistling. Yeah, Japanese, Korean, whatever. Does she like sushi? Well, she'll have to. I don't even like sushi that much. Yeah, blow gently. And I tried gently and it don't work. I mean, who isn't sick with yellow fever? Yeah, right? Ow. Yeah, push your tongue slightly up towards the roof of your mouth. Purse your lips and exhale, not blow. How I started learning. I'll figure this out. I will figure this out. You like ramen? I do like ramen. Do you have any Asian family? No, not as far as I'm aware. Yeah, wet your lips and teeth a bit. It helps. Eh. Do it longer now that short exhale is more delicate. That sounds like a broken AC event. I should make it more onigiri than sushi. Yeah, I do like onigiri. Whistle saga begins. I just blow it, baby. I'm eating so much instant ramen, I hate ramen. Not gonna lie, I thought you were a Latina guy. Well, I mean, my philosophy is, world's a cram box for a reason. I was like non-white folks. I ain't got a specific favor. I guess Spanish lady, she can cook paella. Your mother looks nice at paella, comes in a tortilla. Yeah, family who serves in World War II in Vietnam's a chance. There's a Vietnamese or Japanese kid you're slightly related to. Claudia Shitball has passed a law that will allow to freeze and block people's bank account under an excuse of fighting crime to ruin those who hate her. Also wants to remove cash pay.
Shake the ground.
America was nicknamed the melting pot for a reason. Yep, very true. And I'm brown, so I got snow fever pretty bad. Now, I could probably get a Brazilian and go pretty easy. That Elite Squad video did do very well. I'm enjoying this whole mini arc of the whistle.
Now. The storm is here. Until next time.
I tried. I tried. I really did. If my grandpa wasn't already married by the time he was stationed in Japan, I'd probably be Japanese. And considering how much not give a fuck attitude and heard of my dad, I might have some German in me. Yeah, place your tongue on the bottom of your mouth, not touching the teeth, but right under. Make a small hole with your lips, like you're gonna kiss, and blow through it, and make sure your lips are wet. Eh. See, the problem is I have a really fat tongue. My tongue is all fat. Probably because I talk all the fucking time. So it's like... Am I trying to whistle again? Because I talked about how I couldn't. Everyone's trying to teach me. How do you not know how to whistle? How do you call Winston over when he's outside? Basically, just get back here. You know? I got a wide and short tongue. I can still whistle. La-dee-damn-da. And they level up, try Med, Sen, and Sab. For the love of God, Lightning. Not sure if I asked this question. Have you heard of Warlocracy? That sounds familiar. I'm trying to remember. That was Winston anyway. He's doing very good. He's doing very good. See, your taste is slanted a little bit. He's got that fat tongue. I found nerdy chicks with glasses and freckles. That is all. And trying to blow too hard, make a slow breathe and slowly go up. Yeah, how's the guitar? That's another thing I've not been paying attention to. Man, a lot of people say white people are racist, but there's anyone that loves non-white folks and one damn, it's fucking white people, yeah. Yeah, well, Walker is a YouTuber, makes videos on classics RPGs and Eastern European gaming internet lore. Oh. Imagine when we actually teach you to whistle. Confirming a lot of Iranian ships at dock. What are you doing, Pirate 2-3? I feel the blood of my Japanese ancestors coursing through my veins. Then Iran stopped having a navy. Oh, Jesus. Noelle from Hollow said she doesn't get excited when she sees naked men, and people say that's because she's into girls, but I think it's more than likely she's a Shotokan. Yeah, Glass and Freckles is peak. Yeah, you're getting really close. A little bit more force, I think. Imagine yourself pushing air up. If you're trying to whistle as you exhale. It's probably because of Noel's other job. You know, yeah. Yeah, his videos are pretty good. I like his videos that involve Dmitry Puchov's work. Dmitry's body of work is unhinged as all hell. Got back home after visiting family in Chicago for Easter. What'd I miss? Also, happy late Easter. Not much, not much. I'm gonna love with you. I'm learning this at the same time. You watching more of Feral Historian? Not really. All right, man. It literally took me hours of trying to be able to whistle. Trump posting an Easter message for Passover and praising Allah while saying nothing about Christ during Easter has to be rage bait. Oh, it 100% was. It was great. Yeah, Noelle stated multiple times she's a Shotokan, so also she likes sniffing her hamster's balls. My Miss Spaceship is broken. The moon astronauts are seeing strange colors. Yeah, it's gotta be a religious experience. We can finally whistle Twisted Nerve from Kill Bill, I assure you. Wet your lips and teeth, make a slight pucker with your lips and make the top of your teeth touch the inner part of your bottom lip, and then gently push air between the gap. That feels closer, but I don't know if it actually is. I know Noelle, she's one of the few models that can actually, that can pull off her tits being bigger than her head. Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't whistle until I was 23. Yeah, it sounds closer, yeah. Try sucking in air. I'm getting there. I try whistling a song instead of blowing. I don't really know. You're getting closer. You gotta get the right angle, so to speak, and right pressure. Yeah. Yeah, your whistle sound like you're either eating ramen or doing a blowjob. I cannot whistle. I've not whistled once in my entire life. Yeah, whistle Steamboat Willie, that's how I did it. How does Steamboat Willie go? Hey, who's got tits bigger than her head? I'm distracted. Noelle from Hololive. That was very close. I'm getting lightheaded. Now, whistling super effectively is like those people who get their fingers to click perfectly when they snap them. Satanic black magic command livestock from ancient times. Yeah, it's about getting the right little keyhole to blow through, so there's 1,000 ways to whistle. Whistle Iron Man on Black Sabbath. Alright. Yeah. I stick your bottom lip out a bit more. I just made the same sound you made, so I think I know where your lip placement's wrong. Okay. Ugh. Alright. Let me readjust. Good question. Do you have an overbite or underbite? I think it's an overbite. And that, like, my front teeth are further ahead than my bottom teeth. Yeah, I can whistle, but I can't loud whistle. And it's all about positioning. You ever see a side view diagram of a whistle? You're basically doing that with your mouth. Yeah, snapping sounds are made by the fingers, made by your fingers impacting the fatty portion of the base of the thumb. Maximizing that's how you snap crisply. I know that one. Oh shit, he was getting it towards the end. Yeah. Alright. Yeah. That's one of those I just have to get used to it. Yeah, my method works. Tip of the tongue on lower teeth. Pucker up. Pucker lips. Slowly blow out air. Increase speed until you hear it. Try to whistle a high-pitched melody you know by heart. Remember you saying some VTuber, I'm assuming Noelle, is bullied for having big tits? Is big tits frowned upon in Japan? It's kind of one of those things where it's not, but kids are cruel to each other, and usually a lot of bullying comes from jealousy. Yeah, you're getting it. Yeah. Yeah, pucker your lips and blow and try to move your lips up and down to adjust the hole. Yeah, big tits mean cow in Japan, basically, yeah. Yeah, Sasuke running titty cow. People thinking Lolly's taking random drags from his vape. To be achieved as the whistling stream, yeah. Asian bullying's ranked in competitive. They're fucking hardcore, yeah. Yeah, she feel bullied for an elementary school. Yes, elementary, where she got the nickname Running Titty Cow, yeah. I feel like I never understand some of the social stigmas of Japan, but then again, I'm looking at things from an American mindset. Well, a lot of the time, like I said, bullying tends to come down to a few basic human behaviors. Jealousy, fear of being outed yourself, you know, stuff like that. Because, yeah, like, Noelle started developing pretty fucking early. She started developing in elementary school, so it's one of those of other girls would feel jealous at that, and so would pick on her. And around that time, boys also don't realize they like girls like that, so they pick on her too. I can suck at whistling, although I find it concerning. One song I can barely do is Calm Super Todd Come Sweat Death. So I haven't watched the end of Ava as a kid. Jack, what the fuck broke the toilet on Artemis 2? There's a shitter saboteur aboard that vessel. They need to devote all resources to finding them. Yeah, Asians segregate by blood type. They're next level. Also, they picked on her brother, too, and they called him African refugee because he was skinny, yeah. Goddamn, genetics hit hard. Yeah, jealous from other girls and boys that probably liked her but couldn't outright say, so they teased the girl you like kind of stuff. Yeah. The toilet's a Boeing part. Yeah, Noelle from Hololive also got hit on the chest a lot when she was in Kendo Club, yeah.
Thanks.
Breast reduction's a sin against the Lord. I agree. Just being called black for being skinny. They got the space equivalent of the Scat Ray and the color out of space all in one rocket. Why did we filter for kinks about pissing and shitting when selecting astronauts? I need the ultimate method to learn how to whistle, get bored as shit, just sit on a grassy field with nothing to do all day. What's your blood type, B? B, what are you, a bitch? Yeah, try adjusting how much pressure you blow out. And then sometimes just antisocial personalities come to the surface. So many guys in high school got King hit in the neck, yeah. Yeah, Noelle literally stole all the nutrients from her brother. I think she said her brother's shorter than her and he's skinny too, yeah. Yeah, maybe negative, I think. I know I have the most common blood type, which I'm pretty sure is A negative. I can never remember. All I remember is most common. So if I'm ever in an accident and they ask me what's your blood type, I'll just say most common. I think O is most common. No, it's like... Yeah, it's like A positive, something like that, yeah. Yeah, bullying works way better in shame-based societies in the East compared to guilt-based societies in the West. Weirdly enough, neither work super well against Indians who have Izat, which is different. What's your blood type? B negative. Are you sure? Sure, I'm HIV positive. Remember, be positive. A fantastic idea. Start VTubing, but listen here instead of being an anime foid, be a peanut. I've been to the doctor a lot of times, but I've never actually known exactly as my blood type, yeah. I've never been in a situation where I needed to know. To me, there's a difference between teasing and actual outright bullying. Oh, yeah, there's always a difference. If you have a group of guy friends, you're gonna tease each other all fucking day. That's what you do. Yeah, blood. All girls have B type blood, but you can't blood transfusion of people with B type blood. Yeah, O blood's most common to use because it can be used universally. Yeah. Yeah, O blood's universal donor. That's not the same thing as having the most common blood type. Yeah, O is a weirdly common blood type. 9% of Mexicans I knew, including myself and the Marines, had O positive. Yeah, to all the people with AIDS, stay positive. I always get confused by negative and positive aspects of blood types. I just got taught in school about O, A, and B. O, A, B, and B, A, B. Yeah, O negative's a universal donor, but they're pretty rare, yeah. Here we go. Yeah, I just recently learned in India it's honorable to lie about the progress. Yeah. Yeah, a bit off topic, but part of me thinks it'd be really funny if someone could get an SVU VTuber model and just start streaming with it. Yeah. How do we have different blood types? I don't know. This is kind of one of the weird quirks with our species. And you get the rare blood types like RHX or some shit. Got up with Invincible Season 4 yet? Last week's episode was fire. I haven't caught up yet, but I want to. Ow. I was on Plasma for a while, but I never asked what type it was. I just knew it was really hard to get, as it was rare. Yeah, O positive is most common, and O negative is universal donor. Do animals have different blood types? I think they do. Yeah, fun fact, O type is received by all, but can only receive itself. AB can receive all types plus itself. There we go. This will probably significantly help if we actually upgrade a bunch of our equipment. Okay, where's... There it is. Bro, whistling yet? I'm almost there. I'm almost there. I swear to God. There we go. Are you an organ donor? No. Because that's one of those things where they will kill you. If they find an opportunity to use your organs, they will kill you. It's kind of funny how in cells that work, black, the main cells left a shitty body, just end up in an even worse one. Yeah, O negative equal give to anyone, AB positive received from anyone, most common O positive, just Googled. You're bleeding out, what's your type? Bright eyes, nice smile, nice ass, blood type dipshit. I was watching Young Sheldon Season 2, and it seems like they said, for this season, we need to make way more references to Big Bang Theory. This is not a good thing. Does ever explain yourself at these shops? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't fucking worry about it. There we go. All right. I will be right back. I've been drinking a bunch of water, so I had to piss. You get to look at Lightning as she looks at you. She will stare at you. Ugh. All right, I'm back. I'm back. I am back. Would you vote for young Sheldon for president? Possibly. Maybe. If he earned it. I just believe hard enough maybe God Hand 2 will be announced. Let's be honest, if they didn't change Check Deck at gender, he would just look like Mark. I just asked him maybe negative, and the reason why it was hard after the surgery is that we were in blood shortage, so please donate. Also, my blood type is rare. 1% of Americans have it. Oh, that's actually wild. Almost died. Fuck. Okay. Henning stares off into the abyss and thinks of only grooming young unattended boys. Ugh. Slowly but surely. I found a YouTuber with a Griffith avatar. Calls himself Alistair and praises China's efficiency and technocracy. Is he trying to glow so bright aliens can see him? It appears so. It appears so.
Keep watch.
Alright, so now that we upgrade a little bit, let's see. Yeah, you can get the blood type of any donor negative blood type. You have the second best blood type for accepting blood. What do you mean there was a shortage?
Thank you.
Yeah, does lightning know that every 60 seconds a minute pisses? Oh my god.
Let's go. Thank you.
Ow.
No.
Yeah, small town where I had the accident, not a lot of blood on hand. Yeah, blood can take half of all blood types and ask for a handout. Can a nigga borrow a pint blood type? Is he gonna give it back? Alright.
Thanks.
I'm reading History's Strongest Disciple, Kenichi, and I'm really enjoying it. Yeah. I think Griffith could outwit Spawn. Spawn is just sheer fucking power. I don't think he could. Oh dear god, no. Ow. Yeah, I can't believe lightning fucking died, yeah. Well, around here is where... Okay. So there is a jump. Like, we talked about it before where... In FF13, you can mainly go by the combat, just spam auto combat, you're fine. You know, that kind of thing. Grand Pulse is around the time where it's like, okay, now you actually kind of have to think about what you're doing. And ironically, it's like, why would you do that? Why would you now make me think about what the combat's supposed to actually be doing? Yeah, Dragon Wheels aren't just off. The game expects to be able to do double back diamond slope, yeah. Yeah, so I got a week left for Mouse PI for Hire releases. You ever heard of it and you plan on getting it? It looks fun. It does look fun, but I want to know more about it before I dedicate. Alex Jones now openly telling the right to coup out Trump. Once again proves Alex is a brick shill, yeah. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, if they just kept it along the lines of, that's not what I wanted from Trump, that's one thing, where it's like, that's fine, but then they always stack on the crazy shit afterwards, and it's like, Candace Owens' mental problem just seems to be, it seems contagious. There's brain parasites going around driving people crazy. Yeah, because that was the warm-up. Now comes the actual start. Yeah. Have you tried FF13 Part 3 yet? Lightning Returns? I played it before, yeah. I've seen the Hood Invincible video. CJ Danchemp plays Conquest really well. Do you, or can you tolerate Troy Baker as VA for main character? I mean, Troy Baker's not a bad actor. He's just a douchebag. There's a lot of douchebag actors. Just don't be so much of a douchebag. Yeah, RFK Jr.'s brainworm is spreading across the right-wing podcast sphere. Yeah, reminder, Alex ran away to Russia. Was Russia today's head American propagandist talk about how we need to surrender Russia because they're fighting globalism? Yeah, it's like kind of a conflict of interest there. Yeah, that's why I'm very specific about my point, which is everything's motivated by money. Like that, anyone who's part of the influencer sphere, there's no such thing as principles. I might be right about that because my older sis listened to Can's Owens, and that's when she started getting into the whole flat eater stuff. Yeah. You want to talk to God, nigga, because you're about to meet him real soon. Which Alex we talking about? Alex Jones. Yeah, it took his cat, man. He needs the money. I remember reading the manga, my lolly master's breast milk makes me unparalleled for the name, and there was no milk. If this shit was made in Japan, that'd be in chapter 1. They surf Dracula you. Tofu is now pretty cool guy for 20 months. Yeah, I never bother hiding it. Alex Jones is regularly platform Alexander Dugin and shielded him as the great philosopher the West needs to listen to. And speaking of donating, has anyone else been getting that ad with the Will Ferrell clip for some sperm donation clinic? Teleport can't upload safe for work horny cartoons, but you do promote sperm banks. Yeah, Alex was funny. Now he's just sad. Alex Jones, why? Yeah, no, we're not interested in money. Generally proven fact. Just talk to people suspiciously $10K money shaped in their pocket. Yeah. My lolly, what now? Alright, let me see something real quick. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to really tell the stats. This might just be the better all-rounder. So yeah, we'll keep with that. There we go. It would probably help if I also upgrade our trinkets. Yeah, shame Alex Jones became the thing he hates the most. Yeah, Alex drank the reptilian Kool-Aid, yeah. I mean, I've been saying it for a while. Ever since Gamergate, ever since Comicsgate, ever since so much shit. So much shit. Yeah, we should have listened to Alan James instead, yeah. You ever had people recommend or thank you generally like Lolly because your name? Oh yeah, a few times, yeah. And it's just kind of one of those things that like, people don't catch on until they catch on too fucking late. Yeah, I know Troy Baker's protagonist VA, but the game from what I've seen looks fun. Someone's only $30. Sounds like a decent price. Wait, what game are you talking about? Oh, is that mouse for a hire game? Or like what? Because I thought that guy was only referencing Troy Baker as like as an aside. It's like, oh yeah, well, you know, what about him? It's like, I mean, yeah. There we go. Like Lolly says, to be over 6 feet tall, massive tits, and 35 plus. Yeah. Yeah, Troy's just nasty. He has good voice, but he's an asshole. Yeah. You still find funny people always reading the comments of the vids over your name. Yeah. Well, it's a thing where I am happy being as niche as I am. I truly am. Because as we've seen over and over again, if you're one of the faces of YouTube, you know, if you're like one of those big channels like Critical or something like that, you are fucking scared every day of your life. You are fucking horrified every single day of your life to step out of line once. Because those exact people that, you know, give you all the money and the clout and all that and the popularity, you know, the drugs and the girls and the power, all that, oh, they'll gun for you over any fucking excuse. And we've seen that. You know, we've seen that shit over and over again. Yeah, get past the name, welcome aboard. If not, there's the door, yeah. Yeah, name serves as a filter, yeah. Yeah, most streamers are soulless hacks scared to death of their audience, yeah. Yeah, almost like Hollywood, yeah. I think VAs are crazy and bitter because they wanted to be actors, but just voice actors. I think it's the opposite. I think they build up a massive ego in spite of it. Man, you're so niche, Raid Shadow Legends didn't give you another sponsorship, yeah. Instead, I got Gamer Subs, and they sponsor anybody, and they're cool. I'm generally baffled by people in the comments admitting they never watch your vids. Like, do they expect that somehow gives credibility to the critiques? And most Critical always has the most lukewarm takes. He reads through them and then acts like it's wisdom. Yeah, it's like, because he knows. He knows if he actually stands for anything, people will gut him alive. That's why, honestly, he'd probably be happier just doing nonsense again. Like, you don't have to be the take man. Your name, TheAlmightyLoli, literally no uploads involving lolicon media. Retards still spurg out, yeah. I think when I saw the Spec Ops Online video, I didn't notice the name and subscribed only to forget your channel name, and now I'm staying up late to watch streams. Yeah. If there was him calling himself that as like him calling himself child rapist XXX, yeah. You know, it's like, and especially in recent years, considering all the hullabaloo around the pedo hunters and all the shit Chibi always finds himself into, it's like a lot of people have picked up on the fact of like, why do you people give so much of a shit? Like, they're openly palling around with pedophiles or people that have child porn, and they're covering for them and doing all this fucked up shit, and it's like, why do you care? You clearly don't. Why do you care? And it all comes down to one thing: scalp hunting. You know, they don't gun after anime people because they genuinely think it hurts kids. They do it because they see it as easy targets. You know, it's like, it's basically the same mentality as like, oh, they're the weirdo nerd who likes anime shit. You know, fuck them. I'm the cool guy. And it's like, well, one, nigga, you ain't cool because you hang out with people that fuck kids. And two, who gives a shit? We're almost 30. Yeah, most Critical used to do dumb stuff. Back in the day, he did gaming videos, and they were funny as shit. I'm surprised Critical had a reasonable lolly take for as long as he did. Basically, he said he didn't care about lolly semen demons. His exact words, yeah. I've been here for so long, I think I found you when you were streaming the Channel Awesome movies, yeah. Yeah, most Critical was full on pro-BLM COVID lockdowns, because that was the popular take. He didn't believe in it, but that's what he saw everyone else saying they believed in. Yeah, the shark to pussy. Yeah, stuff like that. You know, the Anthony Sullivan commercial dubs. I love those. Yeah, the Killer Bean video. Yeah. Yeah, damn, bro, you're old. Me too. Yeah. And Critical's voiceovers on commercials were hilarious. They were great. And I think he had more fun doing those. I think the expectation to always be some form of a sheriff against each other is making everyone just miserable. Yeah, they want to make fun of people who read One Piece and Naruto, but now it's cool to like them, so they have to bully the more deeper stuff. Yeah. I stumbled on the channel from Mass Effect vid when the Legacy Edition was coming out. I subscribed to you when you started streaming the Channel Awesome movies in your Berserk adaptation video. Then I'm probably with you for the long haul. He also fell for the kid tuning shit, because like I said, his circle, as far as he aware, supported that, so he couldn't step outside. Yeah, his Agent Pronin dubs are hilarious, yeah. Yeah, I remember when iDubbbz was funny, yeah. Let's get your videos, Spec Ops video. I was deep into the video before I noticed your name, and by then I was way past the filter. I regret nothing. I didn't even pay attention to the name. I saw a person do a review on Netflix Bebop, and it was good. That was on the movie stream, unofficial debut. And I debuted on the Ram Ranch, yeah. It was just money I would sort of understand, but trying to be cool kids. Nigga, you're almost 30. But it's a thing we see over and over again where, like, look at Hassan and his orbiters. They have not left high school. Mentally, they've not left fucking high school. You know, it's that permanent mentality. And they're older than me. They're older than fucking me. Remember first discovering you back in the March of, like, 2023 through the Channel Awesome videos. Yeah, an easy out with a kid training take by just saying, I thought Sneeko was being a hyperbolic retard and got tired of him trying to bait me. Yeah. It's a live stream culture that's ruined his content. You're not allowed to be silly when you have 10k judgmental people breathing down your neck. Yeah. Yeah, Hassan's 35. I was purple in those days. I was watching live for the Berserk Saga. I was there during Channel Awesome Saga. I'm one of the lollibabas. 40-year-olds making the whole world high school. Fuck. I always said nigga, and I was like, tee-hee. Becoming political streamers generally when a streamer starts a downward spiral. Holy shit, sticks his back and he looks rough. Yeah. I just let YouTube on random for background as it worked. Gave me your Zoe Quinn video. Loved it, so I checked out your name. I never cared about your name. I saw and I guess this guy likes Lolly and still watch your video because who cares? I think 40's young. Dude. Yeah, something almost 40 is pathetic. Yeah, 35 is still young. That actually explains a lot about Hassan. And first Lolly video was OG Generation Kill. That Generation Kill video was like really, really big with people. That's kind of one of the quiet ones, but I didn't realize how much of a stretch that one had. I watched Generation Kill vid during high school welding class, then I ended up watching Berserk on some piracy website during class. How long ago was the Need for Speed stream? Oh, fuck. I think Shota was still living with the Irishman around that time. That was a long time ago. I came in around the Spec Ops video, stuck around for Kick-Assia stream, and I kept on in the background. I kept grinding out Nier Automata endings. I remember the days of Spider Boars. Yeah, I wonder what's going to happen. I saw when the Norwood Reaper comes for him. I haven't government did anything about Hassan's government using him. Probably doesn't know he's being used. Probably the latter. And nearly 40 years old, still hasn't learned how to dress himself properly. Tragic. I remember hearing Critical said streaming is what makes his money, but he makes drama slop and you only make that shit for money. Yeah, anyone who claims they don't monetize their videos, they're lying. It's like, you're not leaving money on the table like that. You're working out a deal with YouTube to make money. I found you at the Con Super Review and started watching your stream in 2020 when I was bored from COVID lockdown. Remember, it was the first Cyberpunk stream I watched. I remember watching your streams of the Woes versus Wade joke. Now people acting like children. Should we be worried about the future? It might be a hot take, but I'm tired of seeing more and more right-wing VTubers pop up and start watching VTubers get away from culture war slop. Yeah. Almost 30 and can't even whistle. I know, right? Is Critical's Patreon still on? Good question. Remember the time I'm still in college, you're shitting on and praise the shadows, yeah. Yeah, around the JSG videos when I came. Yeah, my first time watching your stream was when you and Shota played Bayonetta 3, and I immediately started binging VODs. And what did you redo? Also, I had a brain blast. The first stream was the doorknob stream. Never laughed so damn hard. Yeah, I want to redo the Mandy video, the Nacho Libre video. Ah, God. I would go back and redo the Generation Kill video, just because, clear up some things I fucked up. Like the Muslim thing about, like, the Sunni versus the Shia, where I had no fucking idea what that was. I was just going off what I was reading. But also just cut down the amount of footage I use so it's not butchered by copyright all the time. Because, like, I used a lot of music on that, so obviously it wasn't monetized, but it's the fact that HBO kept taking the video down. It's like, yeah, I gotta go back and turn that into a slideshow. Yeah, I don't trust anyone saying they aren't in for the money of their channel memberships. Very true. I'm open about it. It's like, this helps a lot. You know? On top of my job, I live pretty good. Imagine me becoming a 30-year-old male VTuber. My God, sounds like a niche manga title. Ever do another reaction stream like you did with Praise the Shadows? Who would you do it on? Ah, God. I know we always make jokes about Mars Girls' what was it, 12-hour-long Kick Vic video. But I would have to refresh myself on a lot of why that was stupid before we go into that. I love your Generation Kill video, especially how it explained the Iraq War, at least the basis of the war, without America evil shit. Yeah. Well, I had very, very personal ties to the Iraq War, so I couldn't do that shit. I should do a Berserk Saga-esque video on the Lightbringer. It's a doorknob. Turn the fucking door. Yeah, rip James Ranson. Yep. Rip Ray. Yeah, one guy did a video on Space King that's pretty ass. I like Space King. It's fun. How about H-Bomber Guy's plagiarism video? The problem with H-Bomber Guy is he has so many tricks with how he says shit that you focus on one point and don't even realize there's 20 others that you miss. He has perfectly encapsulated his niche of sounding smart, but when you actually listen, it's like, oh, you're an idiot. Now, Arms Girl video is stupid because she doesn't bring any evidence for any of her claims. It's hours upon hours of unsubstantiated shit. Yeah. And Kick Vic video is still on the table. There's also probably anything from Spoonie, yeah. What's the difference between Shia and Suni? I do not know. I genuinely don't know. They're making a Nacho Libre video when you hit 100K. When we get in the video, you bum. Also talk about how better talk good about that masterpiece. I made the video, but that was I kind of rushed through it. I fully admit I rushed through it because that was between when I was doing Berserk Saga, so I was just burnt out. I was like, I'm fucking exhausted, and I was just not in a. I was not in the mood to rewatch it because I'd only seen the video, not the video, the movie when I was a kid, and I didn't know a lot about the shit it was talking about. You know, where it's actually based off a real guy in Mexico. So I was just kind of like, whatever, sure, Jack Black comedy, whatever. Oh God. So now I actually want to go back and give it the marks it deserves. Yeah, thankfully I didn't have any family who served in the Iraq War. My dad did serve in the Navy and was in Desert Storm. I only know what the news and entertainment told us. I wish you could make Vinland Saga, yeah. Yeah, soon he followed the Imams, basically priests when Muhammad died, and Shia followed his descendants. Everything else stems from them fighting each other. First video from Tall was his Last of Us one 5 years ago. I was still on the fence because the name after just some guy video made me go past the filter.
Thanks.
I best remember Shia and the Sunni want to fucking kill us. But that's the thing, from what I understand, the Shia also want to kill us. So it's like, I don't know the difference. H-Bomber Guy literally said within plagiarism video the only reason he started looking into internet historians because his friends said IH's video was his favorite of the year over his own. It's jealousy. Yeah. Yeah, not a lot of people realize Nacho Libre is based on an actual dude. The movie just takes place in kayfabe. Yeah. Nacho Libre video pissed me off. Don't get me wrong. Jack Black can choke on a double-decker shit sandwich, but he didn't need to be flipping about it. Yeah, I fully admit. I was flipping about it. I was exhausted. I was like, whatever, fine. We'll get through this. So I do want to go back and redo it. It needs justice. And it's because my dad, I appreciate takes about military operations. I actually acknowledge their people put in no-win situations. Well, yeah, I mean, that's what I've been surrounded by my whole life. My whole family's had military shit involved. The guy Nacho Libre is based on, also inspired King from Tekken. Yeah. I played RE5 and beat the Bat Boss. Man, that was a weird one. Yeah, Sunni and Shia all have extreme radical elements. Al-Qaeda is Sunni, Iran is Shia, for example. Yeah, Islam in general wants to kill us. Yeah, Nacho! Nacho jockey. Oh god. Yeah, the hippie thinking of trained soldiers and amorphous blob of military aggression is a plague upon the earth. Yeah. Is the old Tallywhacker Supreme Twitch account still alive? I'm pretty sure it is. But we have not touched that in a long time because fuck Twitch. Perish. I switched to a paradigm with Sentinel in it for you get hit with a fuck you attack, raise the defense of everyone in the party just being there. That is true. It is I, Nacho. Would you do a video on the whole Boy series show after the final season? Oh yeah, I've said over and over again, that's what I'm going to do. Because I actually really like the comic. I've liked the comic for fucking years, and I've had to deal with people bitching about it. See, Twitch ban has been gold for a week today, yeah. I changed my name to get away from being called Nacho. Thankfully, it's the same name. Get that corn out of my face. And that about covering the Doom reboot trilogy? I do really like it. It is very fun. Yeah, Twitch gave Asmongold 1 week vacation. Yeah, basically, that everyone knows that's how it works now. It's like there's no actual punishment here. And what they even banned him for? Yeah, right. So the people that are still shit talking that comic are just doubling down because they don't want to look stupid for hating something a YouTuber lied to them about. Well, it all comes down to I love edgy stories, but not that type of edgy. And it's like, oh, okay, coward. Yeah, bans Asmongold for any stupid reason. Does man and Son making that Cuban kid dance like a monkey. What would you ever do without you, Twitch? Would you do another Resident Evil video on how far the series comes in 7? I would like to. I do love Resident Evil. Resident Evil is so fucking good. You ever see yourself reviewing that movie Look from 2007? The one where it's entirely through CCTV footage? I do think it sounds really cool. Yeah, Berserk would be so much better without the rape. That's unironically a take that happens sometimes. And it's like, you people do not understand the importance of creative freedom. I've had the shits from your food since last Easter. Please use fresh food, not the food for the pigs. And it's like that one meme, arms should disturb the comfortable and uncomfort the disturbed, but should never ever go against my worldview. Yeah. Like, I'm very open for, like, whenever I watch like a horror thing or watch like a fucked up movie, I'm very open to a lot of what it does, you know? I'm even one of those where it's like, if you want to cover a fucked up topic, you can't really do it in a nice way. So, if it's something to where I know it's meant to be fucked up, I know it's meant to be edgy, I am on board with a lot of what it can do. And the fact they killed a dozen people because the concert was more important than the hospital is ironic. Yeah, it's so iconic, communism. Now, when you do the boys review, you're going to be vague about the comic hate, or are you going to put people on full petty blast? I'm not going to name people because there's no point to, because the take was more popular than just one guy, you know? A bunch of people were fully convinced by it, and I'm basically going to go like, yeah, dude, like, no. you can't, like, especially when people have even started to point out, the show The Boys is less tasteful and more disrespectful to how to cover certain topics than the comic did. Like, you know, Huey getting fingered at Herogasm was played as a dark joke, but that's all it was. And it affirms to Huey of, like, these people are fucked up and we need to do something about them. The show has Huey outright get raped multiple times, to the point it became a running joke. And they would always blame Huey. they would always blame Huey and say it was somehow his fault. So it's like, that is so substantially worse than the comic. When Starlight gets raped by the Seven, they made it clear that was fucked up and wrong, and they all deserve to die. I feel about the Invincible fanbase approaching the comics are kind of terrible. The show's bear territory. Oh, they'll get to learn our pain. They'll get to learn. And someone says they're for creative freedom. It says some things that shouldn't be touched or can only be told in certain ways. They aren't for creative freedom. My rules are very, very simple. Is there a character that molested a kid? Kill them. I don't give a fuck what you try to do with them. Kill them. Is there a rapist? Kill him. He can do something else beyond being a rapist, but at the end he has to die. That's literally my rule. That's it. Balance the scales. That's all I want. Yeah, comic had a point to say. The show's made by people who got offended by the comic. Yeah. Wait, so in the instance of rape is wrong except when it's a man. Yeah, literally, that's what the boys show did. That's what I mean by, like, how did they miss that? Yeah, the Invincible comics are better. Yeah, the comics are good. Talk about the latest Invincible episode yet? Because not gonna lie, it was rather gut-wrenching. Yeah, if that scene ever gets adapted to do, the whole Invincible comics were never good, yeah. And damn it, if you stopped dressing like a slow all the time, then maybe this wouldn't happen. The comics handled the rape within the story with far more confidence and understanding than the show. The showrunner is a fucking weirdo, is a weird hang-up with male rape. And Chefversity, Shadow the Conqueror MCs, both those things. Why didn't he die at the end? Well, he fell into a very classic trap of... So, I have no idea if he wrote any books before that, but he screamed... It screamed of the new author problem of they tackle territory they are not in the fucking weight class for. Where he wanted to do like a whole like redemption story for gaming a complete piece of shit. And it's like, you can do that, but for the love of God, for the love of God, understand you will have the deck stacked against you. Yeah, Jack Quaid, Huey's actor, seems pretty cool. IRL and RLM at least, yeah. And both Amber and William were better in the comics. Show William is just a gay stereotype, and Show Amber, yeah, I don't need to explain. I've seen a lot of the boys showrunner talking about how season 5 had to be overhauled because they didn't expect Trump to win. I saw a scene of one of the main characters getting raped in a gay man's butt was important to our adaptation. And shows made by people who hate the comics, so the boys suffered the same fate as Netflix Bebop. Shah himself has said he doesn't think the character redeemed himself. I mean, that's all well and good, but then it's like, oh boy. Like, at that point where I feel Penthouse's Caligula should be mandatory viewing material at film school just to filter those people. Yeah, I played only part 3. Am I supposed to play the first 2 parts? Because I find part 3 more unique than the other parts. Are you talking about for Final Fantasy 13? Part 3 is the ending of the story, so if you want it all to make sense, you have to. Yeah, the boys are cared by the memes at this point. Yeah, Anthony Starr. It's pulled off by Anthony Starr. And Jensen Ackles. And Traversy pulled in Alex Yeek and thought making your OC a stagnant piece of shit makes him a compelling character. Yeah. Yeah, the book's handling of it's really bad. But, you know, if it's a first-time attempt and he's able to get better later on, it would just be a funny story, you know? Like, I even said, the fact he was even able to finish the book is respectable. I just think it's funny. And Boy Showrunner even got pressed by how the show handles rape. He basically said he took the Starlight stuff seriously and that he would get raped a bunch because he thinks it's funny. Yeah. What happened to Starlight's face? I can't stand most writers these days, to be honest. Most of them live in the upper middle class, West Coast, college educated bubble. Most of their lives and such are upgrading and makes for boring stories. I'm told the new Yeek update made the game better. That's what I've been hearing. They've actually been working pretty hard on fixing Yeek. Yeah, ironically, I've read worse YA fantasy novels above average for that genre. I like the Walden story, Shad did, but yeah, the MC's a monster that wants to be a good guy. Well, he could have done better writing his MC. Yeah, it's like, you know, I'm not gonna try to pull rank here, but this is just my point of like how to avoid that trapping. So, obviously, from the shit I've shown off for Sour Pop, you can tell very easily Yuki's a psychopath. Like, she kills people really, really badly. And later on, you find out she's done some things that are pretty reprehensible. But you're never going to find out she's a rapist. It's like, yeah, no, nothing like that. There is a line. And seriously, what is it with male rape? Is the showrunner bitter his dad wouldn't rape him like Mr. Garrison? I watched the movie Sid and Nancy, the film about Sid Vicious's Sex Pistols. I did. It was actually kind of interesting. Yeah, YA novels are pure slop sometimes, yeah. And we love her for that, yeah. Yuki's that girl from Dirk Gentlehold, but an android. What do you mean never going to be able to find out? I don't think Yuki knows what sex is. If they rape her, they're beyond the point of redemption. That's my personal moral line, because, like, you can justify murder easy. Like, people every single day justify murder in different ways. Rape is one of those where it's an act of pure sadism and evil. There's not really a way to do it. If you're able to do it, dear God, what the fuck are you doing here? Go, you know, go be a fucking generation-defining auteur, you know what I mean? But most times, everyone agrees, like, there's not really a way to do it. Yeek update dramatically improved the gameplay, but rewrote the story in a way that makes the twist completely unsubtle, which I get why, but they all spell things out now. I can pretend kinky foreplay and whatnot. And for some reason, Huey's the bad guy when he unknowingly has sex with a Starlight doppelganger, yeah. You think Sid Vicious killed Nancy? I never got the vibe he killed her. I go so far as to say, I'd rather reread Shad's book than one of the Aragon books. Yeah, that's true. Later Aragon sequels got pretty bad. Honestly, back when I made my own OC, my main OC has moments where he barely passes for an anti-hero, especially in a story in a different continuity for a different story. A redo of Healer is popular with women. I'm playing part 3 on hard mode. I'm feeling miserable so far. I read Shadow of the Conqueror 3 times. MC Kami his mind made him thought he was giving consent when he did all those terrible things. It's funny because it's a joke on Kami. I think Sid's mom killed him. I don't think so. Like that's always such a weird case. Of the lifestyle they lived, they could have died from any number of things. Someone tells me if you check the Boys Showrunner hard drive, you'll probably find a bunch of rape porn on there. Yeah, Redo of Healer also isn't pretending it's anything other than indulgent revenge, yeah. Those last 2 Aragon books are bad, but hey, Poloni finished this series. There's more than a certain adult author can say. I just say Akira Ray has moments of crashing out where he makes a Rwandan genocide look like a picnic. I think Sid's mom killed Nancy and then gaslit her own son to kill himself. I think Courtney killed Kurt. Pretty much everyone accepts that she did, yeah.
You asked for it.
Unless you're Rance, who doesn't care for your judgment. I'm playing a lot of Ready or Not. I love it. Neon Tomb's amazing. Seen interviews of Johnny Rotten. Every time he talked about Sid and Nancy, he feels awful about it. Yeah. I found Redo 1 note. Yeah. And close you can get to rape is character being forced to it, like Chico and Paz, although Paz likely didn't consider it rape. Yeah. Like I said, it's so context sensitive. Like, I'm perfectly fine with Guts almost raping Casca and Berserk because everything building up to that, you saw where that came from. And you're like, yeah. Yeah, Sid and Nancy were on so many drugs, Keith Richard would blush. How that played out really isn't surprising. And Shadow of the Conqueror was supposed to have 2 other sequels, and Shad did hint the MC would die at the end. Yeah, Rogue stories are the only stories I've seen that have gotten over the hurdle of this particular phenomenon. People love Rain despite the fact he's a prolific monster. Yeah, Chico was not having fun. I almost had some in the beginning, and then they did the memory erase, yeah. I don't care for Redo, but I like World's Finest Assassin. You saw it coming, but still wins. Yeah, exactly. Damn, you Lolly decided to take the bait and play Persona. I'm broke. I got 5 on PS Plus, but I'm planning on getting the others. It's actually fun. It's super good. I feel like forcing the rape against someone is different from raping someone since you're still a victim of the sadism. Yeah. I still hope Casca bites Guts back, though. It's why I love Berserk. You understand where the characters come from. I still want Griffith dead. Yeah. Yeah, Griffith ripping Casca hits the way it does because the most horrible thing you could do to the person who loved you, betrayal with a fate worse than death, then the salt rubbed in the wound. Yeah. Don't forget they basically released a sequel to Yeek as well. It's basically just, fuck you, Alex Yeek. Your crime is that you were never born. I was okay with Redo. It wasn't. It was exactly what I expected it to be, and didn't pretend to be highbrow moral reimagining. No, I mean I get that. It wasn't for me. It wasn't for me. I'm picky. I like my edge to have a little bit of finesse to it, a little bit of class. I fell asleep still in the mine. Yeah, we hit a filter. Yeah, Redo was pretty funny after the revenge rapes. Just standard fantasy afterwards. It's funny as the brown newest race in Shadow of the Conqueror is the stoic, literal, and the humble race that thinks sex is super sacred and private. Also, Katsuka and Griffith's first meeting, the one who saved her from certain rape became her rapist. Yeah. Like I said, that's why I love creative freedom. Because that being a plot point, actually having it like hit the way it does is like, that's brilliant. I wish new chapters come more regularly. We all do. We all do. Also, Guts is still kind of fucked up from his own abuse. Once Koshka starts screaming, it hits him like a truck and he backs off. Yeah. And speaking of awful people, Mikinin gets one. He made an animation of Hassan calling him a terrorist. He did that, and he did directly call out that Asmongold and Hassan just feed each other now. Yeah, World's Fine Assassins by the same author and feels like generic Isekai, yeah. After those audio tapes, Venom's biggest crime was not strangling Skullface every second he was on screen. All right. Bump up strength. Yeah, Ravager, why not? Yeah, I mean, I do like gothic dark romance where it does touch on dark taboo subject, but I'm not wanting it everywhere. But yeah, creative freedom all the way. Yeah, Venom did shoot all of Skullface's limbs off and left him to die in a burning wreck. Huey, the bastard he was, gave Skullface more mercy than he deserved, yeah. Honest question, what do you think is the best way to find a couple R's for a manga? I can write, but I can't draw for shit. Whenever I look up people, it's crappy, degenerate, furry porn. R/comic book collabs. Unironically, a really good subreddit full of people that need work. And they are willing to do it. Damn it. Yeah, it's Loli found Magneto. Yeah, and he does super good work. Super good work. And Saboteur. There's really good Saboteur skills I want. Because, yeah, she can get D-Protect, and D-Protect's really good. Damn it. I find it funny and concerning how common genocide is in Xenogears Saga and Blade. That must be why Kira Ray is prone to ethnic cleansing. Is it Kira Ray? And Pop Me does a lot of slop content these days. To be honest, I'm experiencing serious slop fatigue, yeah. Asmongold Hassan used to be, or some shit. I don't know how much about Asmongold. No, it's, Hassan does his far left shit, and Asmongold does his Mabe shit. And they've kind of just been going back and forth at each other to the point that everyone kind of guessed, like, oh, you're directly feeding each other. Like, you two are just directly feeding each other content now. I generally consider degenerate furry porn people. Seth knows the most reliable creators one can find. Kira Ray's my main OC, not Sanchi levels, but he has his own Ilum Van Houten to his feed. I don't know what any of those words mean. And Berserk's cool, but his guts even slap a demon across the face with his dick. And that one dojin he does. Yeah, content feedback loop. Quite literally content feedback loop. The hell, Big Boss is not actually Big Boss. Prepared the speech for the last 10 years so I can give it to you about how much I hate you for making me pick up all the bullet casings. Yeah, I went to go became a dad recently. My god, that baby's first words will be the CIA killed JFK. And the Max comic, Mr. Gone gets humanized in the second half of the comic, even despite him being a serial rapist and killer. Hassan probably doing this as Asmongold because he wants to see more of what he can get away with, yeah. And usually the degenerates only want to draw, which is why anime was basically done by furries and lolicons. I want the baby's first words to be Iceberg Boy. Yeah, someone was desperately trying not to call me Kenyan a Jew, yeah. And so who gets paid more, Asmongold or Hassan? Well, Hassan came from money, so he'll always fall in the money. And me Kenyan lost a lot of good faith from people when he made the animation about a certain football player making out with his son. It was in poor taste. It wasn't when he made it. It was that, because specifically what happened was, around the time Bosch got in trouble for his, you know, folder getting leaked, which confirmed to everyone, oh yeah, the guy we've been saying is a pedophile for years is a fucking pedophile. Around that time, you had that other big push for like, oh, if you like anime shit, you're a pedophile. And me Kenny made a video about that. You know, basically going like, because I think it was specifically like if it walks like a duck, talks like a duck was the phrase he used. And then people point out his you know, NFL video where he did I think it was Tom Brady's son. And people were like, hey, remember when he did that? Not gonna lie, when it comes to me, Kenny, mostly fuck for Creepcast. His main stuff hasn't been good as Wabbit season in a minute. Still like the stuff he does off main. And speaking of Lolicons, Berserk, there's a lot of Berserk Loli and Yaoi Dojinshi, but hardly any Berserk Futanari and Yaoi ones. And I would prefer if that number was lower. Again, tired of Aspen's thumbnail saying we got Top Gun. This is happening this time. Can't understand when Kier's season him. Well, a lot of female streamers for some reason love the guy. I never really got it, but even Dick Bro says that he's a big fan of the guy. Like, it's just one of those. I don't vibe with it. I don't get it. The only times I've really like listened to a rant was when I already agreed with it, and even then I knew right there. It's like I like this because I agree with it. Watching play this game, notice how the level up system is different in Part 3. Can't be sure it's better, but I think Part 3 makes focus on weapons and schematics more. Yeah. Remember when Vosh got caught soliciting minors and nobody cared? Yeah. Exactly. That's one of the reasons why I'm not, that's one of the reasons why I'm like, I don't give two shits about the debate. I don't give two fists of a fuck. Everyone argues about online content, meanwhile actual kids get fucking touched every day. Yeah, I play Xenogears sometime. I based a cure off various characters in it, and Ellie Islam is my main squeeze. I mean, I know about Xenogears, but, you know, I'm not into the fanfic culture. I don't understand a lot of your terminology there, son. Is that like the Nintendos? Yeah, is that every political commentary to Snake Island? That's man has the I can fix him vibe. That seems to be it. I think women like him because they see him and go, I can fix him. I also didn't help that Miike announced he was making a horror manga. Yeah, that also was like kind of like a, dude, don't call it a fucking manga. Manga inspired. Always the Jedi, but instead of using the Force, he used the vibe. Yeah, Asmund and Hassan, hey, he does know I'm exploiting him. Alright, Hope, don't die. Hope is immediately dying, oh my god. How are there more? You know what? Kill the box phalanx. I don't give a shit. I just remember Tagashi mentioned managed to land Naoko Takuichi by slob maxing. That is true. Alright, Mikane said all those things in a lot of his videos show him being a Shotokan. Well, more than that, he did the video in front of a fucking... he did the video in front of a fucking shelf that had Dragon Ball on it. And everyone said the exact thing you would expect, which is, hey, Bulma's panties. And it always comes down to like, well, I can like it, but criticize it. It's like, no, you're calling it child porn. That's not criticism. You ain't a fucking cop. You don't got special privilege to look at it. Oh my god. Oh yeah, and Hunter also admitted to being a Berserk fan. Yeah, right? It's like, that's another egregious one of like, no, you're saying it because it's popular. Like, you can always tell. You can always tell when it's like, you got into Berserk because it got popular after Miura died. Yeah, Bulma's asked the multiple times her tits were out. Chi-Chi was wearing a leotard. Yeah, you can't critically consume what you consider CP. Exactly. That has been the thing over and over and over again. Is that you are not a fucking cop. You cannot critically consume this that you consider to be exploitation of children. Also, Don't Operator Son reference Tom Brady vid. Uh-oh, Hunter, yeah. I don't ever let anti-lolly people discover Dragon Ball. Dude, they've discovered it for a while. They have the Goku PFPs. Yeah, Chi-Chi in her lolly Dragon Quest armor, yeah. Yeah, Kid Goku, Nirvana album cover, yeah. Like, it's one of those where it's like... Yeah, it's so stupid. Consider doing a Vagabond bit the same way you did Berserk? It's too much trouble. I'm open to the idea, but it's one of those of... I cannot do multiple sagas at the same time. Shit's already so behind. Multiple times Goku's dick was out as a kid, yeah. Excuse always, well, yeah, I can solve this by also criticize Le Prom Mag parts. Yeah, it's like just complete cowardice where it's like, no. It's like, you do it because you fucking like it. You know, I've said for a while. You know, a while. Society is run by the Emperor has no clothes. There are multiple hilarious hypocrisies we accept every single day. And we accept them because if we point out that they're hypocrisies, that's unseen. That's rude. You know what I mean? And to the point where the meme is a Dragon Ball PFP is the one calling you a lolicon for like an anime. Exactly. I may have dropped more lore in my own works to you than I did my cursed-ass drawings at Ellie from Xenogears. Long-ass story. Yeah, they think that shaking their heads will signal they don't like this while everyone can see they're still consuming it. Yeah. Each time people went on the AI-generated CP phenomenon, it always seems to get worse as spurting them out of lollies, yeah. I'm loving Zatch Bill. Would that make me a Shotokan by these people's standards? The answer is yes, even though I stay away from the corn of it. It didn't turn Hoodweeb come from the people at DBZ PFPs? Yeah. Like, it's one of those things where there just is no other way to describe it beyond it's a lie. Like, it's all a lie. I like his animation vids, but slot vids just made me stop watching altogether. He goes, look at this, isn't this so weird they're doing this? Always ignore the weird shit I do. I like how modern Persona fans call you a pedophile if you engage in romance mechanics. Yeah, it's like, we're not saying it because we believe it. We're saying it because that's expected of us to say. Son of a bitch. Like yeah, Hoodweed came from Boruto fans, but DBZ didn't help, yeah. Yeah, I thought Hoodweed became a thing of because of JJK. Oh yeah, no. They were way before that. JJK is just the newest thing they latched onto. If it's any kind of mindless Aura Farm fight anime, they latch onto it. That's why they got so pissed off at solo leveling, actually trying to have character development. Yeah, don't get between Gabbit or Naoto, yeah. And Persona fans literally doctor disrespect both sides of the age of consent. They have no right to call anyone a loser, yeah. That's what I mean. Like, FGC does the exact same thing. Where whenever there's a fighting game or has any amount of woman boobage being seen, they will throw a fucking tantrum. The thing is, the thing is with that blew up in their face because everyone already knew about a lot of the shit they were getting up to and a lot of the you know, sexual unethicalness that they get up to in the FGC. The cope now is it's all Smash players, but it's like, no, motherfucker, it's your community. It's your fucking community. Yeah, Persona fans won't engage in relationships with the girls the same age as the protagonist since pedophilia, but won't get into relationships with adults since that's problematic. Also, goddamn, these guys hit hard. I don't sexualize the Persona girls myself. Okay, maybe Kawakami. I agree with Kubo. JJK girls all suck and aren't sexy. That's partly why it would be terrible at social interactions. I don't give a shit about salty or accepted hypocrisies. Well, that sounds more like you're autistic. There's a difference there. I'm sorry. I had to do it. You walked right into it. Nigga, you left the bear trap open for me. I had to throw you in it, man. And didn't they bitch about Jinwoo crying when his mom came out of her coma? Yeah. It's like a massive moment for the character where the whole point of it, it's like, oh my god, it was all for something. Okay, they're gonna die. Let's look at One Piece stores. They claim they like it, but claim it's large swaths of the story's child exploitation. Yeah, exactly. They latch onto it because it's popular. They don't genuinely like it. You know, that is the plain simple God's truth. And to be fair, I actually am autistic. Also, I'm just very blunt and straightforward. Still won't catch me a Korean watching Soul Leveling. Shit was made by zipperheads. Is he look crying? No, my image of cool and personality void of him. That's what I mean. No appreciation for the actual arts. No appreciation for why it's so important, why a character might genuinely be upset. Where it's like, you need that humanity. I lost both Guilty Girl and Scroll Girls because corporate meddling and FGC side of the fandoms. Exactly. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, dude, what the fuck? But we've been running on a culture that's been, you know, like I said, the Emperor has no clothes for fucking a while now. FGC, the reason DOS 6 is massive character design changes, yeah. It's Autism Awareness Month after all, and I'll make you very aware of my autism. Yeah, just recently some dipshit was talking about how he loves Persona 4 and thought beach scene was head slop. Yeah, it's like, just that term head slop, it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Teenage boys liking teenage girls in swimsuits is a very normal thing. Yeah, zipperheads when an Asian person gets run over by a tank and their treads make a pattern on the head, yeah. Hell, the main guy already says he did the whole Hunter thing to help fund his mom's treatment from the sickness she got from the gates, and not gonna lie, the episode did kind of make me feel something, yeah.
The storm is here.
Head slop? Yeah. Love that they say Oda hates trans when he was the one who made one of the greats and well-known trans characters in anime. He helped design and create trans scythe villain in Kenshin, yeah.
Until next time.
It's quality slop. You only like it because it's good. Yeah, head slop. My brother in Christ, that's a natural thing, yeah. But that's what I mean. It's all just the Emperor has no clothes. These idiotic ideas we're supposed to treat as normal because we're just expected to, you know? The hypocrisy of civilization, as you can call it, where it's like, why are we doing that? Because we're just told to. Yeah, don't get me started. I'm still fucking pissed about what happened to Skullgirls, yeah. Yeah, to all gays, thank a straight couple for your existence. Yeah, right? Yeah, Oda made 3 great trans characters and one was a samurai, yeah. That's a problem I have with Kori Kenshin manga. There's nothing that qualifies as to be considered an actual manga. Just call it that and just say it's manga inspired, yeah.
Thanks.
You know what? Fuck, we're all slop here. Lolly slop. Wait a minute. I'm getting old because I don't understand why niggas be putting slop after every word. Yeah, right? One way to break it is a child pointing it out, but even then, that child can be silenced, yeah. We live in a soul society. Honestly, I played FF13 Part 3 first because the negative reviews, and they were wrong. 13 is not a bad trilogy. And stupid fucking terms like head slop made me Xenogears Krellian was right that what he did in the game. Holy shit, we actually got past the filter. Again, Akiko is a great character, but no, Yamato is trans, yeah. Yeah, it's a trendy thing to say comics and Western anime shows are manga and anime when they're not. Yeah, it's because they fell down the toilet so badly, they needed to latch on the popularity of something that was basically the replacement, and a shallow attempt to go, no, we're like that thing. We're like that thing, totally. I mean, everyone knows why they do it. And children are pointing it out. A bunch of social media, just kids saying adults are retarded for thinking things back in the day. Yeah. Reminder, they're trying to psyop and gaslight people and thinking being straight's abnormal and weird. Yeah, it's like this idiotic idea of like, why are we even humoring that? They removed the fan service a lot and even toned down Big Bang backstory so much it makes no sense, especially since he got beat by corrupted cops to not offend BLM. Yeah. And Persona's my favorite friend slop in the RPG slop genre trash. I really doubt you get filtered by filtered by disc too. I've seen another streamer beat not just Gears but Xeno Saga 2. I could not fucking do it. Captain Matthew's debt's huge. Yeah, 13's a mess of a trilogy, but I like it.
I don't like the air here.
There we go. Yeah, next time some Western guy says he's making a manga, every time you refer to their work, I always call it the insulting term of graphic novel. However, Expedition is just turn-based slop. Yeah, you have to know that the new normal can't come from the minority yet. To be honest, Nostalgia Critic made a manga of Melvin Brother of the Joker. I'd not only back it, but I'd buy 40 copies right there in collector's edition. Well, Doug unironically likes anime, so he'd probably do better. Yeah, do they genuinely think Straggett was a good slur? Is that the peak of the creativity? Yeah, they literally tried to claim a character like Giselle from Bleach, and we all know what he does in Thousand Year Blood War, yeah.
We can't be far now.
It's my fault.
Yeah, Big Bang got beaten by corrupt literal pig cops to appease a movement that was all about being anti-cop and claiming they're racist. Make it make sense. Yeah, it's... Like I said,
Became Ragnarok,
it's all just society being ridiculous.
and I left Grand Pulse in this mess.
Yeah, Doug likes anime. Okay, I need a source for that one. He's talked about it very openly.
It all came back to
Like, two of his favorite characters are from anime, where it's Ed from Cowboy Bebop and a character from Wolf's Rain. I don't remember what.
no, it's the truth. It's all my fault.
Don't say that.
But he's also reviewed Studio Ghibli. He's talked about Sailor Moon. Like, yeah, Doug was able to say Sailor Moon gave him a boner. He likes anime, yeah. I can see Mai's biker outfit being a safer work outfit. Honestly, can't you get her classic outfit anyways for free?
Ha! I knew I was right.
Trans claiming characters are either complete sociopaths or extreme perverts point to rapists. What do they mean by this? And Giselle's shit was we were silently withdrawing our training claim. Oh, shit. You could tell they knew nothing about Bleach. That's the problem. They latch onto something because it's popular. They latched onto Giselle because Thousand Year Blood War was popular and they heard about Giselle. They had no idea what the context was. A reason to boldly flee is a fuck ton of anime references, not to mention Doug has openly gone to anime cons numerous times. Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, you smell like semen, boy. Yeah. Ow. Still never get over someone calling Wolf's Rain DeviantArt the anime, and it's like, but why does that make sense, though? Yeah, all anti-hetero shit you see online is derivative of stuff for the homosexuals. Not only does it not make sense, it's lazy. Plainly, it makes whatever impact it could have feel even more non-existent. Yeah. Well, you can tell. Like, you can tell any, like, anti-straight thing is just some fucking dumbass. Like, it's not even to a degree where you feel angry. You're just genuinely like, dude. I get you're all wrapped up in whatever fucking identity you got wrapped up in, and all your Discord friends all agree, and you all do that shit, but, like, that's fucking pathetic. And Sailor Uranus, the one, is the reason why I like women with boyish good looks. And it's funny, Doug sounds a little more down to earth than the rest of the channel. Awesome. He also said the N-word. Yeah, Gigi dressed like a girl because Giselle's a fucking trickster. His hair is shaped like a cockroach. Show his personality as the Z. Quincy is a slimy bug that can't die. Yeah. Anti-straight sounds like something a gay porn act would say, basically. It must have in terms of receiving their object of affection or rejecting them. Yeah, it's like unironically incel shit. It's just pure sex addiction. All they care about is the idea of sex without caring about like anything else beyond that. I was too harsh on Doug back there and changed the channel. I was always skeptical. I can proudly say I was skeptical of a lot of that shit when it was happening. I mean, I bought into some of the stories. I was like, maybe Mike Michaud really is a dick, huh? What's going on there? But something about it made me go like, I don't know. I can never put my finger on it, though. I will say that. I was always like, I don't know. It feels off, but maybe that's just me being weird. I don't know. Yeah, Doug being down to earth is why he's managed to be the only normal guy from Channel Awesome. Just take a look at everyone else, yeah. Yeah, even Twitch streamers are coming to the point where they admit that gay humor is basically anti-straight and straight up show-offy hedonism, yeah. I personally interacted with Michaud once. He was a bit of a dick, but that's more of a personality clash. Yeah, it's like, he can be a bad boss, but the supervillain stories also, like... Yeah, you can have a bad relationship with a boss, and your boss can be an asshole, or there is shit that drives you crazy about them. But they're not a James Bond villain, you know? Like, that's one of those things. Yeah, Doug basically tard wrangled the crew, yeah. Well, spoilers for the Bambis. After Thousand Blood War, they all live. Gigi turns Bambietta back, and they start a cafe with Ichigo's help because he can. Remember Jew Wario? Yeah. One thing I remember about Channel Awesome Doc was the real and Cars fascination when Dead game up with gangbangs. That, to be fair, that came earlier. But yeah, that happened. Yeah, they're talking like he was goose-stepping and how Hitler, while ranting about how much he hates women and minorities, he was red in the face. Yeah. It's like, I fully believe when Micah said that, yeah, he kind of fucked over blistered thumbs and wasn't really that good of a boss, but, like, that's the worst of what he said. It's like he liked to avoid work, he was kind of a douchebag, but, like, not like, oh, yeah, I saw him beat a black child to death with a baseball bat behind an Arby's. And probably one of those situations where they didn't have a job and the boss was actually toxic, just drifted into the space of a nerdy dude with hang-ups. Yeah. And two worst things are the Jew Wario stuff and poor logistics when it came to doing anniversary films. Yeah. I mean, that's Mox Nix. I am fucking begging you. Ow.
What went wrong?
Yeah, I looked it up. Doug saying the N-word, he says it with a Z. I can never watch Muppet Treasure Island again. You dick. Linkara. Oh, Black KBI and Arby's. I've seen old grandmas there. Most of the change channel shit was he ate my ham and cheese sub. That one time levels is stupid, yeah. And management was basically non-existent when Blaster Thumbs. Whenever Joe asked for shit, they didn't even pay attention. At the same time, bad management's not a war crime. Yeah. It'll piss you off. It'll drive you crazy, but it's also one of those of like, you know, not to the degree of what was claimed. I just never took the words of theater kids seriously. That's all Channel Awesome was. A collection of pretentious theater kids. You can never outshine the Midwestern dorky YouTube film critic. How do you even say it with a Z? Niggas. Like a B. Wasn't like he beat a black child to death with a baseball bat behind an Arby's. Lolly, that was very specific. Yeah, Doug was the only Channel Awesome regular turned out to be normal, that or Phalus, even if he's Canadian. For the love of God.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, Doug was the only Channel Awesome regular turned... Oh, yeah. I hate hoodwibs because they're generally annoying as hell. I love shonen. I do enjoy Jujutsu Kaisen because it's drunk fun, but God, hoodwibs are parasites. Well, hoodwib is just a good descriptor of just when something hits mainstream. When it hits that level of mainstream where it's like, oh God. Me and Doug didn't personally withhold Spoonie's meds and lock the rest of the Channel Awesome crew in a room with him to film a fight scene. Yeah, French guy and Film Brim are apparently pretty chill, at least according to Harry. Yeah.
Why don't we relax here for a while?
Oh, damn it. I can understand behind Denny's or KFC, but even maybe even Taco Bell, but Arby's? What makes the kinky LinkedIn situation even funnier is Lewis used the same fucking username for all his porn sites. Linkara, the OC of his Christian-themed novel. Boys, he's smart. It sounds the reason why One Piece attracts so many hoodweebs. Yeah.
I like this place.
It's the unthinking masses. That's the best way to describe it. It sounds elitist, but it is really a thing where, you know, when you have your niche circle of people who all know their shit, you can feel the conversation. You can feel it. You know, people know each other, and you're having fun. You're able to share in-jokes with each other. You're having a good time. When something is so mainstream to the degree that, like, One Piece gets or something like that, across the board, there's a level of, if I say the wrong thing, I'm not going to have fun. As of today, I have all 3 amazing digital circus vinyls. I use my OC's name for a username. I'm not that guy. I just write his life. A bunch of ghetto kids who like to anime as kids. We're watching Dragon Ball Z and Naruto. Yeah, well, like, hoodweeb to me is not the same thing as having your ghetto buddy that likes anime. It is a separate classification. People think it's the same thing because the terminology is fucked up, but, like, legitimately, you could talk to the black guy who loves DBZ or Bleach or something like that and have a pretty good time because he knows his shit. Hoodweeb is specifically a sociopathic kid who is, like, a kid who needs a war to fight. And he will latch on to anything that lets him fight that war no matter what. Yeah, Hoodweeb's just niggas who want to retroactively wheel as Kangs, the Western anime fandom, claiming African Americans were the first ones to embrace it when it was explicitly the opposite. Yeah. I love the Maki episode. I can understand the Japanese saying it was more dumb action than they expected, and the backlash shocked me. The amount of people just saying, what's the problem? It was hype. And as a black guy's in anime, you can tell who's a fan, who's a hoodweeb. Exactly. You can tell. I need to bunker down, wait for the next thing to get popular. Comic fans are happy. Anime is popular. Well, I'll be dancing when the next thing gets popular. My guess, Korean media. K-dramas have gotten pretty big. I've heard white women say Korean better than, I think, fucking some Koreans. And I'm terrified for the future. Yeah, Luffy's totally a Marxist. He definitely voted for Mao, yeah. Yeah, I remember ghetto Latinos loved DBZ, One Piece, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh!, and they're pretty normal. Yeah, I mostly thought Hoodweeb meant they had a DBZ or whatever anime of the month was their PFP, and they only talk about hyper-action moments.
I think I like this place.
No, don't. Fuck you. The Korean crime films. No. Yeah, fuck is this guy's deal? All the idle-in fights are gimmick fights. You have to figure out what their gimmick is. Because it's not about winning the fight. It's getting their gestalt meter to a certain point, and from there, you're able to do the transformation. Okay. So, Hecatonger. I'm not talking fucking ghosts. I like all these fucking ghosts. Yeah. I watched like 2 Korean dramas, and all I can say is everyone's obsessed with fucking ghosts. Case in point, they push Gojo or Zoro as black. They're hoodweebs. We all know they're racing against blacks, and they get the pass to aura farming. Yeah, Lolly, I walked in my mom and grandma watching Spanish dubbed Turkish soaps. Once the novellas run out, women will find another fix. Yeah, Korean crime movies my fill-in for Yakuza films. They're great most of the time. Like, okay, don't misunderstand me. When I say K-dramas, I'm not talking about shit that's like genuinely hype. Like, you know, Train to Busan. I fucking love Train to Busan. I love Kingdom. I love The Wailing. I love Ganjim Haunted Asylum. There's a bunch of that shit I think is really fucking sick. K-drama is like, fuck. It is the CW drama that women love, like Pretty Little Liars, but Korean. It is that level of genuine slop. Yeah, Lolly's talking about Korean soap operas. Yes. Yeah, like it's not just like a mini series that's Korean that gets popular in the West. I'm saying like white women are going out of their way to watch fucking Korean soap operas. You know, it's like going to your buddy's house and your buddy's Korean and his mom's watching some fucking Korean show you have no idea what the fuck's about on TV as you're talking in the kitchen. You know, it's like that, but white women. Now, Latino anime fans are some of the best as long as they're not from Brazil. Brazil seems to be breed a particularly mixed bag. They'll either be the most base fans alive or unimaginably cucked. Yeah, basically Young and the Restless, but Korean. Yeah. Yeah, a guy called Xenohusk recently did anti-Loli stuff, which is weird to me because he actually thirsted over a Lulu. Does that half nigga think he's safe? He does. He does. I saw it today with a poster retweet of the Hoodweeb suddenly discovering Black Lagoon saying the dub is peak. Yeah. And we live in a society, chat. A society of Korean soap operas and white women watching them. And the only Korean soap I know of is the one with the song that goes, Nigga Cootie War, Pugger's Butthole. I know that's not the lyrics, but it sounds like that. It's like, I think pretty much the only Korean shows I watch are explicitly horror. Because I watched Kingdom. Kingdom is still my goat. I fucking love Kingdom. I've seen Squid Game. Squid Game's not really horror, but it is a thriller. I'll count it, because fuck you. I've seen Newtopia. I kind of like Newtopia. It's a lot more brainless, but to me it's genuinely fun, just because it has some pretty metal as fuck scenes. That's... Oh, I've seen Parasite the Grey. I'll count Parasite the Grey. But that one's kind of cheating because that's based off manga. All of Us Are Dead. I've seen All of Us Are Dead. All of Us Are Dead is good. Yeah, they got a film dedicated to the Scarface of Korea, but with meth. I've seen that one. That was actually pretty fun. Yeah, Grandma started watching Korean soap operas. She's talking about setting me up with a Korean girl. Yeah, Train to Busan's one of the movies you can't watch without a box of tissues. It's damn good. I fucking love it. Yeah, The Host was good, but that feels like a family drama comedy at parts, yeah. Alright, so. Remember seeing a Korean pandemic TV show and a detective show which involves protag singing and talking to ghosts, but that's it. Yeah, Train to Busan's top notch. It's like one of the best zombie movies ever. Favorite K-drama, One Tree Hill. Yeah, Squid Game's that classic death TV show gimmick that helped bring back, yeah. There we go. Spam debuffs. God damn it. Remember seeing a Korean tokusatsu called Vector Man, and man, special effects were rough like late 90s CGI. Yeah, there's a lot of K-drama romance slop. Yeah, it's like I'm not kidding. Now that I mentioned it, you're all going to start seeing it. I'm not kidding. You're all going to start seeing it. You're going to be browsing Amazon, like Netflix in particular. Netflix has basically become a fucking K-drama network now. Where, like, I feel like there's more Korean shit on there than Western shows. I'm worried for All of Us Are Dead. Damn it. Where'd it go? Season 2, though? I just hope it isn't Squid Game levels will fall off. To be fair, All of Us Are Dead started falling off halfway in Season 1. Like, around the time the dad died was where I was like, fuck you. Because there was literally no reason that motherfucker should have died. That was bullshit. That whole thing was like, oh, here, man with car wreck and pregnant wife, I'll give you this shotgun you can't use because it will attract all the infected. I can't get your wife out of the car because she'll die. I'll just leave. See ya. And it's like, what the fuck, dude? Yeah, that was dumb, yeah. Yeah, Grandma's Colombian, so it's not just white women watching K-dramas. Peninsula was divisive, but I thought it was good. Whatever happened to the American remake, Trained in New York, where it was called. I don't think that ever came out, and yeah, I kind of like Peninsula. Peninsula to me was fun as fuck. It's like, obviously they're like, hey, we can't just do zombies on a train again, it won't work, so fuck it. We'll just do a Mad Max with zombies. And I'm like, okay, I'm down with that. Okay, I don't think we'll... Yeah, we're not going to make it this time, but I know what to do now. Yeah. Also, my mom was getting into Korean food. Which stuff? Please pray for me. Your late life crisis hit her hard. I'm scared. Started thinking this is bullshit when one girl left the other girl to die in the rain. Yeah. Yeah, I stopped caring for all of us are dead when they kept throwing the zombie guy off roofs, assuming he was dead, and he came back multiple times. Yeah, it's like... Like, at that point, have the fucking immune girl... She wasn't really immune, but, like, she wasn't turning. And the zombies didn't really care about her. Like, there are multiple times where it's like, give her one of the arrows from the archer girl, have her start stabbing dudes in the back of the head. You would solve so many situations if you just did that. Yeah, Alice in the Borderlands Season 3 was actual fucking dog shit. Netflix originals for Korean and Japanese productions are just cursed. Season 2 of Squid Game was shit, too. Yeah, ending of Peninsula gave me a headache. I will admit, it goes on a little bit too long, but when the dude just, like, drives the Jeep into the ship and tracks all the zombies to fuck over the guys that screw him over, that was great. That was great. Also, the plan to escape the gym was stupid and got the glasses guy killed. Objectively, that was stupid and got the glasses guy killed. Like I said, send the girl who the zombies don't care about outside with an arrow, stab them in the back of the head. It's not like the zombies still try to kill her, it's just she wouldn't turn if she gets bit. They ignored her. She was invisible to them. That's what I thought was going to happen in the gym. They're going to send her out to kill the zombies, but no, 4 people died for no reason. Yeah, please read Mosquito Wars, the best comic I ever read. I know you'd love it. Everyone took Wasatsu, Blackjack, and Hookers purposely make it look like a Showa early Heisei era. And more than that, it's well established she has super strength, could zap zombie necks with no effort. Yeah, it's like that too. The fucking special infected specifically had like super strength or some shit. She would have been fine. But no, it's like, no, they have to do this really stupid plan. Like, I get why. Because, like, beginning of the show, when the zombies start flooding the school, they do basically the exact same plan to get down to one of the classrooms. But the thing is, that was when they had no idea what the hell was happening. They had no idea what was going on. And people did die from that. You know, they died from that because, if I remember right, one of the girl's friends gets bitten. One of the teachers gets bitten. So they go out of the way to establish that was a fucking stupid plan we should not do again because people died from that. And then they do the exact same plan in the fucking gym. And it's like, you learn from the first time, this plan gets people killed. Roslyn learned how to distinguish between a bad choice someone could naturally make versus something so retarded not even a sub-80 mouth breather would think to do it. Yeah. I still say, though, despite my bitching, All of Us Are Dead is still, like, one of the best fucking openings to a zombie outbreak ever. I will stand by that take to the day I die. It was one of the best, like, the outbreak is starting things I've ever fucking seen. I also didn't like they tried to make me feel bad for Pink Sweater Girl. She killed the best friend and got the teacher killed. Yeah, it's like, if they established they were mistakes, that'd be one thing, of like, she genuinely didn't know it would happen. But, like, she went out of her way to cover that towel in infected blood. She knew. Like, it'd be a thing if she just picked the rag up and like, clean, you know, help the guy clean off and accidentally got in his cut, and she didn't know there was blood on it like that. fine. Yeah, I can see that playing out the way it did to where you feel bad for her. But yeah, no, she fucking murdered him. Are just not spamming rebuffs fast enough for the meter, or debuffs just weak? It's kind of a mix of both. Well, I have not used Vanille a lot at all. Yeah, oh no, Hecaphase, whatever the hell his name is, yeah. And he's full of a murderer and deserves to be a side project for the government, yeah. Well, now she's dead. Because she was one of the zombies that was in the horde when they dropped the bomb. Arcane Season 2 is also ass. I still highly recommend the first season with a caveat. They should just treat that as the full story. A good horror apocalypse comic. It's called Distant Sky, man. It's a good one. Should get a Korean movie. Oh, God. Ah, God damn it. Why do you like how All of Us Are Dead kicks off? Because it's so slow up until it's quick. Like, that's my favorite aspect to it. Like, because it goes from scientist guy experiments on the one girl, and she bites the nurse. Then they take the girl to the hospital, and she starts biting people there. Then the nurse turns and starts biting people in the school. So it goes from, it goes from, one girl's infected and they're trying to figure out what the hell's going on to, oh, now there's 2. Oh, fuck, now there's 10. Oh, shit, now there's 40. I love that. Like, you see the city fall in real time. I love it. It's funny as how the version of Akira Red commits the most war hate crimes not from the Nazi universe or Telos or Commissar. I'm going to sound like a massive asshole right now. I am. Until you publish that and get people to actually understand what you're talking about, they're not going to have any idea what you're talking about. Like, I get it. It's a fun personal project, but, like, if you're this confident in it and you want to talk about it, upload it somewhere, dude. Go on AO3. Go on fucking DeviantArt. Go on fanfiction.net. I'm pretty sure that's still up. Get that shit out there. Maybe remove elements from, like, the licensed stuff and just turn it into its own thing. Why not? Yeah, Yeet Zombie comes back like Korean stink meter. Oh, you thought you saw the last of me, Nyinga? Yeah, Blue was a piece of shit, but he ended up being more charming than Pink Swear Girl because he was really good at surviving. Like, Bully was fun to watch because he was just fucking evil. Like, they never try to make you feel bad for him. He was just a dick. No, I guess it'll die me then. I have a Pixiv, but man, surrounded by cursed shit. Only by introducing it to the public will you get any better. Yeah, fanfiction.net's been dead for a while. It killed around like 2018. Yeah, example of seeing how things escalate and being foobar. Oh yeah. Fucking great too. Like I said, first half of All of Us Are Dead is like some of my favorite zombie shit ever. That is so fucking good. It's like when it actually has to start getting characters to the finale is where it starts dropping the bar. And it makes me sad. It made me sad because I realized in real time it was dropping the bar. And I'm like, oh man, really? Oh my god, I'm just now realizing what my problem is here.
What went wrong?
Remember the movie Pandemic with a monkey disease? Yeah. Why don't they just eat the zombies? Are they stupid? That actually is kind of a plot point, though. Because the one girl kind of starts doing that.
Why don't we relax here for a while?
I think I like this.
What season's the cutoff? Talking about All of Us Are Dead? It's not a season. It's halfway through the first season. Like, I would say... God. I'm trying to think of exactly the moment where it would be good to drop off before it starts getting dumb. Because, like, you mainly start noticing it in episodes that are still pretty good. Yeah, best scene for me is when the Cry Dude souls zombie hordes in the hallway. Oh, yeah, that was dope. Is All of Us Are Dead even getting a season 2? It feels like it came out 10 years ago. They did say it is, yeah. When do you think zombies turn you into a zombie? Yeah, but the girl that's technically already infected is fine with that. She's already infected. Yeah, there's zombie cannibalism. I forgot about that. Yeah. Well, it's like the one girl who becomes a special infected just straight up eats people because she kind of becomes like... She becomes the exact same as like the people that fucked with her before the outbreak, where she becomes a monster. The other girl, the one that's actually with the main group, is trying not to do that, and I think she resorts to like eating corpses on the street. No, you know what? Okay, no, I know exactly what part. I know exactly what part starts dipping. When they throw the bully kid out the window for the second time. when they throw the bully kid out the window for the second time, and they're like, "I guess he's gone now," is when you're like, you know he's coming back though. I think season 2 can redeem it. From what I understand, it's gonna follow different people, so it's possible. Yeah, second time. They throw that bully kid out the window like 15 times. That's not a fucking joke. Anytime he comes in and fucks with the group and does something evil, their solution is, let's throw him out the window. And it never kills him. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I agree 100%. Like, he came back already. You know this won't be enough. Yeah. You have to kill him. It sounds like a comedy skit in a My Python sketch. Yeah, it sounds like a Looney Tunes bit. By the end, it basically is. I feel like All of Us Are Dead could have been half the length. Seriously, why is there so much repetition? They use every take they filmed. I feel like how the military is portrayed. The soldiers care about saving people and don't want to bomb the place, but they don't see any other choice. Yeah, all the military shit was pretty dope. Like when they go around trying to clear out the zombies, that's fun. Are they stupid? God damn it, Fang.
What went wrong?
Yeah, just eat the bully. You know what? You know what? Let's... Ah, God, I won't even be able to really fuck with the paradigm until...
I think I like this place.
Because the big problem is the fact of... It's one of those situations where... Only... Yeah, only fucking... God damn it. God damn it, why am I forgetting? Vanilla. Only Vanilla can actually add to the gauge. And basically Fang's here for emotional support. She's there just to be here. So I need something... You know what? Yeah, that should work. Well, here. Sentinel. I don't think I have... just for the sake of, like, you know... There. In my classroom, there's a problem. Throw bully out window. So on the first floor, how the hell do you survive being thrown out the window 15 times? Well, he was specifically a special infected. Meaning that he was stronger, he was faster, he was still intelligent, and he could regenerate from wounds. So even though they show that multiple times, that he could literally do that, they're still like, let's just throw him out the window. It'll work, though. And it's like, please don't. Okay, we stack the debuffs. Arcane Defense. Yeah, doing the same shit and losing perfectly encapsulates the Spire 2 playstyle. Yeah, no, bro, trust me. Yeah, throw him out the window and then drop a TV on his head or something, yeah. Like, I was actually okay with a lot of the special infected stuff. I thought it was pretty metal. Because they do some pretty sick body horror where, like I said, all the special infected are, like, barely able to keep themselves human. And there are moments where they'll turn into a zombie again. So, like, I was cool with the concept and I like what they did with it. It's purely the fact that, like, just fucking kill this dude or don't have him show up as much as he does. If you want him fucking with the group, you can still do that, where he's able to fuck with the group and you know, sabotage them, you know, trying to get out. That's fun. But, like, don't physically show him attack them all the time. Yeah, I like the special infected idea. The first time they run into him and he leads the horde of zombies right to them, that one's fucking sick. Yeah, one thing about making a book or comic, make sure you get people that's critical of what you write down. Don't get dick suckers yet. God damn it. Get her on the feet. Recall, you skip paradigm shift after every 3 turns. Skip the shift animation and fully recharge ATB. It's a hidden technique devs expect you to learn. No, I get that. The problem is we don't really have ATB skills that are worth anything right now. Like we have Quake, and we have Dispelga, which does nothing in our situation. Come on. Hurry up.
Give it your best shot.
Ah, fucker.
What went wrong?
Yeah. The forced party swaps aren't really the worst thing in the world because they do make it a point that everyone earns XP at the same rate. Everyone earns XP from battle, so you can just adjust your build when you need them. The problem is, idle fights are gimmick fights, and you have to figure out what the gimmick is. So having low-level characters you haven't really paid attention to, having to suddenly do their build, and you don't know what build you really need, yeah, that's one of those where it's like, that's... Yeah. Come on.
Bring it on.
Yeah, stomping to Vanilter's a little pink stain, yeah. Yeah, that's what I liked about Xenoblade 3. You always had the entire party out all the time, yeah. It sounds like a unique late game. Hunts and FF12 don't counter the debuffs. Buff/debuffs equals dead, yeah. To be fair, that's usually the end game of a lot of different Final Fantasy. It's, hey, you've been paying attention to buff debuff, right? And it's like, kinda? Oh, you really should have been paying attention. Could he be killed any other way? Do they have guns, bat, knives, anything to do with the bullion? They didn't really have weapons, which was kind of the big problem with why they had to avoid zombies more than anything. Archer Girl tried, but he moved too fast for her to really aim. The way he dies is he bites the main kid. And the main kid basically lures him out away from the group, and they die in the firebombing. Final Fantasy 1 will slap your shit if you weren't paying attention to hey, slow, stop, yeah. And when in doubt, pointy stick. Fuck. Stumbling block. Stumbling block! Fang, I'm begging you. Yeah, FF not a game series where you brute force it. You can, but you have to know how to brute force it.
Why you? Oh, yeah? No choice, I guess.
Oh, God. Please. We're so close to the... Ah, God damn it.
What went wrong?
The sad part is I know exactly what fucked up this time, and that is it didn't save my paradigm shift. Because I changed the Ravager and Commando to Ravager and Sentinel, because there's no reason to have Fang be attacking at all, considering the fact of, like, she doesn't add to the meter at all. And it didn't save over it because technically we're in this part and it doesn't save that progress. I don't even know why. Yeah, see? I can see why people don't like this game. All those hands aren't just for show. Force of 100 pimp slaps.
I'm not all smiles and sunshine. Bring it on.
Here we go. We're almost there. I'm super coping. I don't think we're there at all. Yeah, I'm going to call for tonight. Yeah. Yeah, playing through FF16, liking the Sidney. He has a voice like he's Go-Go Gravel for the past decade. Yeah, the guy who plays him is a really good actor. I can never remember his name. It's like something Innocent. I would say my friend a bunch of Demon Hunter songs from each album. Our favorites are heavy songs like Death, Someone to Hate, and Descending Upon Us. I'm so proud. Come on.
Bring it on. Bring it on.
Fang, don't you fucking die on me. You do your job as the tank.
No time to panic. Bring it on.
Come on, we are halfway through the meter.
No choice, I guess. Bring it on. Bring it on.
For the love of God. Just brute force it. Brute force it. Oh my God, holy shit, we got it. I don't like this idling. It's mean. What's gaming with this fight? Stack debuffs. Debuffs and magic. Yeah, if I recall, was also the guy who played the dad in Robert Eggers' The Witch and Galactus in Fantastic Four, yeah. Holy shit, we did it. Go, white girl, go. Yeah, so we only have to wait 6 more months till SPR's next episode. Yeah, I hate it. I hate it so much.
I couldn't figure it out, but then it all made sense after hearing that story from Reigns. You already knew. You knew Ragnarok was the name of destruction.
It wasn't fair. You had to do all the horrible stuff. And I didn't have to do anything.
That is no reason to lie to me. You think that's what I want? You of all.
Yeah, now Vano can mount him. Not like that. Ragnarok.
Poor kid. You've had it rough.
You'll never have Fang say that to you.
Listen, you're not alone anymore.
Yeah, did streaming services learn nothing from Invincible's mid-season break? For some reason across the board, animation shit's gotten, like, production shit in general has gotten so less efficient. At this point, it's better to read Steel Ball Run than just wait for the next episode, yeah.
We stick together. You hear me?
Hollow, like a coconut. Although you showed it real, been putting on a different voice, haven't you? You don't have to lie anymore. I know the truth. Oh my god, that's finally over. Holy shit. Damn, relating to the bully girls. There we go. Yeah. I mean, there we go. I'll swap us on. 13. We got further along. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. We're still dealing with 13-isms, but you know what? 13-isms ain't so bad. We just gotta figure out what to do. Yeah, they start releasing SPR in physical now. Yeah. Yeah, more like blue balls run at this rate. Yeah. Remember the difference between Loli and Shota? Shota's stupidly violent. Loli's violently stupid. She's gonna do the lesbian beating. Good night, everyone. So, Tali, you play some Hobson? No, I already know what I'm gonna do. Can we do 13 with Shota? We can do Lightning Returns with Shota if we can talk him into it. Remember the Steven bombs? Rebecca Sugar literally put the show on hiatus when they were making Steven Universe, then would bombard CN schedule something like 30 new episodes in just a few days. My god. That sounds nightmarish. Imagine the first prepper episode with Thrag, and the first thing he says, "Do you think you can stone me and spit in my eye?" Oh, man. But yeah, I got called here because I gotta record audio for the next video. I planned on doing that. So obviously I don't want to get, don't want to get too distracted into the night with this. Otherwise I won't have a fucking voice anymore. And plus I'll be super tired. And I still have at least enough energy to get started on the audio. So, should be good. Should be great. Yeah, we had a good night tonight. We had a very good night. Very, very good night. Very good night. So, thanked everybody who showed up. See you guys.
Over and over teens have